Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to OTW News. Yeah, hold on a sec. Got to get rid of this overlay. TGIF, ladies and gentlemen, thank God it's Friday. We are back here in Montreal, Canada. It is 8:05 a.m. Eastern Time. We are the 19th of May, and it is nice 5 degrees outside, mostly sunny. Welcome to Canada. Welcome to the Grand Rising Show number 25. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Shout out to the chat. We got Christos Deliopoulos, Ramon Marquez. We also have Mental Pancakes in the house, Mark Basket, What Life, and people are slowly rolling in for the day. This will be another epic show. Thank God it's Friday. We are going to, ready ourselves for the weekend. And we start our day with a little bit of motivational speaking. I had a video prepared and I clicked the X button by accident and lost it. So I'll find it again. I was looking for it right now, actually. Let me see. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, it's not there. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Get your doobies ready. Get your coffee ready. This is going to be a wild ride today. Just sit back and relax and have a great time. The link is already out there for people who want to join in. That was quick. We got welcome Mr. Freedom Grower to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Grand rising to you, sir. Yeah, I was going to shave today. We caught him by surprise, ladies and gentlemen. He was in the makeup room. Caught him while he was getting ready before the show.
I had a moth on my microphone here, just sitting here. That was crazy. It flew off right when I started talking.
Wow.
Just amazing, brah, like crazy. Righteous.
And then we missed you yesterday.
Here,
we missed you yesterday.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I caught a little bit of the show. I was had a bit of a headache and was dealing with some shit with our bank here, and I just kind of watched from the sidelines. I caught a little bit, but not much. I caught a little bit of Benton's stream as well. Sometimes I like to sit back and just watch. You know, you kind of a lot by listening.
I do that sometimes. I do that when I listen to your stream. Sometimes I listen to you jam, and while you're playing guitar, I'm like fucking doing some housework and shit, you know. Do that, or like when Jack goes up, you know.
Dude, I've always been that way. Even when I was a teenager, I love to listen to audio narratives or monologues. As soon as I was an adult, I started buying all these audio tapes. My friends thought I was so strange because they'd come see me. I'd be in the car listening to, Wayne Dyer or something, like way back in the day. And then it's like, why do you always listen to that? I don't know. I guess I always like to have the sound, or it was like someone was there. Maybe it's like a way to be alone and not be alone. But I like the information sharing, and I still do to this day. It's like I like to just do work.
I think I know how you feel.
Background.
Yeah, it's that. Well, not that I can't be alone in silence. I can do that, but it's like you're right. It's like having another living being around, so it keeps you company. And at the same time, when you're listening at the certain topics, you have this information that comes out, and actually, you get it. I used to watch these, not watch, but listen to the radio shows when I would work. So I wouldn't really like listen to the music as much as, like, I wouldn't put it on a music channel. I'd put it on where the radio host is, like, taking call-ins and talking about all kinds of different topics, like it could be anything, like. But
do you ever listen to Tom Leykis?
No, I was a big Howard Stern fan.
So was I, yeah. But I was super addicted to Tom Leykis because I was in the Northwest, and I think he's out of there. But every day in work, I'd be in rush hour traffic, and he'd have Flashlight Friday, which is like if someone flashes their headlights, then the chick is supposed to show her tits, Right. And it was such a big thing. Like a number of times that shit happened while I was stuck in rush hour traffic heading up to Seattle. And, it's like, and I was on the show a few times too. So if they went back and looked through the archives, I wasn't Freedom Grower then, but, I was still rich, dick. But it was just one. It reminds me of Paul's show, but Paul's show's better, actually, to be honest with you, because it actually stands for something. Tom didn't really stand for something, but God, just wildly hilarious humor and fucking spontaneous in the moment kind of sharp mind that he has. And
that was the kind of thing I liked too, especially with
Yeah.
Howard Stern. That was a part of what Howard Stern really got me, hooked on him. What I found was really like, since we're like all cupcake-ish up here in Canada, they banned him from our
everywhere we're all
because
cupcakes, even America. It's all
Howard
cupcakes.
Stern's radio show was affiliated with 97.7 Chaume FM here up in Montreal. All right. And they would have, like, it was a simulcast where his show was simultaneously casted in Montreal. But he would get callers from Montreal and stuff like that, man. He would get hate calls and stuff, man. It was like freaking insane. So actually, eventually, the Canadian radio, banned him from, completely. We never hear of him again because he was too hardcore for us Canadians, man. It was crazy. People couldn't handle Howard Stern here, man. People here are too nice, I guess. So you see a guy like that come up and fucking rip up the radio waves.
Yeah, man. It's, even if you look back on some of that stuff, it was still pretty extreme. But Howard Stern, he was an interesting one to me. Like broadcasting genius, no question about it. I remember he started out with the small genitalia joke as well. That was the first thing I remember hearing of Howard Stern. Like, he did a movie. I can't remember. That's all I remember about it, is he has small genitalia. Maybe that's because I have small genitalia, so I feel like I relate to him or something. It's like we're in a small genitalia club. That's why Paul and Howard and myself and others like Moose will get along well, because we all have small genitalia. Sorry to speak for you, Moose.
Well, I kind of like resonate with that, but not really. Because
OTW's got small genitalia too. We're in the small genitalia club.
It all depends in which situation I find myself in, because it's like in Alice in Wonderland when she eats that cupcake and then she she becomes a giant. That's why I called my genitalia Hulk, because he's very simple, mild mannered.
Fake it till you make it. I got you.
And then he gets very angry. And then he gets like fucking like humongous, like big and huge and tall and powerful. And I'm like, wow, how did you get that big?
Some people just have those genetics, man. They're giants. It's
insane.
And
the skin stretches what wasn't it Mr. Fantastic? Yeah. The skin stretches.
You ever watch WWF growing up?
World Wrestling yes.
Federation.
Yeah. With Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior and Randy Savage and is this? Oh, you just called up the Moose Meister.
Yeah.
Hey guys. So you're talking about small genitalia, and I just want to say there's some positives, my friend, about having small genitalia. For everybody in the crowd, I'm gonna lay this out for you real quick. I only got a few minutes to be here. So first thing is, you never have to worry about your dick hitting the water. People with big dicks, they sit on the toilet, right? And they got 9 inches, right? If you've got 9 inches and there's only 6 inches to the water, think about how many times that thing's tapped the puddle.
Yeah, you'd have to flip it over your shoulder.
How unhygienic is it too? I mean, how often do you actually clean your toilet? Like, I clean mine probably once a week, but if your genitalia's in there once a day, you're grabbing some of that nasty shit.
It's like an anteater, man. Who knows what it's sucking up in there?
That's what I'm talking about, man. And like I was trying to tell Christos, he's down there saying he's got balls that are like the size of 3-gram nugs. And I'm trying to tell him, I'm like, you might want to get those reduced, man, because when you're 80 years old, your fucking sack's going to be hanging down to your toes.
That's rough, Moose. I didn't realize the plight. I didn't realize the difficulty, the hardship that went along with large genitalia. And just goes to show you got to be careful what you wish for. I do appreciate the moose knuckle avatar that you have, Moose. Looks like you're being universal. You've got a sideways slant and vertical, which means that you're all inclusive in any moose.
That's right.
I think that's what we're trying to say there. I was just trying to see the meaning behind it.
Yeah, these are the camel lips.
I gotta say, it is turning me on. I don't know if it's supposed to do that, but the more I drink my tea and waking up, the more stimulated I get, Moose.
You know, and here's some more stuff for you guys. Some more disadvantages of having a super large, fucking inhumane mandingo cock. So, like, there's women out there that you just won't fit, you know? So you fit half of it in there, and
Yeah, I
you're
never
missing
had that
out on
problem.
half the pleasure, right?
Right?
Right? So, I mean, you got to think about all these disadvantages. You need 2 hands to stroke off instead of 1. I mean, that right there, how are you supposed to change the images or videos if you've got 2 hands on the prize?
Depends how big your hands are, I guess.
Yeah. Moose has really thought this out. He's really, broken this down in a way I've never quite heard anyone articulate it. I'm really impressed, Moose. I got to be honest with you. This is groundbreaking news here.
I
And
have to be slightly dishonest, Dick. Chat GPT is in my ear telling me what to say, when to say it, how to say it. It's even predicting my cadence and when to interrupt you.
I was going to say, because obviously a man who does not
God.
have large genitalia, how could he speak so fluently and just well-versed on the subject? It's as if you had large genitalia in a previous life, like you were a horsecock elephant of a man in a previous life. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm impressed. That's all I got to say. If it's Chat GPT, maybe I need to enhance myself, augment myself. Maybe I'll get the chip now.
Look, it'll make every aspect of your life even better. It will even tell you 100 reasons about why your genitalia is perfectly okay for you. Might not be all right for the ladies that you're loving, but for you, ChatGPT will make you feel great about yourself. No more emotional depression, no more self-esteem problems. I'm telling you, it'll make your half an inch feel like 10 inches by the time you're done with it, folks. So, Illumitami, sign up today.
Did you see my deep fake, Dick?
No, I didn't. Let's see it.
All right.
Ladies and gentle beings, welcome to Caged Reality. We interrupt our regular programming to bring you this special broadcasting filler. As we take a momentary break, let us entertain you with a delightful journey through imagination. Close your eyes and let your mind wander as we explore the extraordinary depths of the human spirit. Imagine a world where dreams come to life, where possibilities are endless, and where the power of the human mind knows no bound. In this realm of limitless creativity, we find ourselves on the edge of discovery, ready to embark on an adventure like no other. Picture yourself standing on a sandy beach, feeling the warm grains between your toes. As the sun begins to set on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, a gentle breeze carries whispers of distant lands. Now imagine stepping into a lush forest, the air thick with the scent of pine and the symphony of birds serenading your every step. Sunlight filters through the towering trees, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As you walk deeper into the woods, you stumble upon an ancient moss-covered stone engraved with cryptic symbols. Transfixed by the mystery, you reach into your backpack and pull out a weathered journal. It tells tales of forgotten civilizations.
Did he
and
say a
hidden
weathered
treasures,
dildo?
awaiting brave souls to unearth their secrets. With every page turned, the forest around you seems to come alive, revealing its hidden wonders. Time flies by, and the world of your imagination expands beyond what you thought possible. In this realm of untapped potential, dreams become reality and ideas take flight. As the final seconds of this broadcasting filler tick away, remember that within you lies a universe of infinite possibilities. And we're back. We hope you enjoyed that momentary escape into the realm of imagination. Thank you for joining us on this brief intermission. Our regular programming will resume shortly. Stay tuned for more captivating content right here on OTW News.
Thank you, Patrick.
So what'd you think, Dick? You think I can get the AI to replace me, man?
It's not nearly as funny as the Talcott.
So it actually was pretty good as far as the visual. I mean, even the mouth, it was surprising. It was one of the better ones I've seen. The audio definitely is Cage. It sounds like Cage talking. And
No, but it's actually my voice.
no way.
Yeah, it's my voice.
Come on.
Yeah,
It sounded exactly like the ones that Cage produced. Why is that?
because it is Cage made that, but he used my voice. That's my voice. When you're hearing me,
Yeah, he
speak,
used audio
actually,
recognition. He used voice recognition, but he spoke it. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like Cage. He spoke it. right?
He sounds
But he
like
used
him because
audio.
he's the one who wrote the text. Like he put some things inside the text to make, like for it to sound like him. You know what I mean?
No,
It's how
it
the
does
text is
sound
written,
like
because
him.
you can put, like, it's either you can record yourself and have your voice overdubbed, all right, into another voice, or you
OTW, you're
can,
confusing the fuck out of me. This is a deep fake. So it's
yeah,
not you. It was
nope,
him in front of a camera and he's
nope,
speaking. So,
nope,
no. Okay.
no.
So what
It's
happened?
me. It's me. Okay. He took a section of me, like he took a picture of me, like on cam. I went full cam like this, right? Hold on a sec.
Yeah.
I went like this, full cam. So I looked at the camera and I took away, like, the mic's over there in the video. Okay. So and he asked me to talk for like a minute or something like that, just like, so I did my broadcasting filler where I tell the time and I do the whole thing. So he recorded my voice, took a picture of me, and boom, with his 2 apps that he uses, he created a deep fake. And I've tried it. I made my own deep fake. Watch this, and I have another one that I made myself. Me reading. Yeah, this one's not bad. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, but
Can
again, you didn't do anything after he got your voice and your image. He was able to recreate your voice and your image with that software. He did that
Exactly.
speaking. So that's my point. It sounds like Cage. The
Right,
visual
because
was
he
really
can.
good. The audio was a little bit still sounding
Well,
like him. It didn't have your tenor and your pitch, and
he
that's where it
said
was a
that
little lacking.
my voice wasn't hard. It was really hard to replicate. He said there are
Right.
different voices that are really, really easy to replicate, like Jack's voice. Jack's one of the
Mhm.
voices that is like practically identical to Jack's voice. But when I was listening to myself, I even heard a bit of Jack. So
Yeah,
you
if you're an
notice that,
agent, it's easy to do the voice recognition because they already have the voice on file, so they've already
right?
mastered
So
that
they took my
particular
voice.
pitch.
I recognize my voice, so I know it was my voice that he was using. But the way that the phrases were written, like, I know
Mhm.
Cage modified the text that I sent him, because he. So
Oh,
you know
definitely.
you
All this
kind
stuff
of.
about imagination. He kind of went into Talcottianism there for a little bit, you know. But it did sound okay. Let me say it this way: it maybe had your frequency, or it was sounded like you, but the mannerisms, and then it wasn't just the text. It's also the voice recognition is the thing that's lacking.
But you can
That's all I'm saying.
train the AI to get your, like, the whole thing, like when you
Yeah.
pause and everything, and your the speed that you speak at, and if you train it, the one that he was using, he sent me a link to a couple of them, and yeah,
It'll
that's what I was
get
going to
better
say.
every
Oh,
time you do it then. That's cool. So it just keeps learning you. I mean, I guess it's cool. It's reverse analyzing you, data mining, and hacking you. But I mean, beside the point, I saw one he did for Paul, and I saw one other one. They all sounded similar. You can tell it's
yes.
Cage behind the voice.
Well, because one of the like, the script that I sent him was a script that I generated with Chat GPT. So I guess when he got the script, he modified a couple of things in the script, and you know, but it was gay, because in the beginning, it's like, welcome to Cage Reality or something like that.
Okay, so check it out. I'm the government. I'm coming to you. I'm presenting you an idea. I got this latest, greatest technology, military, high level operation. I've identified you as the perfect. Ooh, I like that stuff, Christos. I've had that. Uh,
Let me
I've
see.
identified you as
Continue.
Sorry, Dick. Yeah, please continue. We won't talk about this.
no. I love that shit, man. I love ginger. So good. I get stuff like that, and it's not good for the budget because those things are like $4.50 a bottle or whatever. But they taste great. What the hell was I saying? I don't have my synapses.
Government level operatives with
Oh yeah, I'm
this kind of
this high
technology.
level. Yeah, man, you're in. We've identified you. We've targeted you, OTW. We're going to give you this augmented intelligence. It's actually so good. It's going to do your show for you. No one's going to know the difference. It's going to do it better than you can. Your views are going to go through the roof. You're going to be fucking rocket ship level status, and the fiat notes are just going to come flying in. And all you got to do is sit back and watch the augmented version of yourself outdo you. Will you be a
Dude,
part of this experiment?
listen to me, okay? This is actually starting to look like a Black Mirror episode, okay?
I'm telling you, it's fucking
Dude,
wild.
this is fucking insane. Just what I showed you before of the deep fake of me, which is actually, besides the times that I go, like or or whatever, which they're actually not really well timed, in my opinion. They're not like they don't go. They're not.
It's not your mannerism.
It doesn't flow like it's.
Well,
that's
it
where you
was
notice
using the
that it's an
audio you
AI.
gave it.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why when you train it to. Well, I imagine you record your voice and you try to as much as possible not to put those fillers in, and whatever.
See, Yeti nailed it. He exposed my ignorance. Okay, so I am a moron. That's what I was thinking, Yeti. You're right. I thought Cage was speaking into this thing, and then it's taking his voice and recombobulating it into a voice that sounds like yours. But what I'm hearing over and over again in Paul's and all these others is it's something behind it in the AI.
Yeah,
that I associated with Cage, because all he's doing is typing it in and then it's reproducing it.
He's just putting in. He's actually copy paste the text. Okay.
Yeah.
And he can modify the text a bit. What he does is all he has to do is generate. It's a really easy program to use. It's so freaking easy to use. I tried it yesterday, so I wanted to bring up the video, but I don't think you guys are going to hear the sound. Hold on, let me check. I might be able to bring it up, but this is the one I generated yesterday. I went to that place and I tried it out. It's just a picture and a little recording of your voice. Oh yeah, but this one is a recording of another voice because I couldn't get my voice cloned. I don't know why it wasn't working right. So I put another voice on top of my. So I did an AI, and I did this just with one picture. That's it. Nothing else. It didn't ask me for anything else. So I'm just gonna try and pull it up here if possible. Yeah, I got a really weird voice. Okay, am I gonna be able to play this? Share screen. Oh, video file. Maybe I'd be able to share the video file directly. Oh, that's an idea. Oh, yeah. Open. Hopefully that'll work.
And the dead. The gods of Egypt. When modern academics composed reference books about early Egyptian history, they scrupulously avoided mention of the impressive body of ancient evidence attesting to the celestial rulers of pre-dynastic Egypt. Like all researchers, historians drew their material ancient sources such as the Book of the Dead, the Pyramid texts, the Turin Papyrus, the Bible, and the records of highly regarded historians Herodotus Manethoc. However, the paranormal portion of academia's primary reference material was relegated to myth, and only data required to support a particular line of study was used. The earth are scarcely mentioned by scholastic writers, church leaders, and the reputable press, and if scientists mentioned them at all, it was usually to denounce or dismiss them as irrelevant. Key aspects of Herodotus' writings involve descriptions of advanced beings living on Earth providing guidance and direction to local inhabitants. A generation of scholars examined the form and structure of Herodotus' records and concluded that his constant references to gods was full of difficulty and frequently muddled with mythology. However, in a series of Harvard University Press books called simply Herodotus, the following opinion of Herodotus' records was expressed: it happens sometimes that the stories which have reached Herodotus from very distant land and seas, and which he duly reports without necessarily stating his belief in them, do in truth rest on the basis of actual fact. Not all of Herodotus' records have been publicly released, but the picture that emerges from researching what is available is extraordinary and necessitated an examination of his reference sources. It proved to be none other than the initiated high priests of the Egyptian temple hierarchy.
Yeah, this is
the men in charge of the age-old libraries and temples.
This is terrible. But it's your face, but it's someone else's voice altogether, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I wasn't.
I couldn't get my voice.
I tried doing a deep fake, and the voice was terrible. So I need to know. I need to know how to do it with the right voice.
Well,
because I uploaded the 20-minute. I did. I used a separate program, and I did a 20-minute video of just him talking, monologuing the whole time. And when I spoke, it sounded just like me instead. So maybe it's the cadence too. Like you have to have the same cadence as the person that you're trying to mimic.
Obviously, they're not letting us. They're not giving us access. Oh, sorry, Dick.
It's all good. They're just easing us into it, OTW. They're giving us like a shit version. So we're like, oh, it's not that bad. It can't really emulate me too well. Then fucking 1 year down the road, you're like, fuck, that thing speaks better than me, and it sounds better than me, and it looks better than me. And
That's
I'm
it.
Fucked.
They already have the top version, right? They're like the most sophisticated one that actually sounds like a real human and is like fucking, but they're not giving us access to those, to those tools right away. They're just giving us the low end of the technology. So imagine what kind of thing we can do with like a phone and a fucking couple of computer apps. It's just like, look, Cage does it a lot better than I did, or he's actually getting better at it because he's doing it more and more often, so he's getting better at it. But imagine he does it with his phone and a computer, and he can do it in 15 minutes. He has a video done. So imagine a guy who has the fucking top-notch equipment, freaking high tech, out of this world, 50 years in advance from us, technology, how far they can push this. You remember you were just mentioning before, Dick, that they could they would offer me to have my own clone, let's say, broadcast the show and do it better than me and get the numbers up.
Yeah, an experiment.
But think about this. I'll push this even one step further than that. I'll say, well, what if they want to eliminate us, but they don't want anybody to know about it?
They've probably already done that to some degree with people.
That's why this is starting to look like one of the episodes of Black Mirror, man. You know what I'm saying? They could still have you fucking show up every day and keep doing your broadcast for years. People keep thinking you're alive. They'll keep donating. You understand?
Exactly.
So basically, you gotta quit now. You just gotta stop. That's the only answer, is just to quit.
Throw in the towel. That's it. Hey, but like Justified and Ancient is saying down there, you're feeding the beast. Well, who's not? You don't think you're feeding the beast in the chat with everything you input? You don't think any way you interact with this technology at some level is feeding the beast? And even if you're not interacting with the technology, that you're still not feeding the beast when you walk in the Walmart, or you're on the surveillance cameras, or you get pulled over. Everything is feeding the beast. Everything is
even little insignificant things that you wouldn't even realize that you're feeding the beast with is those little fucking point cards that they give you when you go to a fucking store, and they give you these like, okay, well, every time you buy things here, you get like a certain amount of points, and then you'll get some item free in the store. You really think they're doing that to give you some fucking credit, or fucking help you, or give you some kind of, I don't know, a rebate on? No, it's not. It's all there to accumulate what they want to know. What's the stuff that you buy? What's the frequency that you buy these things at? Which place do you buy them at? It's all recorded in them dumb little fucking point cards that you people take. So if you want my suggestion, besides the fact that I already have phones that do all that shit, get rid of those cards because they're useless. They're your I don't know, what are they called? The air mile cards or whatever.
Yeah,
all that
aren't
shit.
those more useful to keep you coming back? I'm not saying they're not doing what you're saying, OTW. I think that's feasible completely, but wouldn't primarily it just to keep them coming back, which goes along with all that other stuff, but to keep them coming back to that store and locked in that system.
Yeah, okay. I won't. I'll put that on the table. I mean, I do agree, but I think it's still,
it seems like more of a leap with what you're saying.
Level.
Yeah,
but it's still at surface level, because if you look at the real reason why
there's more utility. Man,
what'd you say? Hello? How'd you do that? Why'd you just pop in and go, man, then leave? Yeah. Anyway, so right. So like I was saying, those cards, that's like a one perfect way to see that. But I think it's like at a surface level, what you're saying.
I'm doing multiple things, so I'm sorry I had to walk away.
Yeah, it's a marketing thing.
There's this lag. I was saying that because there's lag, and it's been making it difficult to go back and forth. That's all.
Right. So anyway, it's like this marketing thing that makes that you, of course, it's like an appeal to want the customer to come back. But I think the initial reason, and it was just an idea that was stemmed from that, is to collect data, to collect the information, the frequencies of the products that are being bought, and the quantities. Because all these little stores, whether it be a Kushtar or any of these places, most of them run on a logistics component where it's like as you go. So in other words, like they don't have any back stores anymore where they have their inventory in the back. It's like when you buy something on the shelf, the computer registers it and orders another one. So it always, like, it's a continuous thing. It's like as you go. I don't know how you call it, the real term for it there, but it's a logistics thing. Can't remember what the name of it is. It's Just in time. That's what it's called. It's called a just in time process. You're muted.
On demand, shelf ready supply chains. It's just about
Yeah.
having it right when you need it. No fat on the bone, just enough to get you what you need, nothing more.
Yeah. So these systems were designed to never have any overstock. All right. But at the same time, tells them the frequency of the products that are being bought. Right. So it's all data collecting, all of it. It's all the main source of all of it is the data collecting. Yeah, of course they use the marketing plans and things like that to attract people and get them to come back, because obviously they need them to come back because they need to keep analyzing and processing this information and selling it to these bigger companies.
Think of the analytics they can run, even with the data that they've already collated. They could just easily tell predictability outcomes for cycles and economic turmoil that we're facing, especially if you have a lot more analytics and intel to put into it that's maybe not public knowledge, but that's been gathered through these corporations that are now intertwined with the government. So now they can take all that, put it in even covertly, or even like a backdoor type of augmented intelligence that's just used specifically for military or government purposes. And all of a sudden it's like, the day the crash is going to happen, the day the banks are going to fail. I was talking to a real estate agent yesterday. She told me she said, if I was in a small regional bank right now, I would take every fucking penny I had out tomorrow, do it like instantaneously and put it in, whatever you can that's physical, or just hold the cash in a safe. And I'm thinking, man, that's a wild statement for a real estate agent to say, and someone that's prominent in the community that is a big agent. The AI already knows, dude. They know the fucking day. We catch on to it late. She's like an early adopter, though, as far as humans. Most humans are do. I'm sure she's 100% right, too. There's probably going to be bank runs, and it seems like everything's teetering right now. But the idea that the government doesn't know these things are going to happen long in advance is foolish to me. They've got all the analytics to already predict this stuff with the technology, and we've given them the info to do it.
Well, yeah. What's also scary is look at how people think Bill Hicks is Alex Jones, or how people think Dave Chappelle came back as someone else. Well, now they could take OTW, they could take all of his streams, take his voice, and make an OTW, news, clone his ass, and actually just replace him if he got too big,
Moose just joined in the conversation. That's a great idea, Moose.
Yeah, they could literally replace me, not have to pay for the content that I create.
Doesn't have to show up. Moose, they could pay him. He could see all the revenue stream. And that's what I was proposing, Moose. Like, they bring it to him as an experiment where he literally just sits back and watches the augmented version of himself outperform him, and he gets all the benefits. How many people would participate in that experiment? You're saying I just got to watch augmented intelligence outdo me while I sit back and collect the checks? I wouldn't.
Yeah, but doesn't that take the fun out of all of this?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it, but I bet plenty would. Like I said.
Yeah, I mean, I it's appealing, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, but I do this because I love doing this. It's fun. It's like it's something
I guarantee you, Jack Talcott would do it. He'd be the first one in line to be like, "Hey, I don't have to do any work at all, and I could collect a check."
Dude, you're right. He's an ideal candidate because he likes to delegate everything. I mean, if he could delegate. The other day, I think he was saying, someone said, "Hey, I'll do the texting for you." Was that you, Moose? And he was like, "That's a great fucking idea. I wouldn't even have to communicate with people."
But it's funny, that was me.
But the funny thing is, flip side of that, that's exact opposite of what he wants. Actually, as far as his testimony, he wants communication, companionship, friendship, social experiences. So I found it kind of funny.
Well, when you've been locked up in a house like that for so long and you're by yourself, like, you kind of lose a lot. Like, I mean, you've seen The Shining.
Flow State has an OTW sex clone that he's willing to rent out when it's ready. If anybody's interested, I figured I'd just help him with his promotions.
Wow, very interesting, Flow State. Yeah.
We have a we have a Freedom Grower version as well. However, the rear has been locked. You have to have a special code to be able to get into it, and I don't know if we'll ever open that up. But
that's but that has to be a residual plan where you have to pay per month. It's like,
And then, and the thing about you guys is like, you guys are like the budget models, because they save on all that plastic that they don't have to use. But
cheap
then when
Chinese slave
Christos
labor.
comes into the ring, like Christos comes in and we have to add another $100 on there because of the plastic that has to go into the mold of his dong.
Of course.
Right.
It's a lot of
Yeah.
material.
Hey, this really needs to be thought out, guys.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely the budget model. I'm definitely the bargain basement deal. Of course, I'm the older technology and,
The dad bod model.
the dad bod model. And that's fine. I'm okay with that. That's how augmented intelligence wanted to present me. I'll deal with it.
I like the promo code free dick, 15% off OTW sex clone retails. Man, this is we should hire Flow State as our salesman or sales manager.
What do you think of salespeople, guys? You think salespeople are scum?
Yeah, I think I'm scum.
I think they're the absolute fucking scummiest people in the fucking world. They're the scummiest motherfuckers in the world. Salespeople. Okay, I'm sorry.
Glad to know how you finally feel about me, Moose.
No, fuck these salespeople. Okay, so we get to we were looking for a truck because on our way west, our camper was when we were going up the hills, the truck was kind of stalling. And so we go to all these lots and we tell them, we're like, we have good credit. We don't want you to run our credit. This is what we're looking for. This is the payment we're looking for. We give them everything. We're like the ideal customers. We're like, we walk in and then we go buy it. And the thing is like, they keep pushing you. They're super pushy. Then they want to add on all these like extra shit that you didn't ask for. You tell them you don't want this stuff. And then in the conversation and signing all the papers, they try to add it in there anyways, sneakily try to add that extra like warranty on there. And so it's just, I don't know, man. Salespeople frustrate me.
No conscience, right? They'll just throw that extra line item on there to grease their paycheck. And
we like
none
extras.
the wiser until later.
Extras are cool.
They do it with insurance all the time. You really got to watch that. Like if you get an insurance policy, you need to go back and check it a month later because you'll see they'll put some fucking cyber security on there and some other bullshit.
No, the insurance fucking companies are even worse than the salesman, man. They're worse than the salesman. They'll fucking if they can. All right, I've dealt with these motherfuckers before. They're supposed to replace parts on my car, and when I went to the garage to see how everything was going, the parts that they had gotten were from the scrapyard. I was like, "What? You guys are you're not replacing and putting new stuff? Isn't that what I'm paying insurance for? You guys are fucking putting scrap metal in my car? What do you guys you think I'm gonna let this go?" And there you go. No, they're worse, man. They're worse, man. They'll try to make as much money as possible off your ass.
I forgot to add in that when we bought our truck, we had a deal that we would have
that you would have to
like they would have the bed cover done in 3 days, right? And they didn't have the bed cover. It didn't come in from their other warehouse, so we were actually stalled on our trip for like 3 days because their part didn't come in that they promised that we would have. Just so they could sell that truck. Like they'll literally tell you anything. They'll sell their soul. They'll sell their children. They'll sell their family.
Well, they just lie to you. They just lie to you. They'll tell you like, we got it. They do that with RVs too. I mean, it's just insane. Because they want to get you out the door with a vehicle. They did this to my buddy Quiggs, who's been on my show a number of times, where he went and bought a car and apparently they did all the financing. They did everything. He drove the car off the lot. He's sitting at home relaxing and he gets a text from the sales guy. And it's like, your financing didn't go through and we're charging you by the day for the vehicle, and it's like this exorbitant cost, right? That's just like, and it went back from the time he's had it. So now he's had a couple weeks and it's like, he owes thousands of dollars to bring the car back. He's like, well, I didn't plan on doing a rental, dude. You guys fucking sent me. So now you're saying I owe you all this money, but you told me the financing was taken care of. It was done. And they're like, well, yeah, but the banks, rejected it afterwards. So he just had the whole runaround, brought the car back. And But yeah, they don't fucking give a shit. If you and now you're in dire straits, or you got to negotiate with the manager or whatever. It's all about how annoyed can we make you till you finally just say fuck it and say just stick it up my ass as much as you want, ram it, no lube, no KY2, just take me and do whatever you want with me and let me know when you're done. It's basically what they want.
Always lube.
Always lube. Ay. That's good advice from Lou Bass. He knows what he's talking about. Speaking of genitalia, Lou, we were having a conversation earlier. I figured you want to chime in. I didn't want to have you miss that opportunity if there's something you wanted to say about your genitalia this morning.
I think I caught a tail end of it. I don't know what you guys are saying about you had to make different molds or something.
Well, we all have small genitalia, but we know you have large genitalia. However, it's augmented
Not anymore. Now it's ugly, crooked, and small.
This is what happens to every one of us. It's the soy lifestyle. Yeah.
Oh boy, it's a sad world.
Mm-hmm. How's your Grand Rising going, though, Luke?
Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah, too well.
Too well? No, I'm using this I'm using this little fucking thing I bought. It's a little speaker because I can't go. Something's wrong with my fucking computer. I can't go on the laptop anymore because nobody can hear me. I don't know what the fuck's happened. I checked all the settings on this stupid thing, and it does not.
Too much porno, Lou. You keep clicking those links, man, and they mess your computer up, brother.
I know, man. They scream too loud. These bitches. They gotta shut the fuck up a little bit. No, I don't know what happened to the fucking thing.
I'm actually being serious with you. Like if you do go to those kind of websites, that shit'll mess your computer up. But if you want, I can fix your laptop later. Just send me an email.
You can fix it how?
Remotely, I'll fix it.
Yeah, he'll jump onto your computer for a bit, tweak a few things for you, and help you out. Full access, Lou. Full access.
Give full access. I don't know. I went through all the settings and the fucking thing. I don't know what's wrong with it. Everything seems to be set that it should be working. But
just
it's
give
not.
me access, Lou, and then I'll do it on StreamYard. So if I accidentally open up anything embarrassing, like the whole world could see it.
All right. We'll set up an appointment, Moose. How much
and
is your?
I'm gonna need your address because I'm gonna have to send you an invoice too. I'm pretty hot on the market.
I figured that was coming. I figured.
Well, apparently, Austin from In a Thought Experiment would like me to be his producer. So, and OTW as well, and Paul. So I'm really like spread thin here. We're gonna need at least $2,000 from you, Lou.
I figured mine would have to cost more. I figured mine's a little more, indirect.
You're a big man. You eat double, you earn double.
That's right. Strictly me.
Now here's another fucking wildly retarded question that would never happen. That this shows how my mind thinks. If someone comes to any of you and says, "I'll pay you to get off of line altogether because that's how much I care about you," and this augmented intelligence beast is,
I'll take it.
Take your soul.
I'll take it.
How much?
I will take it.
How much
has
do
to
I
be
have
residual.
to pay you? You can't ever come on the technology, Moose. You're done.
Ever?
How much? How much do I need to deposit into your account every month?
4,000
every month. Oh, dude! If you deposited just $2,000 in my account every month, I would never come back online again. I would have enough money to plant at least like 10 trees, dude. Yeah, that's 5 trees a month.
Dude, I need 4,000.
So 12,000 a year. Moose is gone, and I can make a deep fake version of him, take over his trademark, his avatar, and
totally.
Moose.
You can have it. Take it.
I just bought
$1,000 a month perpetually for the rest of my life.
Going
that's
once,
like
going twice.
Social Security, baby.
That's
think
like
about
selling
it.
our
You
World
say
of
it's
Warcraft
selling
account.
my soul, right? But it's not. It's actually
not. No,
me
you're
going and getting my soul because I'd be out in nature every fucking day. I wouldn't be here sitting here jerking around. But
so
then
why
I
would you need someone to pay you to do it? That's kind of my point. Is because I knew someone that I asked that question to would see the flip side positive. That it's like, actually, you're asking me to do something would be better for me anyway. It's gonna make my life more balanced and harmonious, and you're gonna pay me to do it. I'm in, But it's like, how? What if it was 500?
Hold on a sec. Wait a minute.
I'd probably do it. I'd probably do it for $5. Just if someone paid me the incentive of doing it. Sorry, OTW,
Okay.
go.
Now we're starting to get to where we might be able to work a deal, Moose. What about $100? I might do it as an experiment. $100. You cannot.
No, because I make more than $100 online every month. So you have to give me more money than what I can make. Because I do photography and art.
That's
and
limiting
stuff,
yourself. Because if I paid you $500, then you capped yourself. I've got you eternity at $500. I mean, I guess you can come back and renegotiate and be like, I need a little more. I'm doing a great job not being online, Freedom. So give me $600 now. But
no,
yeah,
the thing
man,
you don't understand is like I actually welcome it. I welcome the EMP. I welcome the technology being shut down. And if I could get paid for that, like I'm thinking about how many like blueberry bushes I can plant, like how many like apple trees I could. Like I'm thinking about homesteading. So if
Exactly.
I could get paid to homestead, dude, I would freaking do it, dude.
Well, I see what you're saying, and I resonate with that because just these last few days, especially yesterday, I spent a lot more time in the garden, a lot more time just doing stuff on the land. And I was like, fuck, before I had the technology, this is how I always was. Like I would just get up and start grinding and I would get so much more shit done. I mean, I was a more productive person in the physical before I got on this technology. Now, when I first got on the technology, I was the fucking crazy dude who understood Excel like better than everybody else. And I could sort and run fucking different analytics and programs and figure out how to see what other people didn't see in the numbers. And that helped me with sales. So I did use it as an advantage for a long time. But once it came into this social realm, I'm not saying it's not productive from a social aspect, but it's certainly making me less productive from a day-to-day planning blueberries and doing that shit.
I think it's part of the whole plan, Dick. It's
I'm with you, man.
But I have a baby, so hold on one second. I just have one thing to say. I have the baby and I'm watching her sleep right now, so I can't really be outside and watch her sleep at the same time. So it gives me a chance to kind of like socialize where I wouldn't. But if once she gets old enough to go out in the garden with me every day, I'm gonna have her outside in the garden, and and when we come in for nap time, it'll be 30 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's part of the whole plan. Like it's they want to direct us into this whole. You just stay home, universal basic income, take all the pills, take all the jibbity jibs, and we'll take care of you, and we'll take your children when we want them, and you just bring them to us, and keep us like docile slaves. I mean, most people already are, right?
Yeah, sadly, man. Sadly.
So I think it's part of the
docile
plan.
Slave.
Yeah. Nice plant stick, by the way.
Can you still hear me if I put this thing down? This little
But
sounds
you're cutting up.
terrible.
You're really
your mic
crackly.
is like breaking up.
Terrible. Awful, man.
So if I closer to me, then it's better?
No,
it's
just like
crackle.
you're gonna have to come out or go do something, change your mic, or
come back in.
or you're too loud.
I'm gonna return this thing. I bought it at Princess Auto, which is your version of Harbor Freight, on sale for $10. It's supposed to be waterproof.
Is that what you're talking through?
Obviously not, then.
See, people are saying they spend time in the garden, in the yard, working. I do all this too, but what I'm saying is before I had the opportunity to go on a panel and sit here and bullshit with people all day, I would just grind all day. I'm just being honest. Like I was more productive in that sense because I wouldn't sit here and do this shit. I would just sit and work and sledgehammer away at whatever the fuck it was, whether it was analytics on a spreadsheet or it was fixing my vehicle. I always use that time to outwork other people. And I do see how it's I'm not using it as an excuse and saying that the technology's fucked me. This is all accountability. It's my consent. I've done this, but I'm just acknowledging my own observance of myself. I am a less productive person by sitting on here and just talking about stuff all day.
If we're honest, I think we'd all probably do the same thing.
Hey, you might need to come out and come back in, Lou.
Okay, I'm gonna just
wait. I want to ask you a question first.
Yeah.
Are you talking through that new thing that you just bought?
Yes.
Okay, put it down somewhere.
Okay, well that's what I was asking. Okay, I'm putting it down. Is that better?
There you go. It's because you're too close. The input's too strong. That's what people don't understand. They keep getting closer to their mic because they think that people don't hear them. and that's what makes their sound fuck up. Keep the mic away from your mouth when it's an omnipresent mic. Okay, that's what you guys have. So if this mic will capture the sound in the whole room, so you don't need to be next to it to talk in it. You can be like 5 feet away from it, and we'll hear you fucking perfectly.
That's true as well. Yeah.
So you just saved it from going back to Princess Auto for a little bit. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, you're still breaking up, so you should put it further away.
Further away? Okay.
Yeah.
It did.
How's that? Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, it is better.
Like Cage was saying the other day.
It's scratchy,
Just
but at least
reboot
it's better. It's not. Doesn't. It's good. Leave it that way.
Hold on. I'm gonna put it all the way over here. How's that?
Okay. Oh, I got somebody backstage here. Poor Christos.
Hey,
But
it's just like
Christos-
Cage was saying the other day. You know, he's always doing something while he's on these panels, multitasking. That's kind of how I view it as well, myself, when I'm not doing a stream. If I'm on a panel, I'm probably doing something else as well. Can't really sit still and interact on a panel personally. Not all the time. Definitely.
Yeah, but
times
is
where I'm
what
just
Cage
chilling,
is doing productive? I mean, yeah, I'm an asshole. I'll judge
watering
it.
the plants.
I'll judge it unrighteously from my place of never walking in his shoes. But it's sitting online making deep fakes of people and, you know, feeding the beast, as someone said in there earlier, trying to help it learn us and re-emulate us. I doubt he's making any money doing it. So I mean, what is the positive from that? I mean, yeah, I can water my plants too.
Let's
I'm
not
watering
forget
my
this dude
plants.
owns his own business, bro. Slow
I'm
down
watering
here
my
with
plants.
he's making deep fakes.
Nice plants, man. Nice plants.
I know, dude. I've ran multiple
You know he grows
businesses
his
in my
own
life.
weed and shit.
I've owned
I
multiple
mean, this
businesses.
dude's not a jerk
And what I'm
off.
telling you is when I ran my businesses, I wasn't on here. I was sitting there grinding all day. At 5 a.m., I would get up the same time I do, you know, to do these panels and stuff, and I would just grind it and be dialing for dollars and running spreadsheets and doing everything I needed to do to be able to do what I do now. So I doubt he's as effective as I was when I wasn't using the technology if he's
Wonderful.
sitting on a panel.
Bless you. Wonderful.
That's beautiful.
Well, what do you
man.
got to say to that, Christos? It's the point that I'm making is that you can say, yeah, he's running a business while he's sitting on a panel. No, he's not. He's making deep fakes. And
I
he's
don't know how we're
emulating
warping this
people.
into what it is now. I mean, I feel like we've gotten off track with this
No,
flow,
it's a
so
great
I'm not going to
conversation.
entertain it.
It's a great conversation, but you inject it. If you don't want to go further, then, you know, don't feed it.
Speaker fired.
Saying, you know, you can get value out of this stuff and not do it all the time. You know,
So
I
you
wasn't
do want to
necessarily
feed it.
like sticking up for Cage.
Sure you were. You're saying, dude, he runs a
What?
business like he's some kind of, you know, shining example of
Bro,
balancing
you
the
making this so
technology and
like
running this business.
you're
I'm
making this
making it-
unnecessarily personal.
Yeah, dude, I got a problem with giraffes, dude. I don't like people that go around fucking giraffes.
Speaking off your
Christos.
tea already.
You called me out. I'm on the fucking chopping block. Let's get this out and open in the air.
Especially giraffes that have fleshlights sewn into their ass.
Problem,
What
Christos.
we've got here is failure to communicate.
Anyway, I'm a fan, Christos. I will buy a Christos fuck doll or whatever that Flow State's making for an extra $100.
Christos, I hope he didn't.
Wow.
I hope he's gonna come back.
Hopefully, I can get
hope
the
it was
Well,
just
he's
like
great.
normal. He
go
dropped
on that
out.
one.
He'll be back.
I think it's his technology. He's having trouble with his technology. I don't know. These younger guys, him and Pianino, I guess maybe they got no cash. So
But they're getting
always having-
triggered.
Well,
Because I'm
seemingly you
saying the
don't
truth,
either.
and they're like, "No, I'm productive. Look, Cage is doing great. He's running a whole business." Like, yeah, man, I've been around the block. I ain't my first rodeo.
Yeah,
I know
he
what y'all are
might.
doing.
He might. Sounds like he might
Hey,
Sounds like
you're
it
talking
might
about me too, Dick.
be triggered a little
Everybody.
bit.
All of you.
Mm.
Moose, you're being productive. You're not on here as much because you got a business to run, and you know you can't run a business when you're sitting talking on a panel. At least not to the capacity.
Right.
You may be able to do 20% of what you could normally do, but if you are 100% dedicated, like you are when you're not on here and you're handling your, you know, I won't talk about your personal stuff, but your business, you're dedicated to it. It takes a lot of your bandwidth and your attention and time, does it not?
You know, this would have been perfect
Well, it's all
for
public.
somebody. This would have been perfect. Like I used to do taxidermy, right, in the wintertime. And, you know, you're doing taxidermy. You're sitting at a bench, basically. on the same stool. You're generally in the same spot most of the time, you know, working on whatever, a deer head or whatever you're working on. And you usually have the radio on or something. In the later years, I had like a little television up there. And this would be perfect for a business like that. Like, you know, someone who's stationary, you know, not making a lot of noise, because taxidermy, you don't make a shit ton of noise. And you could talk all day with somebody and still get your work done. Or somebody that sews, you know, like, or
Point, man.
knits,
Good point.
you know,
All right,
perfect,
Lou.
perfect for them.
Lou, can you go out and come back in? Maybe that'll fix your mic because you're cracking up
Oh,
bad.
I still got mic problems. Okay, I'll go out.
I'm here to support you, Dick, in calling out these whippersnappers for their lax productivity.
And I do the same thing. And what OTW is saying, we actually started this conversation out at the beginning of the stream today about that precisely, is that's what we would do, is we like to have audible in the background. But that's different from when you say, because now you're giving 20% to the audio, right? That's in the background, but you're giving 80% to your business. But when you're on panel, now you're giving 80% to the panel and you're giving 20% to the business. You're looking over at the phone and seeing who called and who you got to get back to or whatever, but you're not
You're not comparing your productivity against somebody else. You're comparing it against you without the distraction.
Exactly. And I'm sure others have some kind of similar experience. And if not, I'd like to hear
me all the time.
I'd love Cage to come on here and tell me how he's tremendously more productive making deep fakes of Paul and OTW.
Yeah, you
business.
can only multitask so much. You know,
Terrible
you can only
deepfakes, by the way.
kind of
Well, we all do have
so
free
much.
time, Dick.
That's
you
right,
know.
Dick.
It all depends on how you use your free time, right? Some people take the free time and reinvest that free time into the business or whatever, but some other people will actually take the time to go fishing, make deep fakes, you know, listen to music on YouTube, participate in podcasts or listen to vlogs, blogs, whatever. I mean, it's
no, you guys. I yield. I concede. You guys are so right. You're so fucking productive, and I'm the loser. I'm the only one with this problem. All you guys are just.
Dick, you did a fantastic service. If you got triggered by Dick's comment, you know that you're fucking off time.
Dick, you're a loser.
Yeah, and I'm trying to make you all losers too, but you won't join me, and that's I'm proud of you all. You guys did great today.
No,
I mean, lose a taxidermist out of work.
Because I'm honest and willing to acknowledge the truth of my interaction with the technology, but I'm waiting to hear an example, and especially I'd love for Cage to come up and talk about it. It's like, are you really as productive or more productive with the technology? I don't think so. It's
not the social stuff. There's no way.
Exactly.
Dick, that's what I was saying yesterday. The same thing, but I use different words. Is that we're not living in the real world. We are living on these screens, and I was there before the screens came along. The phones, and I'm sure you guys were as well.
What do you mean?
By the way, just real quick, it depends on what you define as productivity. Because if you like building the metaverse and want to live in that realm in a pod with a G-tube while you live in an artificial realm with an avatar, you're being very productive right now, and you're building yourself a great fucking mansion.
But people also need to recognize that there's placebo productivity activities, and things like content creation for most people are one of them. For me, it's one of them. I don't make fuck all for money off YouTube compared to like return on time. I'm probably getting paid like half a cent an hour.
Oh God.
No, it's true. It's actually true.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
So that's why I would find it kind of hard for them to come along and say, hey, look, we're going to make a deep fake of you. We're going to pay you so you can sit back and watch yourself, be more productive.
But have you looked at my body? Have you seen my chiseled abs and the man penis, V shape that comes above my belt line? You haven't seen that. People will pay money for the dick V.
It's a good thing that you showed that online. I mean, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Here, do you want to see it? Hold on a second.
No.
Let me get set up.
You got Voynich excited. You got one guy on the hook here.
No, we said no.
Okay, well, the offer's on the table. Rain check next time.
Well, if someone shows me theirs, I'll show you mine.
I think the YouTube policy allows taint, though, as long as you don't get any butthole or obvious ball sack in.
Manel, are you interested?
How the fuck did you have to walk into this nonsense?
No.
I should have.
Sorry.
Hey, Rob, I completely forgot you were up here, man.
Listen, I
Welcome to the
was a
stream.
courier for 10 years. I don't mind. I'm good with like gross humor. It's all good.
Good job on not
Just
breaking
bring-
up the show just to introduce me in. Thank you, OTW.
Hey,
You're
Rob.
welcome,
Rob, can you shut up for once? You're constantly fucking interrupting.
Rob, if Haley would like to sit in your tank,
Be quiet.
Oh,
Stay in
no,
your
he's such a-
corner.
Yeah, Rob, we're
He's such
talking
a
about Lou's
gentleman.
small,
Stop
crooked
it.
dick right now. Don't you know
Yeah.
when important things are
It's
being
all
discussed?
about me.
All right,
is
I'll
it true
excuse
that
myself.
Canadians have smaller penises and that they taste like maple syrup?
No,
Yes.
it's just because it's
I don't
because
know.
it's colder in Canada, dude. It's colder there.
What was it?
Pools are colder there.
OTW sucks dick. Can you ask him?
Rob left. Why'd Rob?
God damn it, you guys! You chased off our black guy.
Christos left.
God.
Everybody's running. Rage quitting today.
You say it like
No,
it's
Rob's
a
a
bad-
gent. He's a total gent, man. He's a proper gent.
He's probably
You guys
frustrated
are
with us,
funny.
and rightfully so, though, with our genitalia talk and just digressing into nonsense.
Maybe he's out being productive. He was like, you know what? Those fucking old white guys in the middle of the state, they told me some stuff, and I recognize that I have been inefficiently using my time, and I'm going to not allow myself to do that anymore. Probably not.
These meta streams are perfect for Rob's job. I think he's a security guard or something like that, where he's sitting in a place all night long. There's nobody there. You know, the odd person walks in, and he could just sit on the stream, chill out, shoot the shit, where he doesn't talk much, but he can listen and he can participate when he wants, and pass his day a lot quicker. That's perfect for that.
But
That's why I'm on here.
Let me play devil's advocate, though. What would be the alternative? What's the opportunity cost of hanging out on here, right?
Can I say no? If you say, let me play the devil's advocate, can I say no? Please
You
not.
can, but you know that it ain't going to do much.
Okay.
It was a rhetorical question, not a...
Well, I guess the value that you would get out of being here was
But
like
ultimately,
the
we all
productiveness
still
of the
end up on
conversation.
here.
Thank you for interrupting me, Manel.
Sorry.
Great things.
No, I
Great stuff, man.
apologize. Sorry.
Right. It's okay.
Chill out, OTW. God.
You got it. I was just saying, it's like, you know, you get what you have productive conversations with people sometimes, and it can inspire you to do things that you don't do.
OTW, you don't have to keep yelling at us.
What are you yelling?
You're yelling at us.
He never
Okay, well, throw
yells
me
at
out.
us.
Kick me off the panel.
He's Quebecois. That's
All right, now that we got rid of OTW,
That was a good gaslight, fellas. And ladies.
important things here. Let's
When he
talk
comes
about
back, we gotta keep it
OTW
up.
behind his
Convince him
back
that-
while he's not here. How can
Bro,
OTW improve, guys? What do you think?
Oh yeah, well, for one thing, he could stop being Quebecois. He could leave Quebec. He'd instantly improve. The minute he
I agree
stepped
with
out
that.
of Quebec and into Ontario or even Newfoundland.
We don't even know what that is. It's part of the 51st
Quebec-
state. We're aware of that, but like,
Quebec is a state, the province, whatever. And
is that a hockey team?
Yeah, it's one of no, it's not a fucking hockey team. It's a province. It's a state in Canada.
That's your sport with like the ice skates, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I like pizza.
Okay, it's just as lame with OTW not here as when he is here, so let's bring him back.
Hey, you guys want to see my dick V yet, though? Oh, he's back.
You guys
You're
are
not hurting anything,
horrible.
OTW. We figured that out, having you gone.
Yeah, I guess you know.
I think it's mostly Lou's fault or Flow State's fault.
What the fuck? I came up here to support you, and this is you Judas ass motherfucker.
It's probably my fault. It's generally always my fault.
Lou, stop it. It's Dick's fault because he's a traitor and a turncoat.
And a small
I
hat.
think the highlight
With a
is
big
Lou
hat on.
cleaning his teeth right now.
Why?
He's got to get that,
I'll have a big
drug
head.
deal out. He's
Great
been
content.
doing.
Maybe
That's
my
why he
dog-
doesn't have any taxidermy work because he eats all the damn fucking animals.
My daughter got
Nom
me.
nom.
My daughter,
Nom
she's
nom 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 nom.
a dental hygienist, and she freaking got me addicted to doing this. I'm doing it all the time now because of her.
Yeah, the people in my house are on those things too.
And now since I started doing this, like she's been a dental hygienist for like, I don't know, 5 years now. And it's like, Dad, you have to do it. You have to do it. And now I'm fucking addicted to it. I'm constantly doing it. I don't know.
And the bags break and those little fucking things get everywhere. And
I know,
Yeah.
they're horrible, aren't they?
Yeah, but there's only one kind I can use. It's the cheap fucking dollar store brand ones, for some reason, they're the only ones that go good with my teeth. There's these expensive kind. I don't like them. They don't.
So you're saying the white trash is just genetically that deep that your teeth grew into? Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
And now I can only use the fucking cheap dollar store brand.
That's impressive.
All right.
And I'm from Missouri, and I'm impressed.
No one knows where that is.
Bro, it's right in the middle. It's sort of like the hills meet. It's like like Arkansas North. It's Arkansas North. How about that?
So that's where when the Russians throw the bombs, that's where they're gonna be their center point.
Stop it.
So it's where we smoke out of light bulbs and we shoot out of moving cars.
Okay, so you're like Quebecers.
I don't know what hockey team that is, bro.
Okay.
It's the Quebec Nordiques.
It sounds like Britain.
We sold our hockey team to Colorado, so now it's the Colorado Avalanche. But it used to be Quebec Nordiques.
Yeah, congratulations on having a new hockey team.
That's
fucking waste of money.
I think you might have a thing with the toothpick.
Who are these people?
That figures.
You
for
should
the
bring
French.
the toothpick.
They're always fucking selling out. You know, whether it's World War II or hockey teams, they're always selling out the fucking Frenchmen. I'm telling you, can't trust
money
them.
could have been better
No, we
invested
kept
on
Montreal
trans
Canadiens.
kids.
We kept
Can't
the best
trust
team.
them fuckers.
Canadians always beat the Nordiques. It was fucking laughable.
And all the Montreal Canadiens come from Alberta.
Would it be illegal if I made these dipped in cocoa leaves? But
how do you dip something in a leaf?
Not processed cocaine, but just the cocoa leaf, like the extract, a slight isolate of cocoa leaf on the.
Hey, I have $1 million idea.
So what you're talking about is
that'll be
I don't think so.
I don't think that'd be illegal. I could probably pull that off.
It's definitely still illegal, just like you can't really just roll around with anhydrous on you.
Yeah. I have no idea what you're saying.
Strangely enough, we're talking about these things, but last night I had the first toothache I ever had in my life. I could not find one of these stupid things, and I went to go try and
look at that gigantic chunk of meat stuck on his toothpick there.
Stop showing us what was
That's horrific.
That might be your toothache you dug out right there.
Did you just pull a potato out of your tooth?
It's the string that's.
I don't know. I don't want to know what it is. Come on, Luke.
If you use a paring knife, it'll go quicker.
Just a small tapeworm that came off on there.
It's a pussy hair.
Clagons.
It's a pussy hair. Finally got that thing out. No, I got the first toothache I ever had in my life, and I think I caused it myself because I couldn't find one of these stupid things. And I tried to pick something out of my tooth with a.
You need one with the
cocaine. With what? It was a paring knife, wasn't it?
You need
a
one
sharp
with
screw.
Okay,
I didn't want to say it.
I mean, it will rid you of the pain, you know.
And then I fucking had a toothache all night. I think I damaged.
Bro, you might have white trash genetic teeth, but they're not bad enough to get a screw into. That's way too thick. Of an instrument, you know that. You're
no, I
better
have.
than that.
No, I have one tooth that always has it's not in between, it's inside. It gets like if a little piece of bone or something.
The sharp tooth.
And you use this end to get it out, but I didn't have one, so I used the fucking screw.
Screws aren't even good like nail cleaning tools, really.
Well, that's all I had. Fuck. I fucked up my
Patrick,
tooth.
may I say something? If ever you're short of material, we can go from toilet to tooth conversations.
That's right. Everything is important in life. Okay? Even your weaknesses.
That's what you say.
Listen, love your weaknesses. And if you accept them, you love them, you let them be they become your strength.
You say.
Bro, you would have been my best friend in rehab.
Why don't
this is coming from a guy who's wearing a fucking Philadelphia.
Why don't you just say that about yourself if you like it so much?
Like what? My weaknesses?
Like it's an advice, but I mean, are you actually living it?
I'm making my weaknesses my strengths? Yes, I am.
Okay. Yeah, I can see.
You want me to give you an example? You want me to give you an example?
I do.
Okay. I'll give you 2 examples. My sister is married to a Filipino guy, and he was a bit of a hoarder.
That is a weakness.
He was a bit of a hoarder. They're split up now, but anyways, they made three beautiful kids, and he was a hoarder of 60s retro furniture. And like he had his garage full of this shit. My sister was going crazy with fucking get rid of this shit, all this crap. And he realized he had a problem.
That's some good
Oh,
stuff.
shut the fuck up if you want the
I
answer,
get
bitch.
No, I want to hear the rest of the story because this ties right into how like the white trash is in his jeans. So
Yes.
go ahead and carry on.
So he's staving all this shit. He's filling up his house with all this retro furniture. And at a certain point, he realized he's got a fucking problem. He's a hoarder. GTIF. What the fuck?
Carry on. So what happened?
I thought you said you couldn't read.
I can't read. I can't read. No, so he ended up, he said, fuck this. I'm going to open a store. So he goes to the shittiest neighborhood in Toronto. It's Queen Street. All the junkies, all the drunks, they were all down there. Then he rents this place and he starts this little retro furniture store. Well, don't you know that the fucking yuppies and all the trendies, they moved into that area. They pushed out the junkies. They pushed out the drunks. They made multi-millions of dollars selling used crap. Half of it they picked up off the side of the road. And now they bought the building. They own the building. They shut down the business and they rented it to a 3-star company that sells bread, some kind of French company that sells bread. And they got they're millionaires over this. So my thing is I collect decent, good windows, doors, all this kind of people are tearing down a house. I hate to see them smash these beautiful windows. Sometimes they're a year old, not even. They're brand new. And I go pull them out. And so I decided I was doing it for tiny homes, right? I was building tiny homes and using that shit. But I have way too much. So I decided I'm going to start making a little store and fucking selling it right off my property.
He's building FEMA camps.
And I'm going to fucking make a killing. You watch.
Bro, that's legit though. Salvage, if you've got the right setup and you're on the right jobs, you can make some money at salvage. You just have to have this space.
I hooked up, like I had a building inspector. I had a building inspector show up at my door because I was building a barn without a permit. And I ended up that we're good buddies. So I'm not going to go into all that story. But he hooked me up with all the builders. When the builders have a wrong window that, it's the wrong shape, wrong color, wrong size, whatever, he calls me up and I go pick them up. They're brand new, never installed. Right?
And also union, if at least down here, the unions, like they can't scrap things, right? Out of the union job. So when they're done with a project, everything is going in the trash can.
Yes, bro. I've seen them throw entire roofs, like a whole truss system, smashing it with a machine. And this is like freaking $20,000 truss system.
I probably made $5,000 last year off of one job I worked on because we were done, and I'm not in the union.
Same here. Granite tops and stuff. They're just chucking them in skips. So, if you're on form and you've got the vehicle, you can get this stuff.
And it's like, it is a weakness of mine because I can't fucking seem to throw good shit out.
The other side of that, though, is if you've got a job like a demo job, you can get all of your shit moved out for free. If you just put a listing on Facebook, free used deck lumber or whatever, people will show up and do all of your disposal for.
Yes, I do that. I just got 2 sliding doors, brand new, never installed off a site that they were going to throw them out because they got the wrong type of door. They were supposed to be French doors and they were sliding doors. So they just left them there and they were going to throw them in the bin. And I just sold them for $600, $300 each. I picked them up and within a week I had them sold. So I'm going to turn that weakness into a strength.
So that's not a weakness, though. That's an industrious activity.
Yeah, but hoarding can be a fucking weakness. It can, because it's like you can't throw shit out.
I acquire stuff way faster than I get rid of it. You're preaching to the choir, but
well, I became a hoarder. I think I was created because I had 3 fires in a year. My truck burned down, my barn burned down, and my fucking house burned down. Not in a
somebody was trying to kill you.
Maybe.
Yeah, you're still here, man.
No, man. Oh dear.
Maybe, but that. Anyways, whatever. That's.
Or you're on an insurance list.
I got no enemies, but that may turn me into a hoarder because I lost my shit like 3 times. Like everything, all my shit was gone. I literally saved a photo album because I ran into the house to get it, and the fucking fireman almost fucking killed me trying to stop me. And I got through them and grabbed that photo.
Having been poor, if you've been poor and needed something, then that kind of lasts in people. And yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I've never been really, really poor, but those 3 fires, they turned me into a hoarder, man. I can't throw shit out. It's weird. I don't know.
Lou, you should see my folks' house. That's hoarding. It's scary.
I can't see fuck all. I need my glasses.
Because of all the roadkill.
Trust me, you'd fall out the door as quick as you walked in.
No, this screen's too damn small. Fuck. Oh, wait, I have my television. I'm going to put it on my television. Okay. I see you now, Manel.
A hoarder. Just thinking about that word. A hoarder.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a whore too. I kind of been, yeah. I was a one-man woman my whole life, and then when I split up with my wife, I became a whore. A bad one too. I never enjoyed that life either. That's a shitty life.
The monogamous life?
And now you're
no. I enjoyed the monogamous life.
The whore life you didn't like.
Not that. It's not. There's no fulfillment
either.
It's a lot of work and not as much reward for the
other
glamour.
than the sex, there's no reward in it, and even the sex
gets old
is
real
shit
quick.
Sometimes you get
I
some
agree.
fucking, some dumb broad or whatever that's just a fucking asshole.
Poke and scratch. That's all they
Then
do.
you have to chase her around with a Plan B pill the next morning.
Yeah, no, it's not my thing for sure.
Me neither.
No, I
too creepy.
I'm not
I'm
interested.
not
in
saying
being with
that
a
I
woman.
wouldn't do it still if I were single again. I'm just saying that it's a lot of work.
When you're
An honest
younger, you got more piss and vinegar in you, and you want to go, do shit. But my wife and I were together since my ex-wife and I were together since we were she was 16, I was 18. So we basically grew up together sexually, right? And that's all we did was fuck. That's literally, I think that's why we split up, because that's all we did. That's the only way we connected was through sex. And then
I
after
had a
a
marriage
while,
like that.
and then after
You
a
won't
while,
See how body
sorry.
chemistry and hormones change your mindset on these things? Because in your youth, of course, it's so alluring and so tempting, and it's it's exciting, and there's so much. I'm not saying it's not as beautiful when you age, but it just doesn't have that snag in you the way it did, where the impulse would cause you to do things of regret.
Well, you're
And
not
that's the
walking
nice thing
around
about
with-
wisdom is you get to a point where you're like, dude, I'm not doing anything that I wouldn't feel great about the next morning and the next day after. I've already played that game, so it helps
that you're not walking around with a perpetual heart on, right? Like when you're fucking 18,
I mean, I am.
do something with this thing. What do I do with this?
It's like fucking hit it with a stick sometimes.
You wake up in the morning and you're trying to fucking bend it. It won't bend. It's like, where can I put this?
It's like you're sitting in class and fucking the table starts to rise. You don't know what to fucking do. Everybody's noticing.
You got to flip it up before you have the boner, because if you've got the boner and then you got to maneuver it in position, you're fucked.
And then you get old, right? And you need like a little shovel of hot coals, right? So you get when you want to go have sex, you get a little shovel of really hot coals, and you just put it below the head, right? And you get closer and closer, and it starts to rise, right? It wants to get away from the coals, right?
I'm not that old. I'm still at like the hot wax phase, I think, but
I'm not either. I'm actually going into a second puberty. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's weird. I've
do you
gone to the
masturbate a lot now?
Once in a while, yeah, it happens. What can you do? But I find myself, I'm going to a fucking bar. I never went to a bar when I was young. And now, within the last fucking year, I've gone like a dozen times.
You don't have to pretend like you're in the shower, Lou. That just wastes water and jacks up your
Well,
bill.
that's why I bought this fucking thing, right? I figured I can be on fucking in the shower. I could be whacking off and talking to you guys all at the same time.
Oh, that's weird.
Why do you think my camera's off?
Manal, come up there. We'll do it. Come over. We'll do it together. Come over. We'll do it together. We'll get in the shower and we'll be talking to Pam. You and me.
Are we all masturbating right now? Somebody count us down.
Brilliant. My facial muscles are being exercised. It's really good.
I got better ways to do that, Manel. I'm just kidding.
You'll have to chase me over the hills and far away.
I was only kidding. Mano, come here. Give me a kiss.
All right.
Oh,
yeah, it's
boy.
all good. Healthy fun.
All the ladies hid their face. What happened to you, ladies? Where'd you go, ladies?
Oh, they're scared. They're scared. I don't know why they're scared.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Trying to be productive and run a
nothing
business.
really.
Yeah, right. You're the guy.
Multi-billionaire, multi-marketer business. More than all. I'm making everything happen. ChatGPT is working for me.
You're the guy who goes and has sex at the zoo. What are you talking about?
It's on occasion.
With
if they'll
what?
allow me to pleasure the monkeys that way. I mean, it's
that says something about you.
Behind closed doors, you're revealing too much now, Lou.
Too much
The
information.
zoo's an interesting place. I don't go to zoos because they're entirely depressing, and I think what they
I'm
do to animals
surprised
is
they
horrific.
let taxidermists into zoos.
You won't find me there.
Ooh.
I'm not
They
a
are kinda-
taxidermist. I've always done I've never been my living. I'm not a out of work taxidermist, Flow State.
I mean, that's not what OTW told me.
I've always done taxidermy since I was literally 10 years old, and I always did it as a side business. I still do it once in a
Did
while.
somebody teach you taxidermy, or did you just play with enough dead animals that you figured it out?
No, bro. I literally I was a maniac. I wanted to learn it so bad that I would take my bike and I would go. There was a bunch of taxidermists back then. They were all over the city in Toronto. And I would take my bike early in the morning before school and go see them and try to talk to them. And they'd throw me out because I was bothering them doing their work and shit. And I remember one guy, I went to learn how to preserve a rabbit skin. This one guy, he says to me, he says, okay, look, kid, bring me a coffee every morning for a week. And when after the week, I'll tell you what to do with this rabbit skin. So I go every morning, and there was no Tim Hortons. So my mother had to make the coffee. And I'd bring him a little thermos with coffee every day. And then it comes after the end of the week and he says, "Oh, just put salt on it." Get out of here. So I fought to learn that trade. And taxidermists back then were very, let's say, they were like, they hid their art. They didn't want people to learn it, right? Because there was... I guess it was kind of like a hidden thing. Nobody wanted to teach the next guy, right? They all had their little tricks. They all had their little thing, So, but eventually I got one of them, who we're still friends today, to let me in and be his sort of like apprentice, right? So I would clean the floor or whatever and clean up, and he would teach me and I would learn, and I learned. And then because I didn't have my own business, I used to do all the illegal shit. So I would, people would come to me specifically because I didn't have a storefront, and they'd bring me their hawks, their owls, their songbirds, shit you couldn't legally do, right? And then I got busted, and they found me with a freezer full of fucking hawks, owls, songbirds, all this shit. And I was too young to arrest. I was like 14 years old, so they just took all my shit and left. I got a lot of people that gave me deposits that I had to tell them, I got busted. What do you want? Yeah, crazy shit.
Wow.
But I still do it. Here, I'll show you one that I did recently. I did it for my little granddaughter because she loves owls. And I hit this thing on the road. No, I didn't hit it on the road. I picked it up off the road. And I mounted it for her. And then my daughter didn't even take it. She used to love playing with this thing. I don't know if you could see it. It's mounted on a deer antler shed. Can you see it?
Yeah, that's a horned owl, isn't it?
Well, it looks exactly like...
horned owl?
it looks exactly like a horned owl, but if you look, it's the size of my hand. So it's called a saw-whet owl. It literally looks exactly like a great horned owl, but a great horned owl is like 3 feet tall. They're huge. This is the size of my hand. It's called a saw-whet owl. They're tiny little
Looks
birds.
like a baby.
No, it's full grown, but that's as big as they grow.
It's really gorgeous, though. I love owls, and we've got a lot of owls here in Scotland. If you're driving at night, you'll find if you're driving along the country roads, they'll be flying like the barn owl. They'll fly right alongside your car, and all you can see is this snow white underbelly and wings. Just beautiful.
My buddy's dad had one fly in the sunroof while he was driving.
I think some of you guys saw this, right?
What, in front?
Let me guess, you all love owls.
That's a wild.
You love owls. Do you love owls, Flow State?
I hate animals.
That's a wild turkey.
Okay.
It's basically
It's
beautiful, isn't it?
You don't love owls?
Yeah, it's stunning.
I have no affinity with owls whatsoever.
Okay, good. I thought you guys were like soft dropping the Mason thing or something, but I didn't know what was going on here.
Nothing with owls on this side.
No, it's not owls.
You were supposed to ask to join, but
I'm doing
it's all creatures.
I've already been invited.
You look at them; they all have this beauty.
I'm doing some turkey tails right now, where people get just the tails done when they shoot a turkey.
you shouldn't call women that.
What, turkey tails?
Hey, nothing wrong with that. We know how to turn our tail.
Holy shit! Did it rain last night? I got a puddle of fucking water in my yard.
Sure did here.
It did?
Oh,
you're far from me, but where the fuck did that puddle come from? I didn't think it rained.
You're getting older, Lou. Maybe it's
effect, dude.
maybe it's your puddle.
Maybe.
You come to Scotland, it rains anytime. It don't warn you. It just happens.
She wants you to go there.
That's like fucking out west,
She wants you
right?
to go there, dude. Yeah.
That's like out west.
I see it happening. I see Manel and Lou Bass hooking up here. I've been listening to the conversation, and Lou Bass was saying that he was just joking around, but I know he's not because he's been honest since he got here on the panel. And why would he lie about that if he's being honest about all the rest? He even admits that he masturbates. I mean, I'm saying, come on, guys.
That's one of my weaknesses.
I'm thinking that didn't admit that at some level would be lying. I mean, at some point you've masturbated.
Wow.
Tell me you never touched your dick and you're a grown man.
No, he doesn't know how. Like O'Shea, he said he didn't start masturbating until he was 36 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta. That's not.
That's
healthy.
a goddamn lie.
You gotta.
Come on. What did he say?
Start masturbating before you know what the hell it is.
O'Shea said he didn't start masturbating till he was 26 or something. Isn't that what he said?
30. Oh, 26. Okay.
And he spent the next decade masturbating and doing nothing else.
I can't see. Okay, I'm going to believe him because I got no reason
I had
to
the pastor
disbelieve him.
telling me to masturbate at 10. So,
you believe that he didn't masturbate till he was 26 or whatever? 30? I don't know.
Maybe he doesn't know what that word means.
I went over like a lead balloon.
No one heard it, Dick.
Do we want to keep going into this direction, or do we want to take a curveball or something? OTW. What are we doing?
I think we want to keep going into it.
All right, let's dive deep into masturbation. So, when did you start masturbating? Tell us about your first experience, how it felt, everything.
My masturbation is familiar masturbation, which is boring masturbation. I prefer new and adventurous masturbation. So, OTW. Talk to me, buddy.
Don't be babbling like a fool. Say what you got to say.
He couldn't wait to get that in there. Anyway, Hard Hat's listening closely, folks. Moose is listening very intently. We got a lot of fans here that want to know more.
We want to know why it sounds like you're stirring macaroni and cheese when girls masturbate. Like when they're really getting it.
Oh, that's horrible.
You got a wild imagination, Flow State.
I know, it's fucked.
He must have never masturbated a woman because it doesn't sound like that.
Bro, let me tell you something.
God, I got bad jokes today. I need to drink some more tea.
Oh, talking about tea, I need to get myself another coffee.
Dick, you shut everything down with your jokes, man. It just shuts everything down.
Lead balloons, man.
Look how much
used to it and just dragged me to the bottom. and when Christos' much needed validation, if you would
Oh, Flo State doesn't smoke weed? You don't smoke weed, Flo?
I would have assumed he did.
He doesn't.
Why not?
Of course he does. Come on, man. Everybody smokes weed.
I don't, but I've been trying to do little bits at a time for a little while now. Like a little puff at a time, just, see if I can build up my tolerance.
Flo State smokes those big cigars
fuck
like
that,
Arnold
tea it.
Schwarzenegger.
I make oil for my mother every year because it helps her with her arthritis. And one time I got a little tiny bit. I swear to God, you could barely see it at all on my finger. And I just went like this just to see what it tasted like. I was fucked up for 3 days. Like I couldn't recover from it. It was like, oh my God. I'm never eating it again, that's for sure. Vape it, maybe.
Whoa.
So what are we going to do when the robots start going through the landfills to recycle everything, and they're able to go back and find all these murders and prosecute, and everybody's scared because the technology is just exposing every wrongdoing that's ever happened, because now it actually can have perfect justice. So any crime ever committed, it's all been surveilled, and it will be deemed appropriate to make it public information so that we know, the harm that could potentially be done. Or you could put the chip in, Lou, the Pinio, which will guide and direct you to make sure that you're safe and efficient and effective, convenient human being. Which would you prefer?
Well, I mean, we've already got the chip. That's done.
Self-assembling nanotech of sorts.
I don't know. We carry it in our right hand. We do it like everybody carries it in their right hand. The chip is already with it. We have the chip. It's done.
No, you masturbate with your right hand. That's not the chip. I don't know how the two correlate.
Doesn't everybody hold their phone in their right hand? You're breaking up.
Well, I need my right hand.
Doesn't everybody hold their phone in their right hand? Basically.
I do on occasion if I'm.
Well, that's the chip, man. We took the chip. We weren't asked, and we didn't know what we were doing, and we got it already in our hand. Isn't that what they said? In your right hand or in your forehead? Well, soon they'll give the option of putting it in the forehead, which is already there, isn't it? Some people getting implants in their head that they can hear their phone without any.
They were being implanted years ago in their hand, Lou. That's not new.
What?
The neural net is a newer thing. Supposedly.
But I'm saying the chip is the phone. It's the cell phone.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It literally is the cell phone. That's the chip.
Well, don't take it with you then. You don't need it wherever you go. We never needed it before.
I know. And I held out for years not getting a cell phone. And then my kids and my mother banded together to buy one for my birthday. And that's it. I was hooked from then on. But for years, there were cell phones, affordable cell phones. And I said, no, I don't want this shit. Fucking people can get a hold of me anywhere I am. What the fuck is that? I don't want that. And then when I got it, that's it. So my own parents and my own children put the chip in me. It wasn't the devil, right?
No.
It was my own family put the chip on me. It's the cell phone.
What year was it? What year?
Oh, geez.
Were you guys talking about the mark of the beast when you were talking about the chip?
What year did you get your first mobile?
I don't know. I'm trying to think. It would have been like early 2000s, just before 9/11 or just around 9/11.
So about 2000-ish. Right,
well, let me base my memory off of this tragic event. I just gauged when everything happened off of 9/11.
Well, they're major events.
No, that would be a good bit. I agree.
They're time markers that we remember. So I remember it was around 9/11, shortly after they bought me a cell phone, and they said, yeah, you got to use this because we got to get a hold of you. And I'm like, fuck. Because there was cell phones already around for several, probably.
Yeah, 94. I got mine.
Since the early 90s.
And the only reason I got it was because my radio for the courier company I was working for, I couldn't reach them, so I was having to find phone boxes. So
I had a pager.
Yeah,
I
we
used-
definitely weren't on
I had a
smartphones yet,
pager
but
as
we did have
well. I
cell
did the
phones.
pager thing as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Now we know
Well,
who the drug dealers were.
I had
No,
Well, they
pagers.
used
That's
to
all
give
I
them to
had.
you back when they brought them in. Everybody could get a free, the latest, greatest technology. All you had to do was sign that 2-year contract, and they'd keep upping you with
Yeah.
the next one free. They finally did away
That's
with that
it.
because they knew people were addicted. But initially, it was like drugs. They gave it to you, and if you had a job of any sort, your company bought you one. Pretty much any company that had anything,
Yeah.
to do with technology would give you that, just as part of a perk.
Pagers were the
You know
best.
why? Because they could contact you 24/7, and it was a major benefit for the company to be able to call their employees and have them on call, constantly.
Absolutely.
So they'd pay for that phone.
That's why
And I have
pagers
to
were
say,
good.
even when pagers were the new thing, I was looking at it like they paid you and then you have to go find a phone and call them back. Like even then I was like, that sounds
Yeah,
like
that,
you're
I was in
But
that.
that was the
Yeah,
nice thing
that-
about pagers. You didn't
Yeah,
have
that's
to
what
call
I liked
back
about it.
because they
I
call
love
you
that.
and you can ignore it or whatever, right? And then just say, "Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't
true.
hear it. I was busy. I didn't hear it. Whatever." So you had the option to call them back, but somebody calls you, and now they know you're there or whatever. They could tell if you're there. Some stupid thing. They know if you open the email or the text or whatever. And so it's like you're bound to this stupid thing. You're like we're chained to it's the fucking chip. It's the mark of the beast.
Right, that's it.
No, the
They
mark of the
bought us,
beast
and then we
won't
went and
be
bought the
under the
mobile.
radar. That's the one good thing about it is you can't be tricked into it. You will have to acknowledge that you are giving up whatever deity you believed in exchange for the new world, whatever. It won't be like, oh, you accidentally got it 2 years ago and you didn't even know. It won't be like that.
I don't know, or maybe it's just the conditioning. It's predictive programming, right? So they're
I'm
getting
saying
us.
like
The cell phones are getting us used to having a chip in us, right?
Well, even the CBDCs will do the mark of the beast thing without requiring the tattoo. They can just turn your money off and not worry about whether you have a tattoo or a chip or not. But the mark of the beast will be like you're acknowledging the Antichrist is your new god or whatever. Whereas that the Antichrist will preach for the beast that saved him from the head wound, something like that. But Dick, I absolve you of your highest yes man status. You've been robbed of that by Tribe, and he's now top of the yes men. And you're free to just be a debater or a masturbator.
A master debater. All right.
Yep.
I'll do my
No,
best
it's
to fill
Master
those
Dick.
large shoes.
Master Dick.
Well,
Yeah, Tribe is an
even
interesting
whenever Dick was prime yes man, he still would have subjects he'd stand on it like, no, I don't budge on this. Like, this is what I think. And but Tribe is just something else, man. Tribe he reminds me of one of those lunch table kids. Like, you're just waiting for him every day. Like, what's it going to be today?
Yeah, but if you describe me approving of Paul as a yes man, then you can say I'm still a yes man because I approve of Paul. I think he does a great job. I like his broadcast. I like the content he brings. I like the challenging discussions that he has. And
I mean, I'll agree with him when I agree with him, but there's some stuff.
Exactly.
It's like, why would you keep going this long and not clean that up?
Clean what up?
Broadcasting. What does broadcasting mean when you all keep saying it? Like, what are you trying to say when you say
clean what up, Tommy? What are you saying he has to clean up?
I feel like ever since even when I joined, I feel like he's not even about that hardline information and teaching people shit anymore. I feel like it's day to day, just a lot of like trolling and stuff.
So if you would be the arbiter, and Paul would have to.
No, it's not my place to care. But if I sit here and speculate,
if you were the arbiter and Paul had to listen to you, what would he have to do to change his broadcast to make it better, in your opinion?
I see that's hard because Lou, when we were in the early days, that was the whole point, was no one described what we're doing here. So he'd have to tell me what he wants out of it, and then I'd maybe have some points. But like I said, when I came in, he used to show court footage and talk about stuff, and I guess he still does sometimes. But ever since these screets opened up to all the different channels, I feel like it's been too much of a distraction for a lot of people compared to what direction they were in back then.
I was listening to you talk to Paul the other day, and you were having a little discussion on how you're presenting and how he's, basically your relationship between you and Paul. And it was so interesting to me that I really had this picture of you being the child and Paul being the daddy. I did have that picture in my mind listening to that conversation. And I'm not saying this to offend you, Tommy.
No, I was just going to add in that, like, there's days where I have the patience to deal with him pretty straightforward and clean, and then sometimes I just don't feel like it, and I get sloppy on my debate, and that's probably, I think I know when you're talking about what you were listening to.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, and it
But
was
as far as, like,
it was
just
nice. I'll be
logic,
honest with you, Tommy. It was nice to hear you that way, because not that I'm saying that you're like a child. I didn't get the analogy. Don't get triggered by it. But I sense that I could understand who you are a little better with that presentment rather than the presentment you run around with generally.
well, I'm not sure.
Does that make sense?
Well, let's talk about this presentment. You say you feel you grasp me better.
Well, I see you.
Elaborate on that.
Okay, what I believe, and I could be totally wrong, I'm just a dumb wop who can't read. So don't take anything I say to be the truth.
No, you're not that dumb.
But I would suggest that you knowing a little bit about your history, knowing that you come from a blended family, knowing that you were the tie between your parents that was you mother and father, and the other ones were either your fathers or your mothers, you became sort of that middle person in this bunch. I could relate to that. I was kind of that in my family, but I have a sense that you are sort of you've become accustomed to the being the outcast, right? It's something that has because you've had to learn and deal with that fact that you were somehow the outcast growing up. You become comfortable with it, and today it's become part of your coping mechanism in any given situation that you feel you might have a hard time in. So when you're triggered in whatever way, the outcast comes out and you personify that outcast, and you get everybody to be part of that outcast mentality that you feel because it's comfortable for you being the outcast, because you've learned how to cope with being the outcast. So you create it wherever you go. That's how I see you.
I get why you see that, but that's actually not it, because growing up I was the everyman kid. Like, I could go to any clique. Like, I was accepted by everybody as a kid because I wasn't really myself. Like, even into my late teens and shit, I was. I mean,
I'm not saying that other people viewed you as the outcast.
I was accepted by everybody.
Yeah, no, I'm that, but that's not what I'm talking about. Other people may have saw you completely different. I'm saying that I believe, and like I said, I'm just a dumb wop who can't read, so don't take anything I say as the truth.
What you're saying
I would
is smart, it
suggest
makes
that
sense, but I'm gonna.
you saw yourself as the outcast.
No,
I would suggest that it was you that saw yourself that way. So you created this persona because it was something that you had to become comfortable with, right?
I think a lot of the old school enslaved people just get that vibe because of how I was with the unslaved. But really, the way we talk about this alleged revelations and beast system and end times, that's why I'm comfortable being the outcast, or why I see myself as the outcast, because I'm going to stick to my guns and do my thing. And I need to assume that the further we would get into said beast system, I will be more and more outcasted. Where I was trying to think of the other word.
You mean because you're not going to participate?
No, just because I have my logic and my morals and my individual, like, that the thing that we all can decide for ourselves. I have that, and as long as it's not causing damage, harm, or theft, I'm gonna stick to it. And I do see, like Lou's saying, I do see how just me being like, oh, I feel this way about it, I'm gonna do this. Sometimes I don't understand why people get outraged by it. It's like, why would you be mad? I'm just making my choice. But he's right. I see me being demonized or ostracized a lot over shit that doesn't even really.
But do you see how you might be creating it? It's because
Well, I
it
think you're
becomes a
saying
coping.
creating like I think you're saying that like, oh, I need to make sure I'm ostracized, and I don't think it's
No,
that.
I don't think that it's conscious a lot of the times from anybody in particular, and I don't think you're any different. But like, you know how some people, we're all kids in some level, but some people, they're the class clown, right? To say the
Yeah, I
classic
was the
one, right?
class clown.
And the
I
class
was accepted by
clown,
everybody,
the
but I
class
wasn't really
clown,
me.
right? But the when the person takes on the class clown, it's generally they're having some pain or discomfort at home in some way, and they found that when they made a joke or did a funny or whatever, that it relieved the tension in the house, so they carried that out into their older life, grown-up life, whatever, and they were sort of use that whenever there's a difficult situation. Now they make a joke, they
Okay,
laugh, they
so
create a
here's how I
and
can tell
yours,
you
I
what.
would suggest, is the outcast,
But
right?
here's what you and a lot of people have been doing all these months, and now that you say it like that, I can like point this out. It's like you guys have a tendency to always think that a thing has to be because of like fear or past trauma or pain, and that can be like what you just said about the class clown. That can be, but really, man, I just was a kid that was in the stand-up comedy, Comedy Central, Kids in the Hall. I just liked making jokes and thinking up jokes, liked getting people to laugh. And while everybody has pain in their life or something, even if it's just relative to what they think pain is, like, sure, I had that, but there's not really a lot of escapism or denial with me, because that's why I like whenever the cult tries to give me a lot of shit, I'm like, look, guys, I'll admit, like, I'm past a lot of that stuff. It's not that I'm trying to look better than everybody or do, it's just I worked out a lot of that shit before you guys would ever meet me.
Why can I ask you, I don't see, you're saying that you were a little bit of the class clown as a child or as a young
No, I was
adult.
voted class clown
Okay,
number of
so
years. Yeah.
I'm just I'm not saying you weren't. I have to believe what you tell me because I wasn't there and I don't know. So I accept that. But I have to say also that I don't often see that in your in the way you present on these panels. I'm not maybe
Well,
you
there's
have.
also been a long-running thing where, and this happens to everybody, including Ben Thorpe, Paul, you, everybody this happens to, but I can call it out for noticing. But we'll all get on these panels, and sometimes it's like there's a panel for riffing around, shooting the shit, like we're just standing in a circle at a gas station, smoking cigarettes, fucking around. And then there's sometimes we all get really like deep, get into the information and get really decisive and debatey. And people will cherry pick our good times, our riffing times, and be like, that's them. That's their core self. And that means they're a piece of shit.
Well, hold on, Tommy. Like you have to have enough. I don't know. You have to see that you have a certain presentment that's fairly, it's fairly the same. I don't know. I'm having trouble finding words.
I don't want to speak to matter of fact, but I would say Tommy knows that. He's completely aware of that. And he uses that energy when he wants to in certain occasions to stir it up. And I don't think he's at all oblivious to that. And I kind of like it.
There are times I'll stir the pot, but also what I think you guys are seeing is there's a way that you can look vain or obnoxious or greater than thou, and really it's just like you are fine with yourself. You think everybody else is, and it's like that reference I used to make where if me and Andrew Tate were both talking about our shit, we wouldn't have any reason to say, oh, you're just bragging or you just think you're hot shit. It's like, no, we're just being real with each other, and we don't have any reason to, like, he can have 3 Lamborghinis and I can live without a job. And since we're both okay with that, we wouldn't be accusing each other of like bragging or being superior or whatever.
But that's one of the.
Hold
That's
a second,
one of the.
Lou. Wait a minute.
Sorry,
Lou.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Lou
go
and Tommy,
ahead.
you remember the last time when I apologized to you? The reason that I did apologize, and I remember very clearly, is that because of the way that you had presented yourself like you're doing today, which I actually enjoy seeing this Illuminati, right? And other times there where you really get me fucking triggered, and I don't enjoy the other Illuminati that I have to interact with. So maybe that's why I had retracted my apology, because you seemingly have multiple personalities or something, or it could be a bit non-bit, I don't know, but
well, there's
I
also an
appreciate when
aspect like we
I
each have our
appreciate when you're fucking
individual.
civil, dude. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, yeah, I can always be civil, but like we each have our individual interactions, and then some of us go to more panels than others. And sometimes, like, I might be beefing with somebody that you guys never saw the chat or didn't even see what panel it was on. So like that time you rage kicked me out of Ian's. That was like me and Wizard were in a long time battle. It was me versus the Unslaved, and so whenever you guys got pissed about me trying to handle him, it was just like that history was showing up there, whether you knew about it or not. And then what I was unhappy with you about, OTW, and it's nothing that's under my power, but like it was back when Paul was going to all the panels just fucking with people. Whenever I saw you settle on just like the Dr. Phil, like I was just mad because of what I saw in Paul that I see in me. And I was like, no, OTW, he's just being an asshole. I don't think it's anything like that. But that's when I felt like you kind of cucked out. And then Ian had kind of bent the knee and was trying to hang out with him. And, well, you see how that ended up. It still ended up back to square one with them anyway. But I even see Ian's crew, like, they won't even let me show up and agree with them. Like, I've typed stuff in the chat, like, in full agreement, and they've muted me for it. Like, I do not get that crew.
Yep. I run into that as well. It's like that whole toilet bowl earth community.
Oh, yeah.
I was genuinely trying to have a real conversation with the people. They just, even if I agree with them, they hate me. So you can't win with them.
They're locked in their box exactly the way the rulers of this world want it. They want everybody locked in their little boxes, in their little jail cell apartments, surrounded by concrete and pavement, and they're following the script perfectly, locked in their little box.
Well,
I actually missed the We Are Awake TV, live streams, because they were, the conversations that were being had there.
OTW, you were sprung.
I think he's coming back though. He's just on a hiatus, ain't he?
Don't you feel how you were sprung from jail? Wasn't that a restricting place to be?
No, not at all.
You don't
I never
see that?
felt that way.
And that's another thing, OTW.
No. First of all, Ian had discovered me. I was already, participating in. I was like on Bro Sanchez's panel, and he saw me on that panel, and he got in contact with me, and that's how I discovered We Are Awake TV. I spent a long time there, and I enjoyed the company of everybody that I met there. Well, obviously, there's always haters, always people that. And then the Paul thing happened, but in the beginning, I really liked Paul. So then the conflict happened, and I ended up choosing a side. But
as soon as you disagreed with
wait,
them,
shut up, Lou. And I'm directing this to Lou and Tommy. When I decided to put the white flag up with Paul, it was because I found that it would be much more valuable if we would work together instead of fucking fighting against each other. And I decided to stop doing that but now the way I see it is like, now Ian's not doing any lives anymore. And I'm like, I think, it's very sad, because he was doing a good thing there, and it was really cool. And
I might be wrong, but I feel like I saw a recent video where he just explained he's been on a break and he will be back. But what you're talking about, I agree that whenever I looked into all these channels' histories, I saw you and Z and Ian and a lot of people had a history of paneling together. And a lot of that separation was when Z latched on to the Unslaved train. He just started.
No, you see there, that's where you're getting it wrong, Tommy. It didn't start with Zetetic. It started with Jack. It didn't start with Zetetic. It seemed like
as far as you and Ian and Z all being separated.
Paul was attracted to We Are Awake TV, not by fucking Zetetic Warrior. He was attracted.
Oh
to
yeah,
reality
because Jack
by
showed up
Jack.
over there. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because that was the first night I went over
was
there
the
because
first
Jack told, like,
real
me and
trigger.
Jack were kind
It started there. It didn't start with Zetetic Warriors. Zetetic Warrior was
right,
just
but
one
I'm
of the,
saying the separation that didn't get sealed back up seemed to be over Zetetic Warrior going around just like burning bridges left and right. Because it's like now
well, because
everything's
Zetetic
cool.
Warrior had thought that he had found some friends that he could depend on, and people ended up backstabbing him, and including myself, because I thought I was seeing things in a different way, and all of that has changed since then. You understand?
Exactly.
Right. But this is the commonality that happened with me, though. Like, it happened with the channels, but it also happened with me, where you see now that Civil War era is over, but people still hate me because of like that opposition to Paul, and now they're cool with Paul, and the whole thing's over, and yet they still carry that ill will, and I don't even know if they realize that's what it is, you know? Because a lot of, like, Ian doesn't like me because I showed up saying, hey, I can help you with that little Paul problem. Like, I've always had problems with him. I know how to handle him. And
because
and
what Ian was trying to
threat.
avoid the situation. He didn't want to get into that.
No, he was taking it full on. Like when he had Lauren,
he didn't have a choice after
on.
fucking Paul. When I fucking went out on Paul, it was the day that he was showed. He wanted to. I knew he was going to show up, so I was like helping Ian backstage, planning his intervention, because we knew he was going to come up on the panel, and I'm the one who made the fucking issue, not Ian. Ian fucking looked back and was astonished by how fucking crazy I flipped out. You know, it's like I was literally screaming, "We were waiting for you!"
Night
like
I got
a lunatic. So it was like I pretty much
some of that's
put
on
the gas
Ian
on
too,
the fire in the sense when the whole story really started off. I was the one who literally put the gas right on the fire, man.
But the first night I was ever there was my first time getting sun-pisted, because Jack invited me there because me and Jack were kind of like evading from the unslaved cult once we saw more channels opening up. And so he said, come meet me on that one. And when I showed up, everybody seemed cool. And then Jack started going into his routine. And I was like, hold on, Jack. Like, we don't know that these just aren't a different type of that group yet. Like, be careful, like, just spilling out your regular thing, you know? And they, like, turned on me, like Sunkist was giving me the whole, you need to let an eagle fly, let an eagle be free, and just went on the rant. And I kind of was like, I'm just saying Jack's my friend. Like, I'm just telling Jack that maybe we should gear it down until we see how you guys are. Yeah, and so that was like a red flag for me, and like we can follow all this up with, here we are. But before we lost it, if Dick's still here, shit, what was Dick saying that I was like, I had my thing, I was going to respond to him?
Nothing important. Dick never says
it was
anything
important because that's why I was trying to hold on to it.
He never says anything important. Come on.
Dick, what did you just talk about when I was like, yeah, that?
His jokes are all lead. He's not very intelligent.
No, it wasn't a joke. I had something really like relatable to whatever it was he said. And I just
He's useless. Why would you listen to?
Oh, ouch, Lou.
All right, so Christos is up here. Can you play?
I'm just fucking with you, Dick. Come on, Dick. Don't hurt me, please.
What did he say, though? He was talking about something Dick, just before we went on.
I love your sourdough rising, man.
Yeah, Tommy.
I love Dick, and
brainstorming some new things, Tommy, for when we do our stream or attempt to at the. It's gonna be a cooler thumbnail than the last time.
But you still got that stream, right?
Yes.
Yeah, man, you should repost it. Because whenever you didn't repost it, I was like, man, he probably deleted it. Because I don't know how that works. I haven't posted any videos yet. I don't know what the.
I know it's still there. I can get it up. Yeah.
That's cool.
It's not anything very special. I think that I'm gonna respect the wishes of the audience. It's not just you that wants it reposted. So.
Dude, I don't think. I was the one tripping balls, but to my memory, nobody was any kind of like doomed by that stream, you know? That's what I'm saying. I don't think there's any reason. Oh, that's what I was gonna say, Dick. Thank you, Christos. Yeah, man, Dick, one of the best streams I've ever done was me and Toilet Bowl Earth, one-on-one, after he had booted the Ben Thorpe out. It was just me and Toilet Bowl talking about religion and shit. And it was so money that, like, even Robin and people were like, hey, that was a great stream last night. It was really good. And he's never left it posted. And I can't think of any reason why he would leave it not posted, except for me and him, like, were cooking. We did a recipe together, you know? I'm like, why would you not post that? Because you know he's not mad about throwing Ben Thorpe out, saying he's a pedo on his daughter. Like, it was still early days enough he still believed that shit. Yeah, man, so I'm a little perturbed.
Good Lord.
Well, he'll make a video about me
that's
being
one thing
exercised.
nice about this StreamYard now, you can stream it back to your own channel, so you got a copy.
And isn't there an option where you can't be restreamed?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, because one night, I think it was, we were on Toilet Bowl or somebody's stream, and they had some inner beef in their circles. And fucking Chalk Body Outline comes in like, hey, you need to switch this thing on to be restreamed so I can restream it from mine. And I was in the chat going, yeah, let us restream so we can talk shit where you can't see us. And I just started calling him out on all this shit. And that's what I think he wanted to do, is like, he couldn't sit there on his friend's panel and watch it with him. He had to go
simulcasting
restream.
isn't the same thing as restreaming, though. Simulcasting is what's happening here is happening over there simultaneously, so nobody can
So restream is after the fact you're restreaming it.
Yeah, when you restream, like Paul's method, how he did it, that was awesome, because you could he could comment, mute in one place, comment the other place, and bounce from one to the other. With the simulcasting, you don't have that option. The only difference is the two chat sections don't see what they're saying.
That's what I was saying. Is like, yeah, we want to talk
my
shit,
chat
but
don't
not
see what's happening on. Let's say Freedom is simulcasting right now, so my chat doesn't see what his chat's saying, but we both see right now both chats. So
but do you both get the benefit of both viewerships?
Well, he gets his viewers and I get mine, but we get a total, like right now we have a total of 61 people watching right now, but I have 47 on my stream and 14 on his.
See, I think if you're simulcasting, both people should get the credit for all viewers, because you're simulcasting.
How much does it cost, OTW, for the StreamYards thing? Like, what do
Canadian, it's $35 a month.
35 a month? Holy shit, that's not cheap.
Yeah,
man.
that's for the lowest. That's the lowest program. But you have,
what do you mean the lowest? What does that mean? The lowest?
Well, that means
like
you have
the
a
tier
maximum
of
of
people
10
you're
people
usually
on
at,
panel.
Lou.
Oh, okay.
And you have different options. So you have, like 50 gigs of room to record your streams. You got options where you could put a bunch of overlays, but you're still limited. And if you pay more, I guess you get like more access to more options.
But
like,
that's what you use. You use the one where you $35 and you can only do 10 people and blah blah blah, whatever else.
I also, like at 35, I have the option where I can assign a co-host to the show who has all the power that I have. Right. And if I pay more, I could get like a producer, an administrator who could help us during the broadcast, like what Moose was doing, you know.
Okay.
You can add on people into the you can hand out the keys to the kingdom.
And what's the highest cost for StreamYards? What's the most?
I haven't checked. I paid for the lowest one, man. I'm not rich.
I know that's a lot of money though. $35 a month. That's not cheap.
So why do you think I'm freaking putting that link down there for donations, dude? I'm trying to produce something where I can be here 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and actually get paid for it and have this great broadcast go somewhere where I can make a living out of it.
Or at least cover the costs, at least, just so you can not feel like
what? Yesterday's stream, I had like 642 views. All right. And what I'm thinking is like, all I need is like 20 people out of those 642 people give $5 each. And that would make $100 a day, 5 days a week, $500 a week. I'd be here every single day and I wouldn't miss a stream. But that's not what's happening. What's happening is, it's not that easy to go and ask people for money. It's not that, but that's not the point. The point is, you know, you have to be able to pay your rent. You have to be able to pay your bills. You have to be able to live if you want to go ahead and do this. So I simultaneously, while I'm doing these broadcasts, I go out afterwards and I go fucking job hunting. So I still do my job. I still go do some construction. I still get contracts, but I you know, I would like to not do that anymore. I'm 46 years old. I'm starting to get
Right,
old.
but here's the thing: a lot of people are
Ian never
missing.
asked for money.
This is what a lot of people are missing, though. OTW. It's like when I was telling everybody that we're just a bunch of public Zoom calls. Like that's very much it. Like anybody that hears my voice right now has the equipment and the capacity to just do this. So the idea that you don't have to do much more than that and get a living off of it, that's not going to be realistic. It's like now I'm finding more and more channels just because so many people are starting to do that.
But I believe that it's possible because I see other people do it.
Right, you got to bring some kind of value that you're bringing.
I know people that live 2 towns from me that are YouTubers and are making a living off of it. Just because he has a telescope and he's filming the moon. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
What's wrong with asking people to help you for doing? What's wrong with that? Like I never understood that.
What's wrong with standing on the corner and asking for money?
Yeah, like I don't get that. Like my daughter.
No, there is something wrong, Lou. I'm just associating.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I don't think there is. Like my daughter, she always has this problem. Like she'll do a live stream and people will donate. She does pretty good on her live streams, but she doesn't do them often because she's afraid that people are going to feel like they have to donate. I says, well, what the fuck? If they want to support you, why not? What's wrong?
And also, she can't stop them. It's like not on her if they donate.
Encourage her, Lou.
I do, but she feels bad that people are sending her money for no reason, and I keep telling her, no, it's not for no reason.
She's investing her time, her being,
They want to make
Jimmy Shibley, you're so lost, man.
They want to make sure that you keep coming back. That's why they're. Sorry,
just a second. So, we all spend money on useless crap. We know this.
Right.
Even if we are conscientious in our shopping. All right. So when you.
So how, if you're conscientious, why do you? Why are you?
Tommy, stop, please. Be a
all right, go on, Manel.
Thank you.
Shut up, Tommy.
So when you look at the rubbish that we buy, and we all do it. I do it. I'm guilty, and I try and shop sensibly
You used to do it.
Conscientiously, and within my community as well. I try and make sure that it's stuff that's grown here. But when you think about the connections that we make together, all of us here, all of us, to give even just $1.
Yeah.
If we all did that in one stream, just imagine.
Yeah.
One stream. So you get like 100 people come in, everyone gives $1. There's $100. Wherever you are, you know, whatever it is.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
point.
think there's anything wrong with that,
But
Manel. I really don't.
I
Or even
just
asking
I'm
for the
happy
support.
to give. Absolutely.
I mean, I don't have
And
cash
I really
to give.
appreciate.
If I had actual cash, I would give it more often. But I don't
Yeah.
I don't carry a lot of cash because the minute I have cash, I put it into something hard or valuable, right? Something that has physical value. So I don't try not to keep it.
Absolutely. I am also buying. I'm silver mostly, so I tend to buy silver mostly. But when I can give, silver for me is good. But I do a little bit of gold here and there. Most of it is antique.
Anything that has value, like anything that has a hard value, like something physical.
Yep.
That's what I usually do. So then it kicks me and it bites me in the ass because then I don't have fiat to do things like donate to Paul or to OTW or whoever I feel like, right?
Hang on a minute. There's also gems, by the way.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. You could buy a piece of art, whatever. Art is one of the good art is one of the most all the
I've got
rich
all
people
kinds of
buy
paintings
art
that I've done, man. I got like maybe 100 paintings here that I could maybe generate something
cool.
with. Yeah.
But that's
and then there's the whole issue about
create something. So I wanted to add that, Lou, you are my meat man. I love a bit of prosciutto.
Oh, she's on to you, dude.
Yeah, see, that's it. Hey,
She
dude.
likes you, man.
You like my meat, eh?
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
Jimmy,
Hey,
it's
but it's
fun
curved.
to read
Manel,
your Spurg
it's
out,
kind of
but
curved, though.
whenever you want to come up, I'll school you on that stuff.
Oh, it's small and crooked, isn't it?
It-
No, it
like
ain't.
just a little one like
I
this,
bet
just
it
a little
freaking
one,
ain't.
just like that.
Nah, I don't think it is, man.
Oh
Hey, on
boy.
the top,
No, but
topic of
you know
making
the other
money here, though,
thing.
I wouldn't want to be tied to it that way. So if it was actually something where I needed to come here and had to show up, you know,
Right.
it's some people get into their creative element that way.
Come on.
They wanna make a
That's
rock
why
out
I
of it.
never did porn or video games for a living, because you'd still have that state of mind. You're looking at the clock, you know you can't leave. You gotta fuck these bitches on camera. I can't
Exactly.
leave. I
Lick
have to
your
stay
lips,
here all
make
day and
love.
fuck women. It would still be like that because your obligation.
Oh, poor you. You have to stay all
Oh,
day and
shit, I
fuck
gotta play
women.
video games for 8 hours again. God
Gentlemen.
damn it. And then you'd go home
May
when
I
you're off
say
and play video
something?
games.
How did we go from that beautiful conversation we were having to what you just said, Tommy?
I think that's beautiful. People are laughing. I'm still
No.
confused of how,
Yeah.
like Manel, I
It's
used
not
to do
funny.
drugs and now I don't do drugs. So if you
Manel's
cleaned
idea
up
of a
like
great
your
conversation. Hold on,
spending,
Tommy. Manel's idea of
if
a
you
great
cleaned up your
conversation was
spending,
talking
how
about
are
Lou's crooked.
I just don't get how someone always will spend their money unwisely, because that's what a lot of people turn around.
You know, this whole metaverse, whatever you want to call it, it's like I watch my daughter, and she's got like 50,000 subscribers. She's not making a shit ton of money. Like
Would you
I don't
say
know.
50,000?
Yeah, I don't know
Wow.
exactly
Isn't
how
that
much.
monetized though?
Oh yeah, she's monetized. She's on Patreon. She's on all that shit. But she's still not making a ton of money, right? She
Well,
still has.
also
She
YouTube
still has a
after that
part.
ad. Do you remember
She
the
still has a
ad
regular job, right? Because she has to pay her bills, right? And when you look at the amount, like when I saw the amount of time that she has to put, because she does really nice videos, like they're very, the quality
Editing,
is,
titling, all the
editing,
mechanics.
the
Oh,
music.
wait till you
She's
see my fake news show.
hours and hours and hours editing this shit, and then the filming of it is just as bad. Like if she has a little task to do, because most of her videos is of her rebuilding her trailer or building up her van to whatever, making something for her van or whatever, a lot of doing stuff.
Lou, you're
And
a
she
good
takes
man.
and she takes, like, for a little tiny task that would take an hour, it takes her 8 hours, because she has to set up the camera, she has to make sure the shot's right, she has to do this, she has to do that.
And the first
when
thing has to be the love,
Yeah,
Lou. If
I
you come into
understand
these
that, Lou, because
streets
I have to do
specifically
that
for an
for
income, you're
I have
gonna
to do
hold
that for
yourself
when
back.
I make my music videos. When I do music videos, I have to set up the camera, set up the
Yeah,
thing,
that
got
takes
all the audio
time.
production. Yeah, it does take a hell of a long time. So that's
Yeah,
why
so you better
I
love
don't make
doing
so
it.
many music videos. You know.
Yes,
And
I
then
agree with Tommy. You better love
you may
doing
not
it.
like you may not
Please
like
do
the
more.
shot, that you think you fucked up the shot, you got to do it over, and then
Yeah.
this and then that, and a little job that might take her an hour, like sanding the top, like the top of a piece of wood, whatever, it take her an hour to sand and varnish it, takes fucking 8-9
She is a
hours
female.
just to
Only
film
I
it.
know that. I do my own stuff, Lou, as well, and I'm 5'4", so I know where she's coming from.
Wow, you're my type, Manel. Dark hair and small, petite.
Oh,
Come on,
baby.
come out to Canada.
Mwah.
I'll rent you a room.
These two are falling in love, ladies and
Manel,
gentlemen.
he's
It's
better
happening
off
here on
coming to you than
OTW
you
You'll
going
leave
News.
me a
to
Hey,
room.
Canada.
Lou, if you get laid,
Canadia's
you
a
better
dangerous
buy him
place
a
to be
fucking
right now.
coffee.
Oh, that's
You
got
gotta
everyone
stop the
going, Lou.
booze, though. The
Hey,
booze has
if
gotta
you two get
go.
together, I want
I
I
know
want
that.
you guys.
You
I want
owe
you guys to
OTW a
I
film
know
coffee.
that.
that
But
here
the
on
green's got to
OTW News.
stay, Lou. The green's got to stay.
The what's gotta stay? Sorry, Manel, I
The
didn't hear that.
green.
She wants to keep
Green.
smoking. He's cool with that. We're fine with
Oh,
that.
fuck. I want to start smoking. I wish I could. I get anxiety, damn it.
I'll
Oh,
put
you
it
want to
in
hear
your
something that
salads, in your
sucks about my weed
bolognese,
smoking?
everything.
God,
My
this is fucking gold.
bambino.
Yes.
So my ID
we'll activate
expired
you,
back in
Manel,
January.
and What are
I
you
love
talking
the
about,
humor.
Tommy?
It's great.
Well, I thought
It's
you were
so
going to keep
good.
going. My
Good for
ID
the heart.
expired
Thank
back
you,
in
Lou.
January, and I know I've probably bought weed at least once a month since then. And now they suddenly recognize that it's expired, and now I can't buy any more weed
But you're in
until I get my
Colorado.
license.
You're in Colorado, right,
Yeah, you
Tommy?
still have to have a valid
What?
ID.
No,
I
but
buy
hold on. Why
mine
can you
privately.
grow your? Can't you grow your own
I
in
don't.
Colorado?
That's
Isn't that
like saying,
legal?
don't you have a cow and make your own milk? Like, dude, I
Oh,
just
fuck
go
off!
buy
You
weed.
can't grow. You can't grow a
Now,
couple of
out on
weed
my
plants in
land,
your
I'll
house.
try and grow food and weed out on my land, but
This is
living in a
brilliant.
ghetto
I love it.
apartment when the dispensary's a half a block away, come on.
But bro, with 2 plants that you grow, you can probably, if you do it well, you can probably grow
what's
enough
an eighth
weed.
cost at a dispensary over there, Tom? Now
It's dirt cheap. I can't cite the cost, but it's less than we used to pay on the street when it was illegal. Because now
so it's
they
less
grow
like
more weed than they
good
can get
nuggets
rid
less than
of.
50, less than 50 an eighth.
Oh, definitely. Like you can get a quarter for like probably 35 easy of like a good strain.
A quarter ounce?
Yeah. Dude,
Oh,
they
that's-
grow more weed than they can sell in the legal state. They went ham on it.
Everybody
And now
hyped
it
into
works
that market
again.
way too fast.
Yeah,
that's
like I know people that they have
Always
houses
go to a
rented
friend.
to grow in, and they're just growing in that whole house. And there was a rule at the beginning when we were just medical that like X percentage of a dispensary's weed had to be grown by them, and then the other percentage had to come from another dispensary. And then after a short time where anybody could grow and sell it to them, once they nixed that, it was like, yeah, you either got to grow it there or get it from another dispensary.
I hate legal weed, man. Legal weed put me out of business. I was fucking doing good till they legalized it. Fuckers.
Don't do
But
it,
it is.
You
You
can
do
do your
see
own
the
thing,
benefits,
man.
though, of the regulations on the pesticides and shit, because the cartels are coming into America and doing those.
Oh, yes.
Growing with the pesticides and shit you're not supposed to use.
I
And
saw a
that's not good.
statistic. I saw a statistic here in Canada because there's some towns here that a little tiny town has like 4 or 5 dispensaries. And so
Canada also is fully overrun with cartel now. from
well,
what I've
this is
heard.
what they're doing. They're opening up these little weed shops that they got no customers, but they're laundering tons and tons of cash.
Yeah, the
through these-
Russians did that in Colorado Springs when
But
we were
the only reason there's any value to this thing at all is it's commoditized based on prohibition. If you take away prohibition, all of a sudden,
the price
it's
drops.
just a plant. It was a plant that grows everywhere.
That's right. Yeah. That's what prohibition was all about. It was to keep the price up. Because who else is like you need a government to launder the amount of money that drugs make.
I mean, look at speed. That stuff is just cheap
right.
as you can shake and bake that stuff.
That's
super
right.
cheap, but it's worth more than gold per ounce now
because of its illegal factor. You're
Exactly.
right. Yeah. And who else is doing that other than the government? Look at Arkansas and Bill Clinton with the planes coming in with tons of cocaine. Why? Because you need a government to launder the kind of money that these drug cartels are bringing.
Well, this has been the imperialization strategy for centuries. Get people distracted by their addictions and control the supply.
Gentlemen, you're on point,
Yeah.
man.
And then they
Totally on
tried to
point.
do that with alcohol, but the freaking the over the reaction from the general public was too strong, so they had to bring it back because that was the whole point about prohibition for alcohol, was to try to keep the price high and have the government in control of it, right?
But Lou, they forgot. Folks forgot. They forgot through the generation.
They forgot what? Sorry, I missed you, Manel.
They forgot the control going on. So, like, if
Yeah.
you don't look through the generations, they forgot the control. Every time, each generation, it was like small steps of control. You know what I
But
mean?
there's a lot of blind people out there too, Manel, that just have no clue. They think their government's actually
in the money industry,
there
we've
for
recently
them.
discovered a second constitution that was written in America.
He always talks
Please,
over
Tommy,
people. Always,
let
always.
Please let Lou finish.
That's part of Tommy's presentment. He always talks.
Well, you
over
guys are
people.
always behind though in your discoveries. Like I'm trying to catch you up here.
I was saying something else. I don't even know what I was saying anymore. Completely
You gotta
forgot.
read the room,
I know what
Tommy.
you were saying.
You gotta see
I know
that
what
now
you-
Lou got something
I
going
know
there.
what you were saying, man.
What was I saying? I completely forgot. Something about
You were talking about slavery and people got
No, I
land.
was saying that there's a lot of people out there that are just oblivious to the whole control grid and the freaking, all that shit. And they don't want to know either. If you tell them, they'll get mad at you for telling them the truth.
Though.
You got to tell them anyways, though.
I know, I do, and I take the shit. I don't care.
Sound like Mormons out here banging on doors.
But they
on
get
Saturdays.
fucking angry with you, that because in their heart they know it's all true, but the ignorance is bliss, and they want to stay in the bliss.
Right. So this is where I was saying this yesterday about being the grey, and I'm not talking about the big black-eyed things. Be the grey man and woman. You know what I'm saying?
I think I do, and I like it.
I had a big white freaking van, and that no one seemed to see it. It was like it was an invisible vehicle. And
You, ma'am, are a real criminal.
What are you showing, Tommy? Is that Christos?
Yeah, I had to. I spruced up a little bit of Christos style. It's gonna go on some of my fake news show.
Christos does these little videos where he does this little dance thing, eh?
My theory was to be plain gray. Plain gray is the exact phrase that I use. It was the same.
Yes, well, that's how you survive the apocalypse.
Anybody do whatever the fuck their path is. You shouldn't be advising anything. You should just do your gray thing if you want to do the gray thing.
If your spine is if you recognize that your spine is the Christ, this is not religious. If you recognize that your 33 degrees are within you, we are the 33 degrees. They're not. They want to claim it. So if you realize that, you become invisible to them. They don't create anything. They want us to create things.
Who is they?
They are strip mining.
BlackRock and Vanguard and Small Hats who run it and own it. That's who runs this world.
Exactly. But you will never know their faces or their names because they
well, you do know the faces and names of Vanguard and BlackRock.
No.
But Elon Musk will save us.
Who are they, Tommy?
Their heads on the beast.
Citadel was Ken Griffin. BlackRock, I'd have to Google his name, but those are all corporations you can reference the staff of. They go on news shows. Now, the people she's talking about, even beyond the Rothschilds, yes, you'll never know those names and faces, but they aren't necessarily. They deal with BlackRock and Citadel and such. I wouldn't say they are that.
They're the owners.
The Federal Reserve was private family money it's a private entity that was numerous.
But look, the system works because we're all part of it.
Tommy, please calm down. So what
do you mean calm down, man? I'm just telling you
what we're talking about here. Jeez, what's wrong with you? What we're talking about here is
not a goddamn thing.
No, we're not talking about nothing. We are talking about control. We're talking about control, and that is exactly what's going on. We're being strip mined. Literally everything.
So let me ask you this.
Thoughts, gentlemen. No, not Tommy. Gentlemen.
He can talk, Manel, but as long as he doesn't interrupt all the time.
So let's say I've got my 40 acres out in Kansas somewhere or whatever, and I got my little farm on it, and it's perfectly sufficient, self-sustained. And let's say I couldn't be more content with that 40-acre situation. If somebody puts a chain-link fence around me and locks it, does that change anything?
Yes.
No.
It does.
No, probably not.
Change.
I don't know. Maybe he's right. Maybe it doesn't change anything because in the end, if you are okay with you're on that little piece of land, you're growing a certain amount of food that you can grow for yourself. And
it was hypothetical saying like I'm perfectly fine and it's good to go.
No, I know it was hypothetical. But can I just interject?
Yeah, go ahead, Manel.
Please. The reason being is that if you let them take just an acre or even a footstep of your freedom, this is not about ownership. We are caretakers.
But they didn't take my freedom, though. They just put a fence around it. That's what I'm saying. Please. If I was fine on that 20 acres...
Come on, please. So
what?
If you're going to let them If you're going to let them take away a footstep of your freedom,
I didn't let them.
Yeah, but he did it.
anything.
Manel, he's not saying. He's
So-
saying that they surrounded him with the fence. It's not. They didn't come on to his property. If they came on to his
I'm just
property,
saying an extension of like some Zen shit. It's like you have to give
I
away your
get it.
power. You could be imprisoned and still just be free.
Absolutely, that is my point. So so there's an old saying we have here: you give them an inch, they'll take a freaking mile.
Oh, is that a saying you guys have over there? I've never heard that before.
Yes. So you do not give them that inch, ever.
I didn't though.
That's my point.
Now,
Simplified.
if they had cut that fence through the middle of my land, maybe I would have.
I agree with you, Tommy, on a lot of points. I totally.
But you're right though. It's us. We have to consent. If we don't consent, then the whole system falls apart. The minute enough of us start to break away and remove our consent and start to become independent and more self-sufficient. Nobody's self-sufficient completely. Nobody. But you always need a community, like we were talking the other day about, Dick has eggs, he has chicken, his neighbor has goats, and they can trade, right? I don't know who's making noise, but
lovely.
And they can trade. So that's still self-sufficient in my view, because you're using your community to get the things that you don't do. And so the more we do that, and I believe it's happening more than people realize, there's a huge number of people that are moving back to the land, growing food, all kinds of that kind of stuff. You could just tell by the amount of traffic it gets on places like YouTube. Like the number one genre, from what I understand, unless it's changed, because this was quite some time ago that I saw this, was growing plants, growing gardens, that kind of thing was the number one genre on YouTube, and the second was fishing.
Plants as well. Yeah, beautiful.
And the second one was fishing, right? So that means people are looking towards the land back to regain their freedom again, right? And once it becomes something that it's visible to the general population, and they see that, holy cow, all these people are gone. Bill is gone. George is gone. They went and bought a little piece of land. Fred is not here. No, he's got a piece of land over there. Then it becomes exponential.
They're free. That's freedom, true freedom, isn't it, Lou?
And then the system collapses once it becomes something that most people are doing. But at the same time,
you can always be free if you're acknowledging those. I don't know if you guys saw it whenever I was talking to Paul and his dad on that panel that day, but it's like you can start from just a person on a planet in a loincloth, and you can acknowledge that, yes, I agree to have car insurance because I want to use this road and I don't want to damage my fellow man. It's like, sure, you're not a slave to that car insurance, because you'll take that in exchange for motor vehicling and using paved roads. Like, you can be free and just acknowledge the give and the take of everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's when you compromise yourself, when you start choosing to compromise your beliefs and who you are, that's when I think it's an issue. But that's also up to each of us to decide for ourselves.
In a way, I kind of don't mind that a lot of people, love their servitude and are in these cities and are locked up in their apartment jail cells. In a way, that's fine.
I can walk right out my door. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, when it comes to insurance, Tommy, and I agree with you in a way. I agree with you in a way. But rather than insurance, guys, I suggest you get you a surety bond. If you want to be as free as possible, you use a surety bond, or you create your own security interest through a silver certificate or a gold certificate, something as an asset-backed security that you can draw up yourself. That's what the United States and every other country does. And
does that cover, like, if you damage another person, it will rectify that? Yeah, that's all whatever does that, that's all I think we should be, like, I'm not worried about plates and registration either, but I think you should cover your damages.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what the silver security certificate's all about. Is you create a fidelity bond, and get this, people. Who do you think owns those roads? Do you think it's policing roads? No, it's Article 1, Section 8, Clause 7, postal roads, and those roads were to lay and collect taxes, duties, and imposts by Congress. No one else.
Well,
But isn't
if
there the
nobody ever
idea?
noticed, the interstates are measured out to a certain size to facilitate military tanks heading in both directions if ever need be.
Yep.
But isn't it written somewhere that these roads belong to the people to use? Like they are.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
inherently in the scriptures. It doesn't matter who built the roads.
No, it doesn't have to be written anywhere. That's what we go by, is like we attempt to write out the things that can't be written. It's like you are a creature on this planet. You can walk around.
Yeah, there is no way to decide that the land is not yours. You know, it's just like the natives said, the land isn't yours. You're the land.
But equally with what I was saying is we see how many natives are out eating at Red Lobster every weekend. White men on boats with gunpowder they were not willing to adapt to, and they ate their shit sandwich just like we're about to as the same country.
Yeah,
like we did the same thing with what they were talking about earlier. People got comfortable, they voted and went back to work, and now we're those Indians, and men are coming with crypto and tyrannized monies and climate change laws and shit, and we're probably nativing that up as we speak.
Yeah, that's one of those things that like I said, I've always been a natural guy myself. I've always done my own gardening and fishing and a little bit of trapping here and there, mushrooms and all that. And that's what we're really
building your engines, El Perro.
Yes.
I know you've
Hey
been
guys,
building
give me 1 second to see if you can hear this. I made this clip of Croco because this is how I like to remember him.
Croco's the guy who died, right?
Yeah, and this was the last interaction we ever had where he was on a panel with Chalkbody.
OTW,
and hopefully you can hear it through the speaker.
Please.
What? What'd you say?
May I have a harem of men, because there seem to be the right kind of men here.
You have the harem already. You're surrounded by men, Manel.
I thought you were content with that cauldron you had surrounded by women. But anyway, the last time I ever saw him, he closed out. He said, "Everybody have a good time." He goes, "Everybody have a good one, except for Tommy, you faggot." And I was like, "Oh man, I love this guy." I was like, "Man, this dude are gonna be friends." And then he died.
Oh, that's not good.
The spirit's trying to talk to you, Tommy. Are you listening?
I'm out, guys.
Hold on again.
See you,
Thanks
Wizard.
for coming, Wizard, man. Peace.
Love you, Wizard.
Too bad you couldn't stick around longer. We all right. We have 67 people watching right now. Please make sure to hit that like button. Share this out, everybody. We have a great audience today. It's an awesome stream, epic stream, one of the best we did this week. So, thank you all the panelists that have been up here today to participate. It's an awesome, great conversation, people. Great stream. Thank you, everybody, for being here right now. It is presently 10:46 a.m. here, Eastern Time, Montreal, Canada. And we are the 19th of May. And Wizard just came in, dropped a couple of bombs real quick. Was on his way out. You would like to say something before you leave, sir?
Yeah, bless everybody. I'd stay longer, but I got too much shit to do. The weather's too nice, and you guys really need to get off these panels too, man.
Did you catch some more fish, Wizard? Did you catch some more fish yesterday?
Always.
What kind of fish are you catching there? Just like catfish?
Catfish. You got you saw the ones.
Are they like mud cats or are they channel cats?
Channel cats, flathead, and once in a while, when we get enough rain and there's flooding, we might even get spoonbill cats from the Mississippi.
Oh wow!
Otherwise, there's yellow bass, northern walleye, rock bass. Lots of carp and sucker, of course. But the other day I caught a whole. If I'd have kept them, I had a whole shitload of rock bass that I could have eaten up too.
Rock bass are good. Rock bass are good, Wizard.
I'm hungry.
Yep, they are.
Even carp and suckers, eh? Years ago,
well, you smoke them. Smoke them. You don't
What we used to do years ago, I
Nice.
used to go catch them up north up my land there. There was this little river where in the springtime they'd come in and you could literally pick them up with your hands. There were so many, and they were the red belly suckers. And we would catch them and we'd cut them open like a codfish. You know how they splay open the codfish? And we would salt them and hang them just like codfish and dry them.
Like
and,
ham then.
And they were just like eating codfish. When you put them in the water, you desalinate them in some water for a couple of days. They were amazing, you know. And even carp, like carp is what the Jews make gefilte fish. It's carp that they make that with, right?
Yeah.
And,
really?
And people
I used to
don't eat
swim
carp.
with them in a lake. Good
People
God.
don't eat. They don't eat them because they think they're shit fish or garbage eaters.
they're
This couldn't
not.
be
They're really
further from the
good.
truth.
Yeah, most
Dude, a
people
lot
don't
of
eat them,
fish
just the
they are
bones.
saying is dangerous to eat these days. Like not just ocean fish. They say the water everywhere is fucking with fish.
It depends
as far
on
as
how.
consuming them.
It depends on the fish. Like, say, for example, you take an Atlantic salmon or you take a Chinook salmon. The difference is the Atlantic salmon will live 15, 20 years, whereas Chinook salmon lives 2 years and dies. It doesn't have enough time to build up toxins in the body. So if you take a young Chinook, let's say just for one fish to the example, but there are many fish that fall under this category that they don't live long enough to collect toxins. And then when you cut the fat out, a little bit of the fat, that's where most of the toxins are held, and you're fine. If it's a fish that only
what
lives
is it
a year,
about fish and seafood? Like, let's say there were no forever chemicals. Why is it that fish and seafood are a worse food poisoning than like other foods you can get food poisoning from?
Because they're filtrators. They filter. Because they're filtrators. They filter what comes through our air and through the soil and into the waters. Doesn't matter where it is.
they're filter feeders like clams and stuff. But I've never seen any studies that they build up any more. I've never seen any studies that show that they build up more metals like mercury in their flesh than any other seafood. I've never. Like, if someone knows a study that shows that,
the skipjack versus like the albacore, the skipjack, and it goes back to what you said. Actually, is that they're just a younger fish. They don't live as long. They're smaller, but they don't pick up as much mercury. You're much less likely to have high levels, and you can get that tested. There's a company called Safe Catch. That's it could be a gimmick. You might want to look into it, but apparently that's their whole stick is they test every fish.
And how do
guys,
they do that?
Check this out for a second so I can
take a
get
piece
this
of
off my
fish?
screen.
Can I just
they
go
test
back to
every
what
fish.
Dick was
They have
saying? No, just try and So, folks, what Dick was just talking about, research where your fish is coming from. I live on the coast of the mouth of the Forth, so the North Sea. So, when I buy fish, and I buy it from the co-op along the road, it's been shipped and packed somewhere else. If I go down to my local fish store, which is like where the fishermen drop all their fish off, all the white fish and stuff comes from Peterhead. All the prawns, your langoustines, come from here. They come from the north coast of Scotland, guys. And
yeah, we get it. If they're not white, they're prawns. We hear you.
Right, but that's not really my point.
Dog whistle a little harder.
Right, but we can all fish if we find our waters, and then you can.
I never eat fish. I never have. I don't get down with fish and seafood at all.
No, I think fish is quite important.
Yes,
I disagree.
Yes, fish is important.
It's got.
I don't enjoy it or the same risk I was talking about with when it's bad. When it's good, I don't really enjoy it. If I was starving, I'd eat it, but I couldn't just fish and eat it for regular day to day.
Yeah, I like fish a lot, but I don't eat a lot either, Tommy, just because of the toxicity.
No, I don't eat a lot
There's
of
this
fish,
shit
but
here.
every now and again.
They test every single can. Again, they're using the skipjack too, which is a lower.
But may I say something, Dick? Is that can aluminium?
It's a non-BPA line. Check that on it too. But
is it aluminium?
Probably,
aluminium.
but it has a liner. It has a liner.
There's a number of reasons
Right,
why
no, it
it's not
isn't just-
ideal. I could
right,
give
I'm
you a whole
sorry.
list of reasons why you don't want to
We've
eat out
all
of a
been
can
conned.
if you're
I
interested.
wish it wasn't so. Our plastics, our cans, you know, and our saucepans. If it is this tin and the aluminium stuff, yeah, and that looks slightly like aluminium, but hey, use it quickly. That's all I'm saying. Try not.
I was going to
that was
microwave
the
it.
plastics. They
I was
lined
going to
the tin
microwave
with
it
plastics.
see
It's
if there's
always
a way
best.
to
Here's the
dissolve it
thing
in
that I was
hydrochloric acid
taught.
and drink it or something.
May I just please explain something? And this applies to a lot of different substances that our foods are packed in. So
Yeah, just give the science on it.
I was taught that, just a simple example, when you wrap fatty foods in cling film or put them in plastic containers, the plastic imparts particulates into the food. And this is why we're seeing these particles in people's and animals' bodies, not just us. So the smaller
But this
the
is
body,
what I was saying. I'm always catching you guys up. You're talking about pre-BPA. Well, when it was BPA.
No, not
And now we
pre-BPA.
have BPA-free plastic.
Yeah, but we're buying foods that are supposed to be there to sustain us in cans. When you buy canned food, and yes, it's fine if it's not been packed for long, but they have extreme toxins in them, these cans. And I can see Dick's eyes
Beer and
already
soda has
scanning.
always come in aluminum cans.
Well, it's very difficult, but you know, there's a lot of
Campbell's
takeaways
soups,
and
tuna fish, everything's come in
right,
aluminum cans.
exactly.
And we all
Right.
still get our average 75 years to 100, however you
There is a choice. We've got a choice.
That hold on,
It's so
Tommy. I think
simple.
you're wrong about that. Like you just said it, right? 75 years. Yeah, the average.
Well, that was the
lifespan-
average, but they say the
average
first person that's
lifespan
going to live to like
today
100.
is 75 years or 77
Yeah, that's
years
why I use
for-
the
for a
average,
woman.
but they say the first person to be 170 might already be alive.
Yeah, well, this is
Right.
the thing. In the past, prior to any of these toxins, and forget about the toxins, prior to us eating all these plant foods incorporated into our diets,
Don't say that.
generally lived to 100, 110 years
Nope.
old. It was a
No.
normal thing.
Nope.
Yes, it was, brother. It was.
No, we died off. Like, you used to have to have 13 kids just to make sure 5 of them would survive.
No,
But that's a different
nonsense.
story. That's a different story. You're talking about because there was no understanding of you know how
No,
to
it's just hardship
save a
of life
child,
before
the
you had
hardship.
advancements.
I agree. But when everybody cooked with lard, when everybody ate you know, a certain
Yeah.
amount of meat, that there was less of all these, you know, things. Everybody made
brain
their
is
own
fat.
sausages. Everybody made their
Your
own hams.
brain is.
You know, they
is
had the
fat.
right
Who knows
nutrients.
this?
They lived longer.
Okay, so Keith Richards. Like, Keith Richards has me hands down beat for substance abuse, and that dude is like just trailing along. And what
Keith
about like
Richards,
the lady
there's
that's
always
older than
good
100 that
diet,
smoked and drank liquor her
British
whole life?
sausages.
There's
down Brick
always
Lane, mate.
anomalies. There's always anomalies.
No,
Okay.
there is no consistency, because even when you say this is why people live longer, you don't know that's why.
Well, okay, maybe I can't prove it scientifically, but anecdotally, it's very clear to see. You can look back at the records prior to bringing seed oils into the population, when seed oils were invented to lubricate steam machines. And when these steam machines were taken over by petrol, they had all this infrastructure all over the world to create seed oils that were lubricating the steam machines. They said, well, what are you going to do with all this infrastructure? They said, feed it to the plebs. And at first they wouldn't eat it because it didn't look like a brick of lard. So when DuPont came up with the ability to make seed oils look like lard, and they could package it into a nice square package where people would buy, that's how they bought lard.
Yeah.
Now it looked
Cotton
like
oil.
lard.
Cotton oil
And
they did
but
it
it
with
was
as well.
seed oil, cotton oils, and now people started buying it, and then eventually they eliminated the lard altogether, and they went straight into seed oils. You could see the death rate drop, the life, how long people lived, can't find the words, dropped like a hockey stick It went from an average of
Are you sure?
110. Yes, look it up.
No, the life
Tommy.
expectancy dropped. So more
within
died.
within a few years of introducing seed oils into the population, life expectancies plummeted to over 25 years
That's
less.
a weird kind of statement to stand on, though.
You need
look
to
it
come and
up.
have a drink with
Look
me,
it up.
man.
Yeah,
Look
you're
it
Eddie
up.
Bravoing me. Because what I'm saying is when you drop this seed oil stuff, it's like maybe I was happy as Yosemite Sam that doesn't know gravity, and now you taught me gravity, and now I got to fall off the cliff every time I walk out into thin air.
Yeah, but
like maybe people.
hang on a minute. It's not all seed oils. It's not all seed oils because
It is all seed oils.
No,
hemp is not. Doesn't
our-
matter what seed it comes from.
Yeah, but
the
hemp
oil
is our
from
companion
seeds.
plant.
I
Lou,
understand,
that's where I'm
but
gonna have to
it's the
disagree.
way they extract the hemp oil that's the problem. You can't just squeeze.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You
I
can't
agree. I agree with
squeeze. You cannot squeeze a hemp seed and extract enough oil out of it to make it worthwhile. So what they do
That's
is
not true.
Well,
no. What they do, the cold process is what they do is they pulp the seeds and then they crush it and they push the oil out, and it's cold process. So
no,
it is.
it's done cold, but
Yes,
it's
there
using
is,
chemicals
honestly.
to do it. They're using chemicals to make the oil come to the top.
No, not if you do it properly. But I know. No,
Isn't it still on the individual consumer to make their choice anyway?
Well,
like even whenever they switched butter to margarine and all that stuff, isn't it on the person that's shopping to decide?
Yeah, no,
Of course,
margarine is plastic.
There's also
pure plastic.
propaganda.
Don't eat
It's just seed oils, and it's the same garbage that destroys your body. But
because here's one thing I've
propaganda, Tommy, is very
like sometimes people
strong.
when they want to condescend my the way I got money in life, they'll say, "Oh, well, why don't you just give me some?" But I've spent months like being ridiculed about this oncoming cashless crypto thing, saying you better do your due diligence and make your decisions. And let's say I get another double wealth out of this. If anybody's going to come to me saying, "Hey, give me some," it's like, dude, I was telling you for months and you were fucking throwing it in my face. Like, isn't it the same with the seed oil or anything else? Like, response ability. The individual, the smallest minority.
That goes without say, Tommy. That goes without say. But you can't say that the propaganda doesn't steer people in a direction that they may not know
it's
that
supposed to.
is
That's
not
the
good, right?
challenge. Yeah.
Because that.
But I mean, I'm
that's there
talking
too.
on like you can go to a lot of panels in these streets, and there's a lot of browbeating and finger wagging over what are you doing about it. It's like, well, it's relative to if I even see that as the thing or not, you know? Now, Christos, while I have this silence, did Christos leave? Is he still up here? God damn it. Are you in the chat, Christos? Sound off. I'll get your picture down if I know I've told you what this was from. Christos, do a chat. Simon says do a chat. He's probably working. Okay, I'll just tell you guys. So I'm trying to get Jack to make some... Oh, there he is. I'm trying to get Jack, if he has a peephole in his front door, I wanted him to get me footage of him like hearing a knock, and as he looks through the peephole going, "Hello?" And then he's gonna like just back away from the peephole and shake his head in disgust, and then it'll switch to what the peephole was, which is, "Oh fuck, god damn it, let me reopen it." But yeah, that's why I got it fish-eyed, because it's gonna be Christos with the fro and the glasses doing some dance. But it would just be funny to have Jack be like walking all groggy up to the peephole like, "Who is it?" And be like, I think Jack should drop all the live without fear, the end wars. I think he should just lean into this meme support he's getting and just make success out of that. He should just be the next black dude tapping his forehead, and then people put good idea words to it.
Ladies and gentle beings, welcome to Caged Reality. We interrupt our regular programming to bring you this special broadcasting filler. As we take a momentary break, let us entertain you with a delightful journey through imagination. Close your eyes and let your mind wander as we explore the extraordinary depths of the human spirit. Imagine a world where dreams come to life, where possibilities are endless, and where the power of the human mind knows no bound. In this realm of limitless creativity, we find ourselves on the edge of discovery, ready to embark on an adventure like no other. Picture yourself standing on a sandy beach, feeling the warm grains between your toes. As the sun begins to set on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, a gentle breeze carries whispers of distant lands. Now imagine stepping into a lush forest, the air thick with the scent of pine and the symphony of birds serenading your every step. Sunlight filters through the towering trees, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As you walk deeper into the woods, you stumble upon an ancient moss-covered stone engraved with cryptic symbols. Transfixed by the mystery, you reach into your backpack and pull out a weathered journal. It tells tales of forgotten civilizations and hidden treasures, awaiting brave souls to unearth their secrets. With every page turned, the forest around you seems to come alive, revealing its hidden wonders. Time flies by, and the world of your imagination expands beyond what you thought possible. In this realm of untapped potential, dreams become reality and ideas take flight. As the final seconds of this broadcasting filler tick away, remember that within you lies a universe of infinite possibilities. And we're back. We hope you enjoyed that momentary escape into the realm of imagination. Thank you for joining us on this brief intermission. Our regular programming will resume shortly. Stay tuned for more captivating content right here on OTW News.
So yesterday, OTW, I was sitting here working on my video, like just kind of chatting with the show and listening. And that whole time until I realized he was playing everybody's deep fake, at first I was like, man, I didn't know that wasn't you because I wasn't really like undivided attention to it. And because you kind of have a stillness because you're talking into your mic, so you're not like moving around a lot in your seat. If I hadn't noticed the mic wasn't there and the weird uhs and stuff, that would have just went business as usual.
Yeah, I know. That's the worst part. That's what's scary about it.
Yeah, because when everybody was like laughing and clapping and flipping out, I'm like, what? What is he reading? Like, what's the big deal? And then I was like, oh shit, that's not OTW. And I'd even seen mine. They had already showed me mine. I just didn't hear it good the first time they showed it to me. So I knew that shit was going on. I didn't know that was you yesterday, or wasn't you.
Yeah, and that actually attracts viewers. It's kind of funny. We went up to like almost 60 viewers just when I played that little intermission, and then went back down again. Kind of funny.
Because we love it. It's brilliant.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can only thank Cage for it and Chat GPT.
Well, I wouldn't say brilliant. It's like we've already seen that happen to Joe Rogan and various people. And a woman, not a woman, a teenage girl had her kidnapping faked already. Like they used AI to do her voice and make a phone call to try and get a ransom out of her parents. And they didn't even kidnap her.
But the point is with Cage and OTW is that it was used for good and for humor and to lift folks' spirits.
Yeah.
Maybe?
I guess you could see that as a positive aspect.
Yeah, I think he was trying to trigger us, but it was funny. I mean, with each person, they're saying the obvious thing you would use to come at them. I mean, I wasn't offended. I agree, it's funny, but no, like OTW says, I think there is only detriment coming with all of that in all aspects, not just panels. I already said when when smartphones can deep fake in real time, these panels are done, unless we go back to the old school forum style of just everyone's anonymous in the first place, so it doesn't matter.
Maybe.
I see the benefits to it, but I also see the downside.
Well, downside's easy. Feel free with the benefits.
You're easier to get scammed though as well. But that doesn't mean that we should do this tracky tracy Thunderbird stuff.
Like I see that the program I'm using to do this editing stuff, it even has an AI function you can use for stuff where it's beneficial, but it's like the easier you make it to make movies and not have to have all kinds of actors and stuff, it's just the more flooded the market will be with just anything people pump out. And then that will be questionable whether it was a person or AI that made it in the first place. But there's nothing to worry about. It's all going to end. It's end
Are you a
times, right?
person then?
Huh?
Are you a person?
When you asking me like one of those gotcha questions, am I a beast in the legal system or whatever?
Are you a person? I'm not.
I'm having the experience of a hairless monkey. Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't say that's what I am, but I'm living that life.
I'm glad you got humour about it. That's good. Excellent. Good. That's a good realization. I appreciate that, Tommy, man. Good stuff. So you're not a person, obviously. Good.
Yeah. I mean, I might have had a turn as a lizard person at some point. Maybe we all did. Like, if there is reincarnation, like the way they talk about how Venus and other planets once had water and had some kind of terraforming, if there is reincarnation, I speculate maybe for just eons, we've just been going through these planets, using them up, just taking our turn, having our experiences, evolving as lizard people, evolving as monkey people.
Cyclical. We've been going round in the hamster wheel.
No, that's like, no, I mean, maybe even linear, maybe just forward, never stopping.
No such thing. It's not linear.
Well, that's why those planets are dead now and not green, because it is linear in that context.
No. Just wait a second. Let's not look at the dead and alive stuff. Let's look at the path. So
let's let the dead bury the dead.
Your path is cyclical. And if you only look at the path in front of you, it will look linear. It's perspective. Perspective is one of the best things that we have in life. It shows us much.
Well, I think that everybody uses the cyclical, aka looping, incorrectly off their perspective, because a lot of the times I get called out for looping. It's like, what, you mean sticking to what I've always said and believed in and not budging? Like, I don't know if that's looping.
Well, no, you're on your path and you're going through your cycle. We're all going through our own cycle. It's really that simple. I mean, you can go and tell anyone, oh, it's this way and it's that way, and you got to go and do that, and you got to do the other thing. No, you can't do it. All you can do.
Yeah, that's what I was saying at the beginning. Like who cares about the oils unless you do as an individual? Like, if that individual cares about the seed oils, then.
Right, but when you look at what we call time, it's layers. Okay, I've explained this before. Like a post-it notepad, you take them all apart, but without disconnecting them. And each of those layers is a moment in time, whether you want to call it seconds or hours or whatever.
Well, those are globe things, but you're talking about Einstein's relativity, which is correct. It is relative. Like, an hour getting a blowjob and an hour standing in the DMV line are not the same hour to.
Tommy, I can do flat Earth as well. It's fine. So
no,
it's not fine. What do the luminaries do on a flat Earth? They go round and round. Exactly the same thing. So
but time zones are a globe around a sun.
Whether you're on a globe or a flat thing, it still goes round and round.
Our love will find a way. Just give it time. Hello, rat. People, rat. Hello. Round and round.
Patrick,
what
thank
goes
you so
around,
much,
comes
man.
around. I'll tell you why.
You're welcome.
That was a sweet jam, man. OTW, don't act like, I don't care what Canada hair metal had. Don't act like you don't know rat.
I don't.
God. You wail like that on a guitar and you never heard a rat.
Nope.
Could you bring up Rat Round and Round for us, OTW? I think you'd enjoy this.
Round and round.
How? Yeah. And how does this work? Like, I've been on Paul's panel where we're listening to jams, and the stream will get dropped over the music we're listening to. But then I went to another panel the other night that even Homestead was on, and they're just playing any famous song you can name, and they didn't get dropped. And I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Yep.
It ain't
know what
what
you mean.
you
Thank you,
know,
Christoph.
it's who that
Thank
you
you,
know.
But thanks for doing those dance videos, by the way. Those are amazing.
Oh, I'm not done either. That was just, I was like, oh, wow, this is going to be cool. I even
More
took more than I
dance.
can use in the news show, but we'll use them on something, Christoph.
Uh-huh.
I'm about to unite these streets because kind of what OTW was talking about the success of it all. Well, there's ways I say that it's hard to try and find success in YouTube, but in this community, if people see my news show, they'll find out about a lot of these channels at once because I'm just going to try and, I'm going to do my own thing with it, but I'm going to try and cover like the streets, like I on the street.
Like that.
Yeah. It's just dragging on this first one because I have to learn. This is when I'm first learning the software.
Deeper
Maybe
water, come up. There's no ads up here, mate.
The what?
There's no ads up here.
And here's what I was gonna say about the success part. Like sometimes there's people that'll come up on a panel and they are that thing that night for the panel, whether it's education, the laughs, whatever. They're the thing that made it great. And I'll watch the chat just thank the host. And they might have just hung back and even turned their camera off and just let it happen when actually it was like the panel that made the thing happen. So that's why I'm like, well, yeah, if anybody could host a random group that's successful, why should you quit a job so soon unless you are bringing the thing?
Hey, ladies and gentlemen,
and that's not just, I'm not saying you, OTW, I'm saying any of us. I'm saying anyone that turns on one of these things.
OTW's
Oh,
turn.
never mind. He left. I was going to introduce the world famous Brian O'Shea, but he popped out.
Infamous.
World famous.
Come back,
infamous.
O'Shea.
Like, we all know him. He's no stranger.
Well, that went well.
Da, da, da.
Yep.
I'm a surprise, Captain. They don't see me coming.
Hey, he's coming right back.
There he is. We waited in silence for you, dude.
Oh, hey, what's up, guys?
Welcome back.
Welcome, Brian.
Oh, thanks
Pay
for having
attention
me.
to his uhs and ums. He may be an AI imposter. It's kind of, you can see how the AI is trying to look human and it's not doing it right yet, you know?
Oh, this is
like
Tommy.
it knows it has to and it just does it at the wrong time.
Brian ain't no AI. I know that for sure, man.
No, yeah, I just kind of threw that at him, but I was speculating that it's kind of like AI used to think that a picture of a wolf was because snow was in it. And they didn't know that till it was saying it was a picture of a wolf and there was no wolf, but they realized, because there's snow. And a lot of pictures of wolves have snow in it.
So,
Okay, I don't know what that means.
So I'm live streaming you guys on my stream. I wanted to merge. Do you know how do I merge? How do I?
Well, you have to click the link. Come on, you have to end your stream if you want to merge. You have to start by doing that. Come over here on the YouTube channel, click the StreamYard link, and then it'll give you the option when you're in StreamYard again to simulcast.
Oh, really?
I want to know how to purge.
You think I should do
How do I
that?
purge the streams?
Well, Freedom is simulcasting right now. We have 50 people watching, 6
think
people
so,
on
no.
Freedom, 44 people over here. So,
Oh, we got a bunch of. Also, we've got a bunch of merging going on. We got a whole.
well, we're only 2 channels that have
Merging.
that simulcasting. Like, no, not 2, but 1. Freedom's channel is simulcasting right now.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, maybe I'll do that. Even though I got a few viewers, I guess I'll
Yeah,
do
go
that. 'cause
ahead.
I do
We're
wanna do
still
this
up
merge
for
thing.
another few hours here. We're only 3 hours and 18 minutes in the show, so we still got a long stride ahead.
All right, I think I'll give that a shot.
And counting. Hey,
I'll
Patrick.
check in with my chat. I'll be back, guys. Thanks for having me.
All
See
right,
you later.
don't worry about it. We'll be waiting.
All right,
See you in a bit.
Oh, that reminds me of something we could get all y'all's opinions on. When you mentioned like the 3 hours and plenty to go. In the context of these panels that do run like average 4+ hours, I heard somebody saying the other day, like, if they're not catching something live, they're not going to go back and watch it. Like, they're just going to watch live panels. How many people?
Really?
Well, I've
Wow,
kind of
Tom.
felt. I go
That's
back
bizarre.
and watch.
What did you? That's bizarre. Go on.
I
please,
have
I'm
reasons.
fascinated.
Like,
I'm
for my
actually like that too. I like listening to real time stuff. What's really happening right now. So it's like,
So,
Yeah, because I've seen that myself as well.
Open panels. than go and listen to pre-made videos. It's kind of like it's become a thing.
But I do go back when I have reasons, whether it's like my fake news show or just when I'm questioning something about what I said or what happened.
Cage. But yeah, this is the thing. It depends on the information that is there. So sometimes do go back and listen. It's really important. And even if it's a live that you didn't get into. But I want to welcome Cage.
Yeah, what's up, everyone? What's up, Tommy, OTW,
What's up?
Dick, Crystal, Manil, everyone in the
Well,
panel.
I've also found that when I went back in preparation for like Lauren's show and then for this news show, I catch stuff like I'm watching my old interactions and still catching things that it's like, oh, I didn't even realize that was going on in the moment, you know?
CEO of Illuma Corp. I have a fucking parody video on my channel about Illuma Corp. It's like a Illuma Corp training video.
So at the beginning of my show, I roll out. What are those things called at the beginning of shows where it shows
I
like
really
the
want to
production
subscribe to Cage. Has your channel got a spaceman sitting on a globe, or is that not you?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Thank you. Sorry, Tommy.
Yeah, I have a couple fake companies that I don't know what that little production reel thing is. Like whenever you watch a movie and it shows a couple production companies short take labels at the beginning, I made some of those for the beginning of the show. I'm making fake commercials too if anybody wants to be in one. I can do it without you. I was thinking about throwing those AI guys
That's
in
brilliant.
for like a horror movie.
Go, Tommy.
That'd be
Yeah, I'm
hilarious.
just doing it's just like daily showing kinda, or some shows done this kind of shit before. Nothing new under the sun. It's just like with these panels now, all of us can do it if we've got a phone or a laptop or something.
And we know how to use the software.
Yeah, so I think what you really got to do is put in, like, I'm trying to put in some writing and some, like, how it's going to work to it, or else I'm just splicing shit together that's already aired.
That's cool. Yeah, that's good. There's
Yeah, like the Talcott and Jordan Peterson conversation, that was well put together, I think. If anybody knows who's doing the Talcott clips,
I
that
didn't
was
see the
pretty good.
Jordan Peterson one.
Yeah, he
Where's that
talks
one?
to Jack about running for president. It's pretty good.
No, is that you?
Yeah, go to Talcott
Cage?
clips. Is it called Talcott
Cage,
clips?
did you do that?
Which
it was
one?
you, wasn't it? Did you do the Jordan Peterson Talcott one? Who did that?
No, I didn't
I
do
want to
that.
see it.
Someone else did
Please,
that
I
one.
want to laugh.
I didn't do that one.
Yeah, I don't know if they're being secret about who they are, but there's a channel called Talcott Clips, and it looks like the Netflix
No way.
thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I don't think, I mean, since Talcott's been so cool about it, I don't think there's any reason to be anonymous, but
No,
everybody's got
it's
their
got
reasons.
humour, and he.
Yeah.
Cage, please do one of them. I know you can.
They should do some parodies with like fucking Berg Peterson in or something on the panel.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, that'd be really cool.
And see, I'm actually trying to make some good shit for Paul in mind, because I do have this bit going where I've found so many clips of him saying transgender things that I threw a female filter on him, and I'm going to make him like a trans character in the news. But just off of that, I'm like, I have to balance it by like throwing him props or being nice to him in other ways with the show. Because even halfway through the show, I was like, wait.
Tommy, be
Like,
gentle.
well, that's what I'm saying. I was like, I know how I am. And I was like, if I keep doing this show, even post beef, I can't found it off of just fucking with channels and people. So I'm adding shit to it that's legit. But there'll be a couple stabs. There's going to be some stabs in it along the way. But if new people see it that have no idea who these screets are, they're not even going to know what we're talking about. This is a Screets production I'm trying to make for the family that's been here.
Coming along.
Yeah. Debut appearance of Dr. Phil.
I am a comment.
It's a little glitchy, OGW.
On an all-new Dr. Phil.
It'll fix.
Dr. Phil.
Oh, Cot Flicks. That's
Dr.
what I mean.
Phil.
But even on the Jordan Peterson one, even despite the dialogue, I think they did really good with the like rhythm of the timing.
But also currently believes he is Jesus.
What you mean,
He claims he is
speaking
the
on the
prophet
beat?
who went from being an A.
Well, have you ever? Oh, I didn't know it's still playing because it was chopping out. Have you ever seen who's the one that does all Ping Trip? That channel Ping Trip that did all the Joe Rogan
Oh, I've not
splices.
seen that one.
Yeah,
No.
those don't always have like a conversation rhythm to them because he's hacked the words
right,
up
right.
in there. But sometimes
yeah,
he'll
yeah.
do one where it's like, was that the real conversation? That sounded fluid. And that Peterson Talcott, that came off pretty fluid.
Yeah, you can see this though. They do speak on the rhythm, and even the hand gestures. You know, it doesn't matter who it is. You know who I'm talking about without naming anyone. Nice to see you, Brian. Good man.
Thanks for having me. So
here's
this is my
Nams.
first time.
Oh my God, everyone's here. Hey, salute.
So this is my
Nice
first
to
time
see you,
merging.
James.
So I'm not sure. I still don't understand quite how this works. So I am live streaming this on my channel. Yeah, I have the YouTube going up, and we just merged.
Our little boy's growing up. He's doing his streams.
Jesus Christ, Tommy.
I'm gonna put this stream in the scrapbook.
Tommy, why can't you come down to zero and like why do you gotta come at me all the time, even if I'm not coming at you? Like
That was endearingly.
no, I get it. I could take that stuff.
I do want to see a full shot of that swanky 70s looking chair you're sitting in. That looks like some Austin Powers chair or something.
Yeah.
Or Dr. Evil, maybe.
If you can see that one.
Brian's never Dr. Evil.
But I mean, that style of that chair, it looks like some kind of Bond, some kind of 70s era.
It looks
60s
really
era.
comfy though.
Yeah.
It looks like an antique almost.
Where are you right now? What is that?
Nice chair, by the way.
I'm in a hotel lobby.
That's a hotel, right? Yeah. So I thought.
Yeah.
Ah, that explains the upholstery.
Was that you dancing on Tommy's box, Christos? Is that a ring door cam?
Oh man, Christoph can move. He can move.
Oh, yeah, the fisheye. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was trying to get Jack to take a clip of him looking out his peephole so I could play that Christos with a fro and glasses dancing outside through the peephole.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, because in Fisheye Lens, that movie does where his like arms kind of like do the hey ho wave. It looks like he's being obnoxious up in the peephole lens, knowing that Jack's looking through. But Jack's going through some things right now. He's evolving. I can't really pressure him too much. I haven't been. I've been expressing my dissatisfaction with some of his choices lately.
Tommy, we're all evolving.
Right, but we can. The only time I think we can speak to each other on things is if we're making statements and claiming a thing that is contradictory to what is going on. And then that's as a friend we would do it. I wouldn't be approaching Jack about it if I wasn't a friend.
Well, I think there's constructive criticism.
Right,
then
right. Yeah.
And then there's handling what comes back to you. And we've all been in this seat. You know, it might not have been as pretty as Brian's seat with all that nice upholstery.
Oh, shop in London. London, actually, I was about to say I'm going to wrap up here to save energy for your stream.
So I could also start another stream and then
not be watched on
this and then share this screen. Is that what am I fucking doing? I'm getting lost in the fucking matrix here. I'm trying to figure out how I. Like,
nice
okay, I know I can normally
No,
do
he's
that.
right. He's right. When everybody first started restreaming, I thought Paul and Yurt were having a fight, and I didn't realize in real time that like Paul was restreaming Yurt, and then just responding. But I thought they were just like at each other's throats, and that was the first time I ever experienced a
They're
restream.
never at each other's throats. Stop it, Tommy.
Well, they have been, but I didn't know people were restreaming yet when I saw a restream.
That's
Not knowing.
perception. It's perception.
Yeah. Well, it's just like when I first heard of Paul through High Impact Flicks, I was like, YouTubers are doing Zoom calls now? I'm going to have to get down on the Zoom call.
For some years, Tommy, by the way.
Yeah, I wasn't YouTubing for many years.
Not new.
When I was
None of it.
homeless, I would only watch PewDiePie and a couples to keep my
Oh
spirits high.
no,
Why?
you didn't. Shame on
What's
you.
Why? Because he said
That-
nigger one?
No, I saw it sort of, I don't know, about a year and a half ago, and I thought, what the hell is this nonsense?
Well,
Nah.
he's gone through different evolutions himself. And back in his time when he started, everyone started just playing video
Devolution.
games on YouTube until they figured out what they were going
Devolution.
to do from there.
Yeah, I think it's more devolution. I don't think so. These guys that have got these kind of ridiculous subscriptions, they're part of the program.
PewDiePie's legit. Like, you sound like you're just going off of the rhetoric that, yeah, you heard about his N-word thing that he apologized for and nothing else. Like, he's a well-traveled...
Not at all. No, I never
been
knew
a very
anything
classy
about
dude.
him.
Yeah, he's...
No, I just simply looked at him and I thought,
And now he's on his
what is
first kid.
this? It's nonsense. It's just nonsense.
Like him
Why would
and
you
a
look at
girl
that?
that was him and a girl that had a channel got married, and she just like quit her channel. Like, yeah, I'm married now, and what's my channel to fucking PewDiePie? He was the face of YouTube for a while.
Wow. Yeah, no, sorry. I don't play them games. I'm not interested in anything like that. And anyone that knows me knows that I'm not interested in any of that. So that's...
Well, I just don't
that's
know
it.
what that is. He doesn't really do anything bad. Actually, I'd
No,
let
I'm
my
not
if I had
saying
kids,
it's bad.
I'd let
It's
my
just
kids
I'm
watch
not
it and not worry
interested.
about it.
Tommy, I'm not
Oh yeah,
interested.
interest is
It's
fine. Yeah, I don't
completely
care if you're not interested.
ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's nonsense. I'm not interested.
Well, that's your perception. But I'm not saying you have to be interested in it, but don't say it's nonsense. You're just not interested in it. It could be
Brian
as
wants to
simple as
say
like
something.
guy stuff
Brian's
versus girl
turn.
stuff. Neither is nonsense, but interest will be relative.
Well, now I got 2 live streams going. This is insane, dude. I got 2 lives.
Wow.
How ironic, because I'm on those streams and I'm dead inside.
Anyone know how this works? If I shouldn't
Not
even
at
be
all.
doing. Why does anyone ever do this? So I'm merging, but then I got a live.
Everybody does it. That's why I say don't
Patrick
expect to make a living off
will
of it.
know,
Everybody
and
does
Dick will know, Brian. Patrick and Dick will know. OGW and Dick will know.
Okay, here's a good analogy. You guys know Twitch is like the YouTube of video games where you can play video games for people to watch. Now imagine someone playing video games right now and they're not making a living off of it. Why are they wasting their time? Why would they not make a living off of it? Because it's really hard to even make a living off Twitch considering everybody's playing video games, which any of us can do at any time. Like public Zoom calls.
Yeah, I don't really understand that. Why the fuck would you watch somebody else play a video game?
Exactly.
I saw the value in
Twitch.
Cage. You
I'm
remember
with
the
you, man.
days when you'd get a game on the day of release and it was a fucking piece of crap for $70. I do like watching pre-purchase of games now over that.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And some people bring value with their entertainment as they play, like Stimpy and a few I can watch.
So
do their thing.
anyone remember the Amiga? Anyone old enough to remember the Amiga?
Yeah, I remember. I remember the thing called Amiga, but I don't remember the details. But it was like Atari-ish, right?
Right. Well, the Amiga didn't get the backing that Microsoft got because they went and stole the actual computer language off a guy because he wasn't home, and his missus got... My mate knew the guys that went there, right? And so they stole...
Yeah.
So that's where your Microsoft system comes from.
Yeah,
So
that
when you
whole
look at...
industry is cutthroat like that because
Right.
the reason we
But,
have a Microsoft
okay,
and an Apple
I know.
is from fucking Bill Gates stealing from Steve Jobs and running off.
Oh
So that's
no,
why
Bill
they...
Gates is way more than that. He's the child of a extreme family of geneticists, right? And
Right,
they
but
want
even
to reduce
Zuckerberg,
population, blah blah
even
blah. But we're
Zuckerberg
not
was
actually,
teamed with guys over
Tommy. We're not
Facebook and
talking
then ran
about
off
that.
with the Facebook
We're
thing.
talking about technology. We're talking technology. Let's go back. So the Amiga, it was a way better computing system, which had real-time multitasking. And it's just like the Video 8 and like VHS and Video 8. What got the funding? VHS, not the video 8. And it's the same when you look at, if you're old enough to remember
But
this stuff.
VHS beat Betamax because Betamax is better than
Yeah,
VHS,
Betamax.
but VHS
Okay,
was
I got
first.
the term, but it's still V8. It's V8.
But
right?
VHS
So
was
it's
just
the
first to the market.
No, they were way better. Way better.
Yeah,
tech.
Betamax was better, but because they
Way
weren't
better
first
tech.
to the market, that's
And
why
this
it
is my
failed.
point. And the Amiga was way better tech than the computers we've got today. It's nonsense what we've got today.
No.
Oh yes.
No,
It's
it
complete
might have been
nonsense.
better back
They've
then,
got,
but
right, that
nothing
same.
from back
Excuse
then is
me,
better as far as
Tommy.
computers than
Excuse
today.
me. Your Apple devices are all owned by Microsoft.
Oh my God, where do I even start? How do I say something to you, Manel? How do I talk to a person like you about things like this?
Come and stroke my fluffy hair.
That's usually what I do
I'm
wrong.
just
Is when it comes
teasing you,
straight up.
babe. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, there's teasing. Like, I think one way that off what Lou was saying, the way I look like Mr. Smarty Pants and shit, is a lot of the time I'm just trying to like enlighten or assist people with their information, and it's taken like a dick up the ass, per se. Like
the
the
dick
old.
off the F.
Well,
What's
I
that?
mean, some
Explain.
people. Well, I guess that's some people's wildest dream, some people's worst nightmare. So that's a bad analogy.
Well, I think we're in that nightmare because we've got this transgender. They want to turn everything into a drone type nonsense. So carry on.
Right. Like, so for some people, that's their worst nightmare. But for other people, it's like, are you talking about a hot, skinny model with big tits and a bigger dick? Like, that's their wildest dream. Their wildest dream.
So,
Did I say me? I didn't
hang on
say
a
me,
minute.
right?
No, I know that. That's
Okay,
not what I
good, because
meant.
no one heard that. If I said me, I'll rewind it. I'll fucking get OTW to drop it because I
I
didn't
heard
say
ya.
that.
Right, so here's a really disturbing thing.
It was a
that
deep
little
fake. It was a deep
children-
fake that says it likes dick girls, not me.
Tommy, you took it here. You took it to this place. So there's a really disturbing thing going on in the world, and it's been going on for some time. And they are teaching young girls to have their breasts removed, and they're teaching them to have their vaginas turned into floppy things and they will never have any kind of true sexuality as it should
And it's
be.
actually it more often shortens the lifespan. It's only been detrimental to
Well,
make
obviously, because once they realise how their lives have been destroyed, you don't want to be here anymore because
Have you
you
seen
can't
What Is a
interact
Woman?
naturally. It's disgusting. I'm sorry,
You did see it?
OTW. I really have a strong feeling about this, so forgive me for being a bit blasé.
Well, I think a lot of people do. Like, even in Texas, in America, they say Texas is like the freedom state. And even in Texas, it's legal for doctors and school staff to not let parents know their child comes to school and changes clothes into a different gender clothes and secretly transition them in school. And
Oh yeah,
doctors
I
in
mean,
school are allowed
it's
to
really.
cover
I mean,
for
when I
them.
went to school, Tommy, trust me, when I went to school, none of this
Yeah, there
was
was
happening.
dinosaurs when you went to school.
None of it.
We get it.
No, it was really wholesome, and we were learning. Hey, Dick, it was about.
Yeah, but to Andrew Tate's point,
Hang on, Tommy. Dick wants to say something.
to
Please.
Andrew Tate's point, like, would I rather have sex with a female that looks like Hulk Hogan or a dime piece, the most attractive looking female, but she has a dick? I say that's where I'm out. Like, I'd just be celibate. There's no.
And I'd fuck the female
None
with
of
the
the
dick.
above. Fucking.
Hang on. I want to get really degenerate here, and I want to explain something about being groomed, and it isn't about the age. You can be groomed at any age. I was with someone that tried to groom me when I was quite a bit older, and was trying to sell me to his friends, and that was not far from where I live now. So you need to look after your family. It doesn't really matter what age they are. He was even trying to expose me to his son. Please listen. So usually the abusers are very close to home. Okay, very close to home.
Well, yeah,
And
you
I
wouldn't let
know
a
many
stranger
people.
come in and
I'm
do
sorry?
shit like that. You wouldn't give a
Say again?
stranger that kind of trust. It usually is someone in a position of trust,
Right, exactly.
because you're not
But
going to
my
let a
point
stranger just
is,
walk up and manipulate
so
you
I'm
like
just
that.
trying to show something here where I was a lot older and I was being abused. Right, it was really disturbing. And he was also going after young girls. When we would go out, he would be, trying to make friends with like teenagers. It was very disturbing. But then we would get home, and he knew his son was coming in the door. He'd pull my top down so my breast would be exposed, and I would cook. He'd have his friends come over, and I would cook and make all this lovely food, and then they would be sleeping in the lounge. We'd be in the bedroom, and then he'd kick me out of the bed and say, "Go and see my friends."
Yeah, but you could have just left
you don't have like
that.
a close male family member.
And if I was hanging out with a group
I'm
that's
on
like
my
always
own.
pantsing
I'm
me
on
and
my
shit,
own.
I'm not going to stay
No,
in that.
I'm on my own, and this is why. I'm sorry. I'm not abusive, but I will defend myself, and I carry weapons, and I'm not going to disclose what they are.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do as an individual, though. Like that's what we all should be
Exactly.
doing. And you shouldn't have to say
Exactly.
it like watch out. Like I even think
Right.
American
Yeah,
police should just
but folks don't
assume
realise
everybody has
this.
a
They
gun,
think,
even if they don't.
I know, but folks seem to think that they must be submissive and bow down to the nonsense. No.
And that's what I think. You were
And
being
when I
too
went to the
agreeable to
police,
stick around for that kind
yeah,
of
but
activity.
Tommy, when I went to the police, because he had a girlfriend in the police system, they wouldn't help me.
No, you didn't have to go to the police. You could have just not been with them.
Yeah, well, it wasn't that simple. He got
Isn't
me at
it,
a
though?
time when I was really low. No, it's my fault. I agree. But he got me at a time when I was really low. I had a lovely house that I was living in. I didn't have to go and move in with him, but I did because I trusted him, and he abused my trust. That is my point. So learn
But as long as
when you look
you
into
can
the
put your own
eyes.
responsibility in
Tommy,
there, that's
stop.
all there is to
Tommy,
it.
wait. You look into their eyes for a very long time and observe before you connect with them. You get me?
No, it sounds like a lot of mumbo jumbo for nothing. It's like you can keep it really simple
No,
and
it's not
basic.
mumbo jumbo. It's not. Not at all.
Like
We all
if
make
you
these
go
mistakes.
further down that road, that's an issue we have in America where women were trying to put this thing in where it's like, oh, up to 3 days after sex, you can retract your consent. And everybody was like,
No. I
bullshit.
don't work like that. Look, I'm 56. I'm not a freaking spring chicken. Tommy, you didn't listen to anything I said. It's fine.
I did.
Sorry.
I did.
Patrick, carry on.
So OTW, this homestead comment, what is it people are posting when I just see the little rectangle square? Like I see that in a lot of comments. And one time a couple days ago, someone even like mentioned my
I
screen
think
name
they're
and
like
then it just had that square.
they're emojis, but they sometimes show up as little
It's
squares.
emojis. They don't. Yeah, it's
Okay.
emojis. They don't show up. You don't have the plug-in for them on your computer, bro.
All right. Yeah, it was confusing me. Because, yeah, one night EBT was just rattling them off in the chat, and I'm like, are you trolling? And then I didn't realize, I think he said it was like GIFs or some shit. Is London Man still in the chat?
Not sure.
Yeah. I'm saving all. I got a reserve for him. They're telling how long he'll run. I think he does about 5 or 6 hours. But it's easy over there. It's easy because it's like, I told him it feels weird to like have people intent on facilitating communication with me rather than the norm I'm used to.
We had a good stream yesterday. We got a lot of information out there.
Yeah.
On here.
Yeah, and I'm glad you replayed my deepfake because, like I said, somebody had shown it to me on another stream, but they didn't have the volume, so you missed a lot with the dialogue. I dug it. So, like, you just type it in, and it gets used to the voice, but it's just gonna say what you type.
It's instant. It's instant, right? All you need is like 1 minute of vocals, someone's voice, and
Yeah.
just
Because like a year ago, it was like 15 minutes, and now it's like a minute.
It's 1 minute. That's it.
Yeah.
Even if you like do more than a minute, it doesn't really even change anything.
OTW, can I say hey to Mary?
Yeah, say
Hey,
hey.
Mary.
So when you think about altered reality they want to do, and that's where you'll wear some kind of headset or glasses where you still see the world you're usually in, but it's adding an overlay.
I think they call it AR, augmented reality or something.
Yeah. Because the first one I saw that was cool was you could like look at your coffee table and your Minecraft world could just be playing out on your coffee table. But the idea that you just got your Pokemon following you around, or everybody shows up in a group together even though you're in different places, that sounds good. But when you think about this deepfake thing, it's like ultimate manipulation until you're not sure if you are being manipulated, or until you have to like touch the person you're visiting to believe that's them.
Well, yeah, no, I was
Definitely, Tommy. I agree with that, man.
It has me questioning like fucking everything, because if this is available to the public now, it means they probably had this for like upwards of like a decade or something, probably longer.
Yeah.
Right. So like all
And
these
yet you
shit that we
see the
see-
3 different Biden forms. It's like, I agree with you that they probably do have like an advanced form of deepfaking, and yet 3 appearing like masked type Biden men. It's like, so weird.
To
Everything's
think
so
about
fucked
it,
up.
like all this news and all this shit, like how do you even know any of these people exist? They could just be fucking deep faked. And
Yeah, but they're all actors ultimately, aren't they? Come on, guys. We know this.
And I do believe they're reporting on the events of the world, but yes, it's Operation Paperclip, where the CIA has been ingrained in every media. It's like once the government could psyop other countries over war and stuff, the next step is just to do your own people. Like naturally, you do your own people after that. It's always been the devil's world, or he couldn't have offered it to Jesus.
yeah, it's like a double-edged sword. It's like a tool. Like I don't know, because I before I got on here, I was like listening for a second, and I heard you guys talking about how there's like a lot of negatives to it, positives.
If you see it that way.
It's good you're here, Cage. I like your perspective, by the way.
Yeah, it could be used for fucked up shit though.
And
But
it's
that's
supposed
like
to.
anything, right? It's like a hammer, right? You can build a house with a hammer. You can fucking bludgeon someone. It's the same
Right.
thing.
Or if that hammer is
Isn't it,
racism,
man?
everything looks like nails to Joe Cool.
Okay, I don't know about that, but
Well, it's the hammer nails thing. If you're the right kind of soldier, like everything, once you're trained to be a soldier, everything's gonna look like the nails of that hammer training. And you can do it with a lot of things. It's like toilet bowl earth. Everything that's not toilet bowl earth is obviously satanic and not Christian if you're not coming from his channel.
No, but it's knowing how to use your tools that you're given, or that that have been. It's like, does anyone know how to use a scythe or a sickle? I do.
Yeah, and it's
Do you know?
also the
Anyone?
opportunity. Even the beast
Does
system, like
anyone know? Answer the
yes,
question.
there's videos on YouTube of how to do it. Why it's better than a mower. We can talk
I
about it
learned
now.
from
We can go there.
scratch,
I like
not from
I
a
like the
video.
scythe.
Tommy,
You can make
Tommy,
a lot of money in America
Tommy,
cutting
please.
lawns with a scythe.
I implore you, Tommy,
Once
please
you
let me
show the
finish.
homeowner what a scythe
Tommy?
benefits a lawn, I'm backing you up, Manel. You're losing your shit.
Yeah, I know, but you're just not letting me finish. My
Yeah,
point
definitely.
is not.
But what I'm saying is,
Right.
like, is a small mustache. Even small
point
mustache
is,
is good
when you
for the
pick
stars
up
and stripes
a
to show
tool,
who they are in relation to small mustache.
you pick up a tool and you learn how to use it. That is
Oh,
when
she's
you
going
know
Mary
how
Poppins
to
on us. Dude, oh shit. Did I turn you guys off? Not
It's
like
all right.
sexually.
Look, I don't take any offense. It's fine.
No, I was putting my phone on the tripod and I hit the
It's
power
fine,
button.
man. Look, we're having a conversation here, man. It's all good.
If you say so. See how that
If I
works.
say so.
No, but what I was saying to Cage's point is I tell people that I've lived a life where I've jobbed over and over again. Just job. Just God keeps jobbing me over and over and over. And you just have to learn how to like that downside as much as the upside. I feel like that's what he's asking me to show him, or what I asked to be put through, or whatever.
Yeah, and that's when you remember the skills you were taught when you were small. So it's a well-known fact. You learn most of your craft in your first 7 years of your life, and then everything
I don't
else
think that's
follows.
true.
Trust me, I learned to sharpen a knife when I was 7.
Yeah, and I
Alright,
didn't
and I
learn
learned how to
solar and
carve
electric till
wood,
my 30s.
sculpt in clay. I make walking sticks. I paint. I do on paper tattoo art, so it's ink and pencil. I know how to sew. I make clothes. I can cook food, like knowing how to put herbs and roots and whatever you're eating, you know, all the good stuff. So this is what is necessary for all of us to remember, to relearn. And most of it has been taken away from us. And when you give your children over to that system, they are not learning any of that because they're not at home watching mum cook. They're not watching dad make things out of wood. They're not watching
you know what
someone.
they're learning? They're learning to be fucking complacent slaves and order followers.
Exactly.
To the
They put them
There
in
is
front of
that
a
aspect,
screen.
but there's also an education
Exactly,
going on.
Cage.
There's still math and science going on. It's
Yeah, they
legit shit.
never fucking use ever.
Yeah, but
Like,
math
what
and
was the last time?
science
When
is
was the last time
involved
you
in the
used
I
natural
trigonometry?
do all
world.
the time.
You have to make measurements to build a house. You don't need a freaking computer for that.
When
You
was the
need your
last time you
eyes
learned
and a
When's the
piece of
last time you applied
string or whatever.
trigonometry or fucking algebra or whatever?
Exactly. Right. But it's
The
nature.
thing is, it's the thing you can use learning from is the things that you'd never think about it. It's when you can piece things together through unrelated information that it's beneficial. Like when you can look at a shadow and you can measure the height of a tree by the shadow it's casting.
Well, yeah, there is that aspect, but you actually need to comprehend how things grow, what's in your soil.
That's why I'm a
And this is
globie.
where I will always go back to Rudolf Steiner, is because when you teach little ones how things work together, it is a composite. We are a composition of a great consciousness. It has to work together. Otherwise, it does not work.
No, we're here to not work. That's why it doesn't work. Like you
No,
can
that's
make
not
it
true.
work.
No.
Yeah, I mean we do make
No,
it work, but we're not here to like turn the world all unified kumbaya, or between Christians and Muslims alone somebody's got to go.
OTW, I want to go back to the thing about reincarnation, which was right at the beginning of your life. And the reason we know that we reincarnate is because there's little ones going, "Ooh, I remember living over there in India or freaking
we don't know that
China
we
or
reincarnate.
wherever it is." And then they go there and it's the name, it's the house, and it's the family.
No, that's not true.
Proof. Yes,
No.
it's true.
No.
It is true.
Then let those little ones fill out your W-2s. Let them do your taxes. Let them do your resume. See how life works out.
Well, how do they come up with a name? No, I don't
They
know.
don't.
That's nonsense.
They don't.
We're not talking about taxes
Well,
here.
Kids
We're
just
talking about
bullshit.
consciousness.
Hold on, guys, because there's actually
Yeah, go on.
there's studies for this at Laurentian University here in Ontario, and they've actually proven that pretty much consciousness is not localized in your brain. Like it's represented elsewhere in the Earth's
Yeah, I can agree with that, but that's not proof
Yes.
of reincarnation.
Cage. Absolutely. Respect, man. That's my point.
No. So it's all stored. Like every thought that could ever exist it's all stored in the Earth's magnetic field, and you can
Right,
access
it's like more like you're accessing it in a way than just you were a thing and remember it. Because there is no proof there's no proof of anything to the afterlife. No one comes back and says.
So I remember being in wars. I wasn't a woman, and I was killing a lot of people.
Yeah, but you don't remember enough to understand
promise
men
you.
more.
I know, and I've died and I've come back. So I have. I know what I know. I'm not telling you. We all have our
That's why,
own
you acknowledge it's not
journey.
proof.
Tommy, we have our individual journey. It's not always the same.
Right, I have things like you're saying, but I'm not calling it proof. Like I'm not calling the rantings of a child proof of reincarnation. Because even the politics, they say, hey, isn't it funny how I can ask a class of second graders what the problem is, and they all say Obama? Isn't that funny? I'm like, well, that doesn't mean shit if the kids say
There's also
Obama.
something called genetic memory too.
They're very gentle. Yes, they're not ranting. They're very gentle. So if you go and read Go read.
Oh no, it's not. It's not true. There's 14-year-old kids like shooting each other. There's 6-year-old kids shot his fucking teacher, man. Like you can't just say
What
kids are
happened
gen.
to what happened to OTW, Dick, and Nubs? I haven't heard like any words out of any of them.
He put the TGIF up. That's what I'm feeling.
They're here. They're always
I'm still
listening.
here. Okay.
Oh, that's Mitch Logan. I was gonna say, London man, tone it down. You got another stream to do still. You're gonna have us followed there.
I'm listening. I'm just making a breakfast burrito.
Good man.
Colorado.
I was gonna ask,
is
hey Dick, how much is that fucking tea going for again?
I'm here too, Cage. I'm just listening to the
I
conversation.
want to know more about this expensive tea. Maybe I should just start growing tea instead of
Dick,
weed.
have you always lived in Colorado?
Oh yeah, Cage. Lots of tea about.
You're muted, Dick.
15 years in Colorado, but no, I was raised in the islands and born in California, actually.
All right, so I think I'm about 13 years Colorado, so maybe you can relate. Like there's a lot of good Mexican and Southwest food out here, but also it's like almost sometimes all you can find depending on what you want at a given. It's like, man, can I get a classic East Coast burger after 9 o'clock? Not easily these days. But because of the location, we are like
Dick, you're
straight
muted
north
again,
of. Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, I don't go to a restaurant
Get to know your own
pretty
farmers.
much ever.
Well,
Get to
in
know your
Denver,
Place I ever
farmers
go is
that produce the,
up in
the
Buena
beef.
Vista. There's this little place called the what the hell is it called? And every once in a while, if we're out there, I'll go to it because they got a really good bison burger that's local raised bison.
Oh, if you go to Montana Ted's,
Oh,
that's a bomb ass
man.
bison burger
I want
too.
one. Dick, I
Because
want
he
one of them.
raises the bison on his ranches that go to his restaurants. It's so fucking good, man.
Yeah, I don't want to burn my spuds. I'll be back.
What does bison
Yeah.
taste like? I never had that.
Oh,
I mean, it's close
slightly
to how
wilder than
burgers
beef.
taste, but there's just a quality to it. I would say it's just this
Yeah.
quality that's like
Weird,
it's just
the
so
weirdest.
good.
I do get raw milk yogurt from a local farm here, and they're all grass-fed cows and that. So, and
But what I
there's
was
a
telling
good
Dick is like
meat merchant.
around Denver and
No, I'm in
Colorado Springs.
Scotland, Tommy.
Well,
I'm
you
in
got a lot to
Scotland.
say, Manel, and it's a lot of it gets into the old lady stuff a lot of
Have
times.
you guys ever had
like you,
alligator? Has
But what
anyone
I'm
here had
saying is, like,
alligator
if
before?
you're living in Denver and not partaking of like an eclectic range of restaurants, then it's like going to Austin and not listening to music, you know? But a lot of it is Southwest style because of the culture straight north of Mexico and shit.
Congrats on the 1.1K OTW. Yeah, weirdest shit I've ever had was alligator at an Italian restaurant. It was like a fucking
Oh.
appetizer, popcorn alligator.
What's that taste like?
Like chewy, rubbery chicken.
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh, I'm
A lot of
not
stuff
going to
does
eat
taste
it
like
unless I'm
chicken.
starving.
That's it. I ate a lizard. It's the only time that's the weirdest shit I've ever ate.
Have you had
Like,
The
snake?
only thing I could never try was black-eyed white baby squid that my Chinese friend was just slurping up like spaghetti. It was just
Oh no, it
disgusting.
depends how you
I
cook
couldn't
it.
bring myself
Squid
to
is
try it.
actually really good. Oh, hang on a minute here. May I add, the Spanish, they do calamari pequeña, and it is baby squid, and it is battered, and it's
deep fried.
really good.
Yeah, I've eaten
and I'm
that.
sorry, baby squid, but it's really good. It's not slithery or slimy. It's
No,
crispy
this
and
dude,
then beautiful.
the tentacles were
Yeah, it's
grabbing
battered,
his
right?
lips on the way past his mouth. Like that's why I was like, no, I can't eat baby squid that are like trying to grab their way out of your mouth on the way in.
Oh no, that's not good. No, I don't play that.
No,
Well,
it's like
that's
those
super-
calamari things. It's like rings, like little rings.
Yeah, I've eaten
battered.
fried squid. That's good.
Oh no, Cage, calamari. The rings are the bigger squid.
Oh yeah.
Calamari pequeña. Pequeña
Say
means
aluminum
small.
for us again.
Okay.
Tommy, I'm talking to Cage. Calamari
Aluminium.
pequeña is baby squid. So they're really, really small. They wash them really well. And then what they do is they
Eat the
flour
whole
them
thing?
and deep fry them. And you get this mound of them. So imagine how many families you're eating. You get a mound of these baby squid, really crispy with a nice, slightly gooey center, with like salad all around, bottle of wine, and man,
Yeah,
They're
that
really
still
good,
sounds
though.
it still sounds more humane than than veal. You know, veal. It's
Yeah,
baby.
yeah, yeah. No, I grew up with the veal thing in Germany. I saw them. It's horrible.
Yeah,
They
they don't get
couldn't
to
move.
move. Yeah, they don't move or anything.
No, I
They
know.
just stand there, wait to die.
Really horrible. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wow, I
Well,
didn't
that's
know you
kind
knew
of
that.
the describe it to me, because that sounds like why I'm not worried about cows dying.
I
Because
used to visit the calves in the veal farm in right next to the Black Forest when I was a small girl, and they could not move. And we would take them greenery because they didn't get greenery. They were
what do you mean they
fed.
can't move?
They can't move in
They're
their
locked. They're
enclosure.
locked
They're
in
in
like
the
a tiny
dark.
little thing in the
Yeah,
dark.
it's in a
One
dark
person?
space. They can't turn. They can just about lie down. That's about as much movement. It's to keep the meat tender, so there's no muscle tone. It's disgusting. It's
Oh, you
like
mean
the
by
pate
way of
farming.
people they're kept like that?
Yeah, yeah.
Pardon?
They're
Okay.
purposely
Yeah,
done like
yeah,
so they
yeah,
can't move
exactly.
and
I
build
thought you
muscle.
meant like this
Right.
was a natural habitat thing going on or some shit. I get what you're
No,
saying.
no, no. It's that they're kept in dark, like kennels, and they're like stone buildings. Obviously, I mean, I'm going back to the 70s when I saw it, so it's not now. It's when I was 7. I saw this in the 70s. They were doing this then, and they're still doing it. You think slavery's gone? It's right here.
It's different. I mean, I don't like my food abused, but it's different when we're talking about food and animals.
Right, well then choose where you get your food from. That's as simple as that.
Well, I do, but also I'll go out and kill it myself because I do have the intention that in my world, if it goes right, it never knows that it turned into food that day. It was just happy in a field, and
Right.
then
No,
it's
I
season.
agree. You should hunt it yourself. I
But here's
totally
the
agree
thing,
with
like
you.
a pig knows you're coming to kill it, and it will run and squeal and run and try and evade you, and
Yeah,
it will
sure.
taste worse
Well,
because
they
of the
all
adrenaline.
know,
But
don't they?
cows, you can cow rod a cow in the head, and it'll drop over dead, and the next one will walk up like, "What are you doing here, Phil?" And you cow rod it in the head, the next one steps up and just doesn't. And I
Okay,
don't
so
even
we
want my cows abused or kept where they can't turn around.
right.
I'd
So we
like
need
them
to
to be
do the
free range,
natural
but I
farming
will kill a
where
fucking cow and
we
eat some burgers.
no, but look, they're doing exactly the same thing to us. So we need to do
No,
generational
no, the
farming
cow spends
and
every
know
day
how to
probably
treat our
oblivious to each day.
soil.
Tommy, have you ever worked with cows?
Yes.
Good question, Nubs.
I'm
Okay.
from West Virginia, you fucking hick.
You fucking. How does that even work? You're from West
That's really
Virginia and you call
rude,
me a fucking
Tommy.
hick. Ridiculous.
Do I sound like a hick?
Can't we all just get along? God damn it.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
and then
we give it like we. Are you that triggered? I mean, we give it like we get it around here. We can't be snowflake. What is it?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
hell yeah.
Dude, if me and Nubs can talk after the whole early enslaved days, you guys don't need to worry about us taking jabs at each other. He's just in this moment, he's just not doing it, but he will.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Fucking OTW.
I'm good. Tommy's not worth my time.
Never tell Nubs what to do.
And what is worth Nubs' time?
I'm a surprise, Kevin. They don't see me coming.
Hoo-ah! Dude, one of my favorite Mad TV sketches was him and I forget who the other famous, but going to Baskin Robbins. He's like, 51 flavors. This is gonna be tough. Just gets all him on it. He wasn't like that when he was young, and now it's just you cast him for that, and it's cool. I respect it, but how do you turn your acting into that? Like Ray Romano, he just shows up in Ray Romano's whatever the role is he got. That wasn't the football movie he was in, though, right? Remember the football movie that Pacino was in? Remember what that was called?
What you talking about, boy?
Pacino.
What you talking about, Will?
My friend, whenever he was making my boxing hype promo videos, he used some lines from Pacino in that football movie.
Yeah, I got to get more.
The world don't move to the beat of just one drum.
All right, so what time is it
Oh,
now?
wow.
It is 12:07 Eastern Time here in
Shit.
Montreal, Canada, guys.
In your
Yeah.
part of the globe, it's only
Patrick,
9 here.
please give us some more deep fake. Do the other ones.
Yeah, I think it's time for the deep fake.
Ladies and gentle beans, welcome to Caged Reality. We interrupt our regular programming to bring you this special broadcasting filler. As we take a momentary break, let us entertain you with a delightful journey through imagination. Close your eyes and let your mind wander as we explore the extraordinary depths of the human spirit. Imagine a world where dreams come to life, where possibilities are endless, and where the power of the human mind knows no bounds. In this realm of limitless creativity, we find ourselves on the edge of discovery, ready to embark on an adventure like no other. Picture yourself standing on a sandy beach, feeling the warm grains between your toes. As the sun begins to set on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, a gentle breeze carries whispers of distant lands. Now imagine stepping into a lush forest, the air thick with the scent of pine and the symphony of birds serenading your every step. Sunlight filters through the towering trees, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As you walk deeper into the woods, you stumble upon an ancient moss-covered stone engraved with cryptic symbols. Transfixed by the mystery, you reach into your backpack and pull out a weathered journal. It tells tales of forgotten civilizations and hidden treasures, awaiting brave souls to unearth their secrets. With every page turned, the forest around you seems to come alive, revealing its hidden wonders. Time flies by, and the world of your imagination expands beyond what you thought possible. In this realm of untapped potential, dreams become reality and ideas take flight. As the final seconds of this broadcasting filler tick away, remember that within you lies a universe of infinite possibilities. And we're back. We hope you enjoyed that momentary escape into the realm of imagination. Thank you for joining us on this brief intermission. Our regular programming will resume shortly. Stay tuned for more captivating content right here on OTW News.
OTW Omniverse.
Cage, did you say you're going to try and do a whole panel of AI people?
A parody, yeah. I don't know. I might try it out. I don't know if I want to
go
do
for
all
it,
this
man.
shit. I don't want to be the one to fucking start all this nonsense right now.
No, Cage, you got to do
No,
it.
it's
man.
already started.
freaking
It's
brilliant.
already begun. They did it to Joe Rogan already.
No, you got to do it. I want
I have
it.
Joe Rogan. I have Joe Rogan trained already.
Did you see
I
where
know
Joe
Patrick
Rogan,
wants
Trump, and a bunch
Dick
of famous
wants
people
it.
are all playing D&D
Nubbs
together?
wants it. Tommy wants it.
I don't want it, but it's gonna happen. Like that's my thing that's different. Like he's gonna do the AI attempt. What I'm
I
doing
love
is
what he does, man. It's brilliant. Go on, Cage.
I'm taking clips that everyone's already said, and I'm trying to write my part to respond to it and make it work. Whereas
you
Cage
didn't
can
do what
Cage can just
did.
write it how he wants,
Cage
and it'll
did
just be
it,
AI.
man. It took him like freaking, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. That was like, boom. Go
I
on,
was like,
Cage.
I was doing other shit too, but yeah, someone in the comments is saying, what's his name again? Mantic metaphysician. He says, all of these have the undertone of Cage's voice. It's weird.
Ooh.
Maybe
Interesting.
Maybe my consciousness is fucking with it, for any.
Seriously, man.
So, do you say the dialogue and it changes to our voice, or are you typing in the dialogue?
No, it's just from text. It's all from text.
Right. I'm just troubleshooting why they would hear your voice in it. Maybe they hear your patterns because you might be typing in your speech patterns, but I don't hear your voice tones in it. Because you're right.
OTW
sounds a
sent
lot
me
like
that
me.
script.
No,
OTW sent me that
Cage, you
entire
know
script.
your speech patterns. Yeah, you know them. So he knows what it sounds like. That's a good point.
It does sound like you.
But now,
Brian,
what
it
do I
sounds
say to a
like
person
you
like
too.
you?
That's weird.
Talkshow clip collection comment.
Is that a fake Joe Cool laugh, or was he actually there laughing? seems like just yesterday I was getting those Cotflix envelopes in the mail.
Are you Jesus Christ?
Stop it.
This one's fucking hilarious.
Bro, you need a better internet connection, OT. What the fuck, man?
So Jack
Patrick, you're making my face hurt again, man.
Called Gilgamesh.
And
But
Cage.
also currently believes
Shush.
he claims he is a prophet who went from being an A student to a military soldier to living life as a wizard and finally take a look. Well, I can't tell you how glad I am you're here talking about it. It takes courage to be here to talk about it. This is a cautionary tale, right?
Hey, beautiful. Thank you. For those who don't know me, I'm Jack Talcott. Live without fear.
So how did this begin? You lost like 30 pounds. What was it in you that made it okay to stop eating food to the point that you lost 30 pounds?
It's a fine balance of everything, man. Let go lightly, hold on tightly.
Were you not eating because you were fasting or a job?
I'm not dying anymore.
I'm asking.
I was detached from reality. That was not smart. So when we become detached from reality, we're detached from our true self, and our true self is Christ. This is where I'm humbling myself. People consider it.
Is that a yes?
I don't even remember what you were talking about. Sorry.
Zach, you found a
He does that a
piece of
lot.
moldy bread that fell in the street, and this was a sign from God. You said when you picked it up, you saw something.
Woo! Woo! There is forces beyond us, man.
But this went on for days at a time, right? And you took painfully hot baths. You ran in the snow till you collapsed. Why were you willing to do that?
The concepts are actually very, very
Stop it. That's really naughty.
Surrender. Give up.
Yeah. Well, Jack says it is God's will that he lives his life on the streets as a homeless apostle, recruiting followers for the Lord. He also says he was going through a spiritual battle during the time. He doesn't doubt this is the path God has chosen for him to walk, and he accepts it's a job without pay.
I mean, that's kind of the point where I humbled myself. I spent my life out the thought of God.
Because you were in defiance.
Okay. Partial truths, fusion. So within every truth is a paradox. We can play these stupid manipulation of words games.
Do you want to be right or do you want to be happy?
Hey, dumbass.
I decided to let it pass, you being rude and belligerent and abusive with my staff.
Fucking liar.
If you want to take that to task, we can, because you are a loudmouth bully. You want to bully them, bully me, Buster.
I'm sitting here pretty much silent, ass.
I made a list where you said, years down the road, you'll find out that I became famous.
Now that we know.
Well, Jack says he's a true prophet of the Lord and claims the only thing that would come from this show is Dr. Phil looking really stupid. Dr. Phil is going to recognize me as a servant of the Lord and is going to give support for my ministry. It is going to be revolutionary.
I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to remember saying this stuff.
He says that God made him an appointment with me today so he can help me understand his views on spirituality and psychology. He said that he was concerned that he was going to embarrass me because I don't know much.
What do you believe you could have done better?
I'm just asking you, at this point, it seems to me that you have a very odd way of spreading God's love.
I think in the past I had that energy that wasn't a good idea to try.
You're saying that you are anointed one, that you are an apostle. You're all, I mean, it just seems all about me.
What I've been pointing out is, folks, hey, brothers and sisters, you guys that are new into this pattern of disagreeing with me, can you please break this pattern? It's been 5 years. I'm kind of tired of it. I miss people. I don't miss the disagreements. I don't miss people telling me I'm wrong. I don't miss people telling me to change. That shit can go away. I'm happy.
Oh, it won't.
Man. Genocide doesn't sound so bad.
I have a very personal relationship with Jesus Christ and have been since I was a boy.
Oh, dear.
And it's offensive to my sensibilities for someone to use Jesus Christ, the Lord, the Holy Spirit to justify ridiculous behavior.
All I'm telling you is trust what Jesus said. That is how we are supposed to live. Don't distort it. Don't make it complicated. Make it very.
So don't judge me.
Hey, shut up, you understand.
Avoid deflecting and filibustering.
As often as I can.
I want to know what you're going to do next year. Are you going to get a job?
I think I'm going to fucking shut my mind. I'm thinking, all right, those are valid questions.
Your plan going forward is what?
I don't know if you saw the documentary of me talking to Peterson. So if the ballot came out and you had Donald Trump next to Jack Talcott, what are you going to choose, brother?
If in fact you are who you say you are, you're going to bloom where you're planted, my friend. It doesn't matter. You can witness wherever you are, and anything that is real will withstand any challenge.
Depending on who you speak to, it is very likely that I'm described as very angry. It's in public records that I am a clear and present danger.
So
This
what
is
I
a
would
good
recommend,
deep fake.
and I'm happy to arrange for you, back up where you live. I'll arrange for you to be completely and fully evaluated, see if what you believe withstands challenge. And if you learn something from it, fine. If you don't, you have nothing to lose. So if I make those arrangements for you, are you willing to do that?
I don't give a fuck. I do not care about anything. I don't know what's going on.
I want to thank all of my guests today. Log on to drphil.com. Share your thoughts on our message boards. You can also find me on Facebook and Twitter. We'll see you next time.
Bro, that could have been so much fucking better. You should have deep faked Jack's fucking face in the actual Dr. Phil fucking show. That would have been perfect.
So,
Yeah, that
or
would
is
have
it
been
a
good.
deep fake? That's the question.
It's not a deep fake. It's just a clip. He's just clip editing. That's it.
On both sides, right?
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
he's just editing
sure.
clips. That's it.
I'm pretty sure I watched that episode.
Yeah, and the only reason I knew it was the real Jack stuff, but the only reason I remotely questioned Dr. Phil, like maybe it was just the voice deepfake, is how much of that terminology our community's been throwing around for a couple months now.
Well, it's an episode about a religious, crazy fucking homeless person that thinks it's impossible. So it makes sense. Just search up Dr. Phil fucking apostle or something. You'll find the clip.
Yeah.
Women are smart. Men are stupid.
No, they're not. No, there's a lot of really intelligent men out there.
No, that
And
used
I
to be the Dr. Phil
respect
style. Was women are smart, men are stupid. And that's because he came off of being Oprah's resident psychologist or whatever he is. That's why the start of his show was a lot of that. Oh my God, my phone almost went in my fucking dish sink.
Women are emotional and men are physical, and that's the whole point.
Well,
It's
you got it a little. It's women are emotional, men are logical. Yes, the testosterone gives us that force thing, but the mind difference is logic versus emotion, and both have their strengths and weaknesses, as I say.
Well, there is a thing called balance, and when men and women come together and stop arguing the toss.
Right, which side do you think that is, though? Maybe it's the side. Maybe it's the emotional side that when a man says men and women are different, somebody hears better and worse.
No,
it's not the logical way to hear that statement.
No, there's no side. We have tasks, and they're very different. But when we do them together, we build amazing things.
Oh, well, the speculation is, what should we really be doing together with the exception of the family relationship, shit like that. As far as our tasks, that's where the speculation is why are these women on the front lines with these Marines? They're not really serving what the
Tommy,
dying
if you
over each
don't
other to take a
know
bunker has been serving.
Yeah, but Tommy, if you don't know what men and women should be doing, then what are you talking about?
Well, why aren't there women beating down the doors to get into that whole coal mining at the center of the earth with black lung and shit? That's equality.
No. Men are supposed to do the hard work. That is what they're built for. We are supposed to look after the home. That's it.
There's hard work to what women are supposed to do.
Women are nice trinkets, trophies to put on the shelf that we can parade around from time to time when we want to impress our other gentlemanly-like figures.
We're supposed to balance.
Like I said, Manel has a lot of stuff straight. She just doesn't say it right. And then she has a problem when you get like some clarity, some like definition
It's
to
just
it.
words, man. Just words.
Yeah, it's what makes all the difference. Like colored people, people of color. It's just words, but say them on one.
It's the action that makes the difference, not the words.
See, that's your Jack Talcott side. Like that's your broad sense. Let's just
Okay,
you know.
so hang on a minute. Sorry, Tommy, but so men can do things women cannot, and women can do things that men cannot. So why don't we just come together and do the things we can and build a house together?
Well, I think we could also say that they can all do the same things, whether they complete them or to the efficiency
No, a
they do them.
man
Like,
cannot.
I can
A
go
man
raise
cannot
kids.
birth.
It's gonna
A
look like
man
a
can never
Mr.
birth
Mom comedy
children,
movie.
just like a woman can never inseminate a man. So don't be ridiculous. You're going with the. You're going
No,
with
you're
the
okay. Men and women can never shoot lasers from their eyes. You're just playing like semantics.
No, I'm just being realistic. There are only two genders. There's man and woman. That is the expression of consciousness when you go to a world where
It's
there's
the expression of the
propagation.
physical, really.
Exactly.
Well, Nubs is actually 1 month pregnant, apparently, as
Oh,
of today.
bless.
He was going to announce that on the
Oh,
broadcast today. So, what do you say to that?
1.5 months. Thank you.
Congratulations and celebrations. Hey.
Just saying.
Good
It is
man.
1.5 months. Thank you very much.
Nice.
Congratulations, Nubs. We're all
Let me let
excited
you
for
guys in on a little harsh science truth. In a lab-grown sense, in like a science creating people sense, you could get by with just women. Like, to create a person in a lab, you only need like shit you can get from women.
Ew, that's
How
gross.
do you fertilize the egg then?
Oh, don't ask me the chemistry on it, but I watched the thing that's like
They've
that talked
already
about it. I
made
just
it.
can't recite it.
They've already made synthetic sperm, synthetic eggs. They've already done it.
Yeah, because you'll never get an egg from a man, and obviously the man has the other chromosome, but whatever they do with just women, it's doable.
I believe that only from the standpoint that I've seen it so much in nature that there's this survival mechanism built into almost every being that they'll become androgynous or able
Say it.
to procreate by themselves if
Say
they're
it,
put in
Mr.
a
Allen,
stressful
say it.
situation.
Like
What's that?
frogs and shit. Huh?
Oh, like
Say it, say
plants.
Nature's perfect. Nature's perfect.
Life found a way, Mr. Hammond.
Yeah.
Nature always
It'll
knows
hermaphrodite,
what to
though. The
do.
bottom line is that the species will hermaphrodite to make it able to continue its genetics.
Mm.
So I bet the
funnily
female
enough, Dick,
would figure out a way.
Someone I've known for like about 4 decades, I used to have this argument with him, and he'd say, "No, nature's a load of rubbish. It doesn't know what it's doing, blah blah blah," and I'd go, "But it's perfect because it knows that aspect is a feeding process of that aspect, but it's all conscious. Everything is conscious." So
No, it's not.
we are
That's
the
just how you
worm
get it wrong. You just used the
Ouroboros.
wrong word.
No, we're
Like
the
all those
worm
animals out
Ouroboros.
there, all those
We are
animals
the
out there are doing their thing. You can set your clock to, and they're not conscious of it at all. They don't even think about
Yes,
that
they
their
are.
days will end.
Hey, Gary Baxter. How you doing, mate? I like Gary Baxter. He's a good man. No, actually, that's not true. So, nature has this wonderful clock, and it has got nothing to do with our clock. Absolutely nothing. It is
What do
a
I say to a person like you,
natural
Manel?
cycle. It's all these layers that we were talking about before, and the other day, and the other day. And we do this
Manel,
over and
tell
over.
me how many places outside of these panels that people will just let you do this and just go on. Because you couldn't sit on a
Well,
bus
that's
with
why I
me.
respect Patrick.
But does Patrick respect you?
Of course.
Oh, did I say almost every being is hermaphrodite under stress? I misspoke.
No, and actually I agree with what Dick was saying, and like with what Dick was saying, only the species that would do that would survive, and then you just have a planet that, like, if something catastrophic happened to all these male species of every species,
Alright, but
you
if you
just
look at
have
the
the things
planet that
left
we are
that
on,
could do that.
all right, Tommy, I get that. But if you look at the world that we live with, and you look at all these different creatures, the tiniest and the biggest, you
It's
look at
all
that
mystical wonder talk, like size, whatever.
No, it's true. I trust nature before I trust a human because they
Right,
have
but
forgotten.
nature is not conscious of this thing you're saying. They're not choosing it. It is. And
No,
maybe we
nature
can say
is
it's God
conscious.
or
That's
divine
the
hand, but
point.
wolves are not
No,
out
we're not
saying, "Hey, Frank,
conscious.
we do this because of this."
No, we're not conscious. They are conscious.
Oh
That's
my!
why they
No,
have the
they are.
balance. We do not.
They have a conscious experience. Like, yes, monkey's sad because his friend was tortured to death by other monkeys, but they're not
No,
conscious of
no.
the isness of it.
Everything is aspect of consciousness. There is
And what does
a
that
great
mean, Minette?
consciousness.
You
Well, I
need to
don't
make
know.
sure you go with
You
Jack
tell
to the
me
UN so
what
you
that
can
means.
decipher for him. Like you can translate.
I know because I met great consciousness when I was 14 and I was dying and I was going to leave my body. And great consciousness said to me, do you want to stay or do you want to go?
Yeah,
That's what I know.
and if you had
And
a
I've
penis,
observed.
you wouldn't be able to just
I'm
stand here
sorry.
and say that.
No, I don't understand anything. I stand in my inner. I stand in my energy and I observe and I listen and I don't know everything. I never have purported that.
Now, has that
What I want,
conversation ever been
what
cut
I
off by
want
like
is
just
for
your shirt being
you.
pulled down?
No, I want you to see who you are. It's not about me. It's about
Oh,
all of
you're
us.
okay. You're
All
here.
sentient. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm pretty okay. But I want all sentient beings. So when I pray, and I'm not religious, but I pray for all sentient beings to be free. This is
You know, I'm
very
not a chemist,
important.
but I mix chemicals
It
and just
doesn't
so you know.
matter whether you agree with me or not. I pray for you.
You got that right, Manel. You do have that one right. That's what I was saying about the tin cans, the seed oil, the all of it. It's like the only
Good.
thing we do have to agree with each other on is like what people are getting the chair for, what people are getting incarcerated for, what people are getting their doors kicked in for.
But it's perspective. All of it is perspective. We are here to experience perspective. That is the most wonderful thing.
Did
And
you
when
ever
we
ghostwrite for
perceive-
Kamala Harris?
Pardon?
Did you ever ghostwrite for Kamala Harris?
No, I don't do politicians. I know what they're doing, but I don't play that game. No.
We are entering into an event where things are happening.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I knew you'd agree with that one. That's a Kamala fucking statement.
No,
if I've ever written
I
one
didn't.
myself.
I didn't agree. I'm just listening to you.
And that's another issue with these communities in these streets. I hear a lot of and right and acknowledgement, positive acknowledgement words that aren't necessarily being used to show agreement
Because you're
or.
free to speak your mind.
And that's how the communication and the terminology is just thrown to the wind. If saying right, like if I say, hey, that car almost hit us, right? It's like, yeah, man, yeah, it almost hit us, right? But then sometimes people are like, hey, yeah, black people suck and white people are the best, right? And it's like, well, I don't know if you follow that with right. Right, exactly.
Yeah,
but
wrong.
there's
Yeah, no, we
communities
don't just
where
agree with any
everything.
old shit, mate. No, it's
That's
not.
what I'm saying. People will rant and then just constantly throw rights in. And then when you call them for it, they're like, no, I don't mean it like you're agreeing. And like, well, sounds a lot
come
like.
on, we've been in enough live streams to know how we communicate. So we know that when someone goes, we just listen to what you're saying, man. Come on.
I'll give that. But just like with my heroin friends, like I'm like, if you ever want to get off that shit, when you refer to going to do it, I wouldn't call it I gotta go get right. Because you're mentally like instilling the I gotta go get right by doing heroin. And I was a meth user telling my heroin friends, like, I never hit this pipe and say, I gotta go get right. I just say I'm gonna go get high or do meth. And they gotta go stick a needle in their arm, and that's getting right.
Sorry, Tommy, you lost me now. I don't walk them streets, darling. Sorry.
Okay. So I pulled this chick's shirt down in front of my friends, right? Like it was cool, right? Same difference.
That is not cool. That's disgusting.
No,
You
it's
should be
not.
ashamed.
So why it's not cool. So why would you follow it up with a positive acknowledgement unless to say it was cool?
Because you talk a lot and it doesn't make much sense, darling.
I do talk a lot. making sense, that's hard, like when I'm talking to my dog or children on the street. But like some people get caught up in these streets, like Chalk Body Outline is always telling me he doesn't know what the fuck I'm saying when I'm ripping his asshole. But then he'll sit on his stream and go, man, Tom really tore Paul up this morning. I'm like, yeah, if you understood that, then you understood when I was ripping your ass too.
Paul's got nothing to do with this conversation. I don't know why you're
No, I'm
talking
saying
about.
sometimes ignorance is convenient. It's just convenient ignorance. Like it goes
You're
along
all
with
over the
cognitive
place.
dissonance.
You're all over the fucking place.
Sometimes. I've admitted how I'm all over the place, but sometimes I'm making perfect sense. And
Patrick, I'm just gonna listen for now, mate.
we'll believe that one. Something will bring you back in, Manel. You'll get reeled in. It just got a little too like 5G directed. It wasn't just broadcasting. It started to 5G like narrow down. It happens sometimes.
I think that's like one of the greatest tools you have is the ability to actually listen to things and having patience and like for example like with that book Morals and Dogma, right? How many people are really gonna fucking read that or actually sit there for 5-8 hour fucking audio books worth of shit? It's like 40. It's like 40 hours worth of shit.
Who wrote
A
it?
week of work. Albert Pike.
Okay.
It's like
I'll look into it.
1871, I think.
No, I
You
killed
were
a lot
asking
of books.
Cage about the tea. Again, I'm not affiliated. I'm not trying to do anything other than say I'd try a bunch of tea, and I think for value wise, it's a pretty good deal. I mean, it's not cheap.
So that's like just under an ounce. How much? That's under an ounce. How much is that?
I was on sale. I don't know if the sale's still going, but I was getting it for 16. It's regularly $20 for 25 grams.
And just because Colorado, that's not weed or anything. It's just tea to drink.
It's just tea. Yeah, it's just green tea.
Yeah, Dick, I buy my stuff in powder form and leaf form and stuff like that. Same as you, mate.
Yeah.
So how many teaspoons is in that?
You could do 3 to 5 grams a cup. So if you do a strong brew, like I like a 5 gram brew, then you're only going to get 5 cups out of that one bag.
Oh my god, that's expensive. Man, maybe I'm in the
Yeah,
wrong
but
industry,
you know
man.
what? It's like 1 cup lasts you the whole day because you'll do 4 or 5 brews with it, at least 3.
Yeah, so you do it in like a jug and stuff, and then you'll have repeat from it.
Yeah, and at the end,
Yeah,
I'll
I
do
get it.
one last brew for iced tea. I'll let it go overnight. And a high
Yeah,
quality
yeah,
tea. It's not bitter like this shitty American tea we get. You can brew that shit all day. You can brew it, even green tea. Some of the high end green teas, you can use boiling water on it. It'll still taste great.
Oh, for sure. So, Dick, I wanted to add something that helped me when I had cystitis, which was a bladder infection, actually, and it was fennel seed. So, if you have any bladder issues, fennel seed, and you must buy them whole. They've got to be whole, and you can crush them. You don't need a lot, and you can rebrew them, so you can do it in like a big pot. Really
Fennel was
amazing.
disgusting.
But it's
I was just
really
reading the
good.
comments. Sorry, I just want to say
It's
something.
so good for your bladder. It really cleans your bladder.
Sorry, Manel.
Sorry.
So I got 25
No,
grams
please.
is not an ounce. I know. I was just
I didn't
saying
say it
it's
was an
under-
ounce.
Yeah, I said it's just under an ounce. Yeah.
So there's so
I
many
weigh my
parts.
ounces at 29, 30 grams.
Yeah, I think Dick knows about ounces, He's good.
Yeah. But so we've all got all these amazing lessons that we've learned through our lives. And we're obviously all doing the natural path. I can see that. And this is beautiful. And we really need to look at what we've got and exchange this knowledge to one another kindly. And I know we all have little upsetting moments, but ultimately I love you all because we all have gnosis from our own thing.
If I could ask a question, what is kindness? A lot of people talk about how you're being unkind. They always claim that. However, it is very kind to prevent somebody from running off of a cliff. Like that is a kind thing to do. So when we're talking about kindness, we need to make sure that we aren't talking about niceness. And because they're like, if I'm saving face, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, that's great. Like kind of like Tommy was saying. If you're agreeing to something, you're agreeing to it. And if you're saving
agree with
face
that.
because, you know, if you notice, my opinions don't really change depending on which chat I'm in.
Same.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
always,
Well,
we know our
And that's
hearts.
why I take shots at Nubs, because me and Nubs have had panels where we know that we're squared away. We see eye to eye on.
And Tommy, let me say something quickly. Nubs, I think back to what his question, right? What kindness is? I think kindness is, you know, it's treating other. Like, you can't even say it's like treating other people how you want to be treated, because some people don't really treat themselves very well. So it's like
right.
It's treating
Yeah,
other people
Cage,
better than
on
you
point.
treat yourself. You know, it's like
However,
it's
if
like
you
some sort
can't
of
treat
sacrifice.
yourself well, how can you treat another well because you don't know what it is?
What's this? We all know from a young age, right? You fall down, it hurts. You put your hand in the fire, it burns. So it's like, you know, keeping people safe and away from mishaps. Like, I don't know. It's like not trying to fucking like destroy what's in front of you. You know, like you if anything, you see like a piece of trash on the ground, you pick it up. You know.
Yeah.
I agree with doing the next right thing. I agree with your premise. I absolutely do. I also think that there's another aspect to it where, you know, what's dangerous in one scenario may not be dangerous in another. Like if we're out cliff jumping, let's go. Like, let's do it. I'll jump in, you know, 30, 50, 100 feet. Let's do it. I can go to Taylor's Falls and we can have a lot of fun. Nevertheless, if that
You first.
I've done it.
Yeah,
It's a fucking
mate.
blast. The highest I've ever done is 75 feet, though. I haven't ever done the
Oh, I did
100 footer.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
Black
wow.
Rock in Maui. We used to jump off that shit all the time. No problem.
I love you guys. It's brilliant. It's such a
The
great
highest
conversation.
I've ever done was double stack Mercedes rolls with a questionable amount of liquid acid accidentally spilled onto myself. That was the highest I've ever done. But I think to go with what Nubs is saying, what I'm seeing with me and a lot of this alleged outcastness is whether you take Paul, Jack, or Manel or anybody and sit them in front of me and have them start going, everybody needs to, we all need to. That's the first time I'm immediately, hey, hold up on all this. Anybody but
Hold
you.
on, Tommy. I want to hear what
You're never
Freedom
going to
had to
get
say.
me there, Tommy.
Because Freedom was about to talk there about, you know, back to the original point that Nubs is making. He was about to speak on it. So, Freedom, if you want.
No, that's fine, but I just was seeing in the moment that my thing is like, if we all agree with what I was saying about seed oil and your aluminum and how it's your individual responsibility, I don't like anybody up on a soapbox saying we all need to do this. Everybody needs to do that. It's like, well, we can decide for ourselves, maybe agree that we should, but to be the person up there telling everybody what they need to do, I have to have seen like a great magnitude of like, I have to have like a reverence for that person already to even
Or you have to
start
see
hear them.
results in them.
Right. Or they at least have to be saying a
never-
logic that I'm like, yeah,
I
I
will
see.
never
I see what
bow
you're saying.
down to anyone. I will never take the knee. I walk my own path.
Yeah, kindness to me is just discernment. You know, there may be 5 homeless people that ask me for $1 and I say no, but then I have that vibe or that resonance. The next person asks me and I give them $20 because I just, and you know, there might not even been a long conversation or anything other than I just felt the energy of that situation. And I don't even want to know more. It's like, here you go, dude.
Yes.
Just enjoy your day, and I hope it helps you.
Right.
But there is a level of discernment in there, you know, and I don't think it's always a tangible thing you can articulate perfectly to say these are the boundaries and the guidelines of how you're going to be kind and how. No, you just follow your conscience and you do what you know is right in that situation, and sometimes you might even find you're wrong and you self-correct and do it different next time.
And Dick, in
Listen to your
situations,
heart,
in
baby.
situations
I
like
agree,
that,
Freedom.
Dick,
Hold
have you
on,
ever?
Tommy. I wanted to add something onto that. So it's like the analogy of if you see garbage on the ground, you clean it up, right? So whatever situation you're in, you don't disrupt you don't disrupt the environment, right? If anything, you're trying to add to it and make it like a little bit better for everybody else. I think that's kindness. Right? So,
And I'll admit, in that place I lived where people were shooting and I would bust out of my door and like clear my hallways just on my floor and stuff because people were shooting like in that parking lot. There was a time I tripped my balls off and just took one of those sticks, like a claw on a stick thing, and a couple of trash bags. I just like cleaned up an entire street in that ghetto, like from where I lived up to the next school, just because I was tripping and listening to like books on tape. I was like, I'm just gonna go clean up this fucking road I'm always walking down to get to work. And I would not try and do that to every part of Denver I've lived in either. But in that
Yeah, but
time,
when
in
you
that
live in a
moment,
Tommy, when you live in a
but in like 2
community,
days later, it didn't even make a difference. But it still was like beneficial
yeah, but
for a
when you
couple of
live
days.
in a community, you do it every day. You don't just do it when you're tripping, mate.
You put too much emphasis on the tripping thing.
Because you said you were tripping when you did it. So I'm just reiterating.
Right. It wasn't the motivation though. I mean, it made it more of an experience rather than just being out in the heat doing it. But I have done shit like that.
Yeah, but it's your community. So if you
Right.
care for
I
your
mean, there you can
community,
see dog
it
walk
doesn't
panels
matter
of me where I
what you're
stopped to talk
taking.
to 5 homeless guys that most people would be scared to approach,
Yeah,
but it's my community.
It's
But
like
I wanted to ask
before the
Dick, like,
storms comment, though, Tommy. You know, he's saying kindness is weakness, nice in theory, but it'll get you killed. But these are these kind of absolute statements where I say it's too dogmatic, and you're coming from
who
a
said
place.
that?
Ken before the storm said
Oh yeah,
kindness
he's
is
a fucking
weakness.
he's a dipshit.
Nice in theory, but will get you killed. Well, you know, I mean, so you're going to walk by a child in need that maybe lost their parent or whatever, and not try
No,
to help that
he's
person get back.
mistaking kindness for weakness. Like
Yeah.
he keeps telling me he's gonna pull up on me in these streets.
You're on point.
And but Dick, I wanted to ask you when you were talking about how the randomness or whatever of how you divvy out like assistance and all that. Have you ever had situations where you felt like in that interaction you just weren't yourself at all, but you seemed to like play a role that just seemed like it was to be in that situation, whether it was how you are day to day or not?
Well, I've had them expose me on how what I'm giving is conditional, which is why I kind of phrased it that now I take it a little differently. I don't care what they do or what, you know, what their situation is. I'm just doing it based off discernment. Like I said, I don't usually want to know a lot more because I've had situations where like a guy came up to my car. I'm sitting outside of Chipotle and he gives me a sad story, and I just bought my Chipotle. I hadn't put a fork in it or nothing. I handed him the food and said, "Well, if you're that hungry, man, just eat my food, and I'll go in and get what I was going to get here." Well, no, it didn't work out well. I became a real asshole in this situation because I went into the store to grab something. There was a Natural Grocers nearby this Chipotle, and I went inside there and grabbed something, came back out because he was needing shelter. And I was saying, ask a bunch of other people here for money. And I said, whatever you can't get, I'll make up the difference so you can get this hotel for the night. Because he had his kid with him. So that's what really pulled on my heartstrings. Is the kid was sitting there and I'm like, yeah, but he was playing me hard because I came out.
Yeah. I know they're grifters.
And
There's a lot of grifters.
Somebody told me he just threw my food in the trash can, and I went over there and there was all my food. And
no.
And so then I'm bitching this guy out.
I
It's
saw
probably
this in London.
hold on. Let me say something quick before, because I'm gonna leave for a minute. I'll be back in like half an hour or maybe less.
All right then.
What I had to say was, yeah, Dick, I've had an experience like that by the flea market, right? And I was a kid myself too, and like it's a common scam. They use children in their scams, right? Like they'll, you know, they're like, oh, I'm from Montreal. I have no money for gas, and he shows me like 2 of his kids. He's like, "Oh, you want to buy this gold ring for like some outrageously like low amount of price? It's fake, obviously, you know, just to get, you know." They use the kids in a fucked up scheme because, like, you know, you're gonna feel. How can you say no when you see the kid after, you know?
I know, Cage. It's really shocking. It's horrible.
Some people are fucked. You throw out your fucking food, right? Oh my god, bro.
I even had a time where
you know, they get their kids involved in the scheme too, and it's pretty pathetic.
It's really
but
disgusting.
So here's how I got respect from a bunch of my friends, war veteran buddies. When I first came to Colorado, we were going to see a movie at a theater, and when we were walking across the parking lot, a lady comes up to us with a hard luck story about needing some money and shit. And the veterans and everything were kind of buying into it and just being like, sorry, I don't have any. and she had like pointed out like kids that were in an SUV waiting on her. And so I pulled out $10 in front of them and I gave it to her and I said, here's $10. And the next time you try and run this shit, tell those fucking kids that it doesn't help that they're all watching and laughing and like watching your act while you're doing this. Like play it a little stronger. But I was like, there's
Yeah,
$10.
you're right.
Get the fuck out of here. And like, yeah,
Yeah,
they were
man,
sitting in
in
the SUV
London.
like laughing it up. And I forget what the story was she was telling us, but those kids wouldn't
So
have
hang on
been
a minute.
yucking it up in the
Tommy,
SUV.
I wanna put a parallel here. So when I was working in security in London, they used to have these young, pretty boys and girls that would sit in the subways and entrances. But they'd have a car parked around the corner, and they would all go and sit in different places. And because I'm a kind-hearted person, you know, I would give them like a quid or whatever, you know, a fiver or whatever I could afford, because I was
Whatever you
earning
call
quite
shekels
good
over
money. Yeah, and I was with a bloke at the time, and I mean, he wasn't nice, but nonetheless, he did wake me up to this. And he said, "You stop giving them money. You don't know whether they're scamming you or whether they actually need it." And then you get this kind of perception where you can see whether they're real or liars. And there used to be a guy round Green Park in London, right? So it's Mayfair. So we're talking really rich area in London. It's the nannying square where the Queen of England was a baby. You get me?
No, we don't buy into that shit. We made a country off saying
Right,
fuck that shit.
same. I don't either. I'm not a royalist at all. But nonetheless,
And you don't have to
there
give
used
money
be-
either, Manel. I mean, there's truth to what you're saying. Every situation's different, of course, but you could go
Right,
get
But here's
but there
the
used
gloves
to
thing.
be a
and
guy.
Why
socks
do
for
we
women.
all rest on like deciphering who's scamming and who's not? Is it not on you to decide, do you have
Well,
the
you
money to
can tell
spare?
this really
Do you
easily,
care
Tommy,
what they're going to do with it?
because
Do you think
I
no,
don't.
if they're
$5
I
is
don't
going to be the
anymore.
down payment on a house or something? Of course he's going to go drink. I don't
Right,
care. Here's $5.
Exactly.
Go
just a
drink.
I don't
moment,
care either,
Tommy.
Tommy.
Right.
And
So
I
when I
don't
used to
think it's
come
bad
up,
to give it to him either in some cases. If that's what you feel
Yeah, I
compelled to
agree.
do, do it.
when I came up out of the station, there used to be particular guys, and not many. There was like one or two, and they would take the food. They, you know, they didn't want the money. They were hungry, truly hungry. So I would go in the shop. I'd buy a sandwich. I'd, you know, myself a sandwich, whatever. Come out, and I'd give him like an apple and a sandwich. He'd be like, "Oh, thank you so much," and he'd be there, and he would never waste any of it. So they're not all liars, but just feel the resonance.
But there's also a thing with you. It's like, if you go through the trouble to give them the food and you're that worried about what happened to it, it's like, get over yourself, lady. You know, just give him the food and go back to whatever you're doing, because he's got a
No,
lot
I
of
saw
dirty
them
street
every
living to
day,
still go
Tommy,
back to.
every day, and they were hungry, and they took the food and they ate it. So you don't know what you're talking about. These
Well,
were
I
real.
do, but it's like,
They
are you the
needed the
arbiter
food,
of did
and
they
they
use your
ate
charity
the
properly?
food.
That
No,
sounds like
I
that
was on a
king
lot
and
of
queen
money.
stuff.
For me, giving them a sandwich was nothing. It did not hurt me. I was happy to give it. And they
Okay,
were
so
there. They
here's
were
where people will say I'm going off the edge with this stuff, but from my vantage point, and I've seen it work over and over again, if you freely give, you freely receive. So it creates some kind of exponentiation within your life where you attract.
Yes.
It's being faithful
Or
with
it
the little you
doesn't.
have, and you're given more. And
Yes.
it's like people can say that's just pseudo the secret stuff or whatever, but I've seen it employed in my life in a number of
It's
ways where it's
energy.
just
Yeah, but the
undeniable.
Joel Osteen thing, did you hear about that woman that after her mom died of cancer, she found out that her mom was ditching all her cancer money just to send it to Joel Osteen?
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
awful.
shitty.
Yeah, there's
that's
terrible
terrible.
perverted versions of what I just said too, Tommy. So yeah,
Well,
you're
it's
right.
what it
But
is
it's
just
not what you
there's
said.
always an
It's
exception,
you're
is
a
what I
good
like to
man.
say. It's like everything is except for when it isn't. And it's like
Yeah,
the
that
numbers, the
stuff.
math and the numbers are always solid, but as far as
It's
what
sickening.
humans do, It's like it
You know,
is.
So
these,
this is where we need to get into
you
our
know, these
resonance.
prosperity churches though, where
We don't
they
need to
basically
do
say
anything, Manel.
you got to sow your seed for that blessing though, and you got to go in there and just pay for the
Exactly.
fucking rock show so that when you barely
And I
have
would
enough
even
money to throw it
say
together.
you have to find the mind state where you're forgetting about the blessing possibility. Like you got to find that way to just be doing it for goodness sake.
I agree.
And yeah, because
But
it's
you
the
also,
same way
you
I
see it,
say, like,
but
I
do you
really
agree that
do
you see it-
enjoy.
Do you agree, Tom? You
do
see
what
it
you
work that
please.
way. So even though you don't do it to receive, you do it with a clear conscience to freely give, but it does actually work out in effect, like somehow karmically or energetically, that you end up being abundant. You have an abundant mindset. Money just flows.
And sometimes you might just be on a long, like it might not
That's why
work
your
out the way you
sourdough
saw the mousetrap
thick.
game happening or the butterfly effect happening. Sometimes it's even a longer stack before it reveals. So you may lose faith in that idea until you just see, I hadn't all played out yet. Sometimes what you think went wrong ends up being like to the much betterment than even what you thought you were trying to do. Like my science teacher in grade school used to have this weird poster. I can't even remember the complex, purposeful, confusing wording, but it basically said some luck lies in getting what you thought you didn't want, because it would end up being what you want had you known. But it was like much more longer and confusing a way to say it. But it was that.
So listen to the plants.
I think that's
observe
one of the
flowers.
greatest life lessons, Tommy, is what you just said there. Is looking for that silver lining, or realizing, even if it's hard to embrace this hardship or something that seems like the worst thing that could possibly happen to you, you may often, as I have, look back at it, hindsight 2020, and say, you know what, that fucking changed me for the better. And had that not happened, I was on a wrong trajectory and it would have been worse for me.
And that's all anything can be, really.
Eloquence.
It's like that whole you bring no value thing. It's like all value is by perception. There's a lot of value in me trudging through the snow with broken bones and a collapsed lung. And you wouldn't think anyone would enjoy that. In the moment, it was very painful, but I still fucking loved every moment of it. It also lets me vouch for that whole medical system is definitely getting unpersonable very fast.
Ladies and gentle beings, welcome to Caged Reality. We interrupt our regular programming to bring you this special broadcasting filler. As we take a momentary break, let us entertain you with a delightful journey through imagination. Close your eyes and let your mind wander as we explore the extraordinary depths of the human spirit. Imagine a world where dreams come to life, where possibilities are endless, and where the power of the human mind knows no bounds. In this realm of limitless creativity, we find ourselves on the edge of discovery, ready to embark on an adventure like no other. Picture yourself standing on a sandy beach, feeling the warm grains between your toes. As the sun begins to set on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, a gentle breeze carries whispers of distant lands. Now imagine stepping into a lush forest, the air thick with the scent of pine and the symphony of birds serenading your every step. Sunlight filters through the towering trees, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As you walk deeper into the woods, you stumble upon an ancient moss-covered stone engraved with cryptic symbols. Transfixed by the mystery, you reach into your backpack and pull out a weathered journal. It tells tales of forgotten civilizations and hidden treasures, awaiting brave souls to unearth their secrets. With every page turned, the forest around you seems to come alive, revealing its hidden wonders. Time flies by, and the world of your imagination expands beyond what you thought possible. In this realm of untapped potential, dreams become reality and ideas take flight. As the final seconds of this broadcasting filler tick away, remember that within you lies a universe of infinite possibilities. And we're back. We hope you enjoyed that momentary escape into the realm of imagination. Thank you for joining us on this brief intermission. Our regular programming will resume shortly. Stay tuned for more
I
captivating
can't believe you're holding
content right here
53
on
people
OTW
with this,
News.
nonsense. Yeah. You should just put that on
That's
loop,
brilliant.
OTW.
I love that. OTW.
I
It's crazy.
every
It brought up
Rage,
the
man.
views. Every time I
He's a
play it, it brings
master.
up the views.
Well,
That's
listen,
wrong.
I like
No.
that's a false logic in all
in
senses,
weird
though.
places. That's
The way we talk about, oh, as soon as you came on, it goes up, or as soon as you came on, it goes down. That no one is sitting there psychic of like, I sense that OTW has started the AI thing. Like, it doesn't happen like that. People are
Yes, it
always checking into panels in and out just to see if there's something going on they want to stick in for, because that's what I do.
What if you're wrong, Tommy, and the AI is watching and
Yeah.
saying,
See,
I can
the AI is
compel
gone, and now we
OTW
went
to
down
use
3
me
views.
more. But
No, take the
giving him what he
AI out of
wants,
the situation. Take the months that everyone's been like, oh, the views went up every time Tommy leaves, and then when Tommy shows up, the views immediately drop. It's like, it doesn't make sense to say that people that aren't here just show up because they know it changed when they weren't watching.
I agree. If you take the AI element out of it, then yeah, just algorithms on their own, it's not an issue. But if you put AI into it, now we all of a sudden have that variable that it's watching and it's compelling and it's trying to coax you into using it more. So what a way to do it.
I can see that.
Because
But
look how it went down as soon as it went up while we were fucking playing that bullshit, and now it's back 48 and dropping.
Right, but what's the kids like? Whenever did you ever play any street games as a kid where you're like predicting something with cars or some shit, and then like it was really just that you were all looking for it that made it the thing?
Or
like
something
the
in the
numbers can
clouds.
only go up and down all day. Like your views only fluctuate.
Yeah, there is an element
So if
to
you
that as
convince yourself it's because of a thing, yeah, it's like, did you really have a bad day because the black cat crossed, or did you just notice the black cat and obsess about how your day was going?
We're seeing shapes in the clouds because we're looking for shapes in the clouds.
Or African American cat, I mean.
Nice one, Dick. Good one.
Well, that's what I was talking about with Max. It's like we used to just lie on our backs and find shapes in the clouds, and now we use satellites to find shapes in our landform.
Yeah, on Google Earth, right?
Right, and that got derailed because instead of just saying clouds, I referenced somebody's picture that was clouds, and I didn't get to finish that statement because he goes, "What is my picture of?" I said clouds. He goes, "That's the sun under the clouds," and it just made a chain reaction where I ended up leaving rather than piss the whole community off.
Yeah, but now they're making shapes in the clouds that are not natural. If you look,
yeah, and even the natural shapes were just our brains. Like that's why somebody's like, "I see a duck," and somebody's like, "I see a dragon." Somebody's like, "I see a rabbit."
yeah, but that was natural, man. That was natural. But what we're seeing now is like corners and weird.
Right, and your brain, even though you know it looks unnatural, you can still think it looks like a thing if it makes a shape of a thing.
Yeah,
but you're
no,
right. There's
but
been a
we're
lot of anomaly type shit that people got pictures of.
No,
like,
but we're talking about particulates here. So we're talking
oh,
about
we're talking about weather. There's also weather modification and a broader sense.
stratospheric aerosol injections. So SAIs, stratospheric aerosol particulates, and there's a lot of it. A lot.
And that's
For
also
many
like a lot of people don't know that carbons in the air are not the
Yes.
same as carbon dioxide. Because
Correct.
I've had back in my Facebook days, I had a lot of people who were like, "Oh, I thought
No,
plants
you're
like
right.
carbon."
No, you're right. That's my point. So we're arguing the toss. We're just using different language to express the same thing.
No,
We're
no,
all
that's not what's
saying
happening.
the same stuff.
No,
Tommy.
I'm saying carbons
we
and
are.
carbon dioxide are two different things, Manel. And
Yeah,
you're the
I
one
know
that
that.
earlier was saying it doesn't matter what words we use or how we use them. And this is an example of how it
Right,
very
so
much matters.
don't call them chemtrails then. Call them stratospheric aerosol injections. That is the technical term. If you use the chemtrail term, they're going to laugh at you. All right?
Yeah, that's true. Because contrails are the natural form, like before.
No.
I call them
Nonsense.
sky spaghetti.
No, there's
Yeah,
the thing that we called chemtrails that are the term you used, and then there are contrails which are just natural throughout
There are no
as long as you've been
contrails.
playing.
Contrails are not a thing.
Yeah, they're a thing, but they're not a thing to worry about.
No, you're just doing word spaghetti, mate.
No, I'm doing science, Manel.
Contrails are when there's water vapor trails left
Exactly.
behind the plane,
And
they
they'll like
dissipate
be spaced out. They
relatively
won't be
quickly.
consistent.
Exactly.
But people
Yeah, you're
mistake them
saying
all the
exactly
time
after
because
saying they weren't a thing,
contrail-
Manel.
People
No, I'm
mistake them
talking
all the
to
time though,
Dick.
because a contrail will dissipate, quite quickly.
Well, I
It shouldn't
think a
leave
person
like
like
these
me.
long streaks in the sky like people are experiencing.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
and what we call chemtrails, you've even
Dick.
seen them like
No,
turned
I'm
off and
talking to
turned back
Dick.
on, where it's like a consistent, like a line with a short drop and then a consistent line again. Contrails
Yeah, I'm
are
talking
not
to
that.
Dick because Dick gets it.
You don't.
If you actually, right, so some of us come in here to have a conversation and
With
actually learn
words that
something
mean
from one
things.
another.
Yeah.
Some come in to just have an argument. So
No, you
I'm
could have just learned, and you're arguing about that you were wrong.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Except not even, because this is kind of what I was trying to tell OTW at the beginning. It's like, yeah, sometimes if I'm harassed enough, I'll turn on that game we all know I can play. But sometimes people are just mad that they're cognitive dissonancing on their heels when in the first instance they could have just been like, oh, I see. But you've been on the back foot of a defensive stance just over words for like half the panel. It's like you said that words don't matter, they mean a lot of things. And now when I'm showing you how they do matter and mean divisive things,
No, words matter.
I don't know which
but
you're agreeing
actions-
with and disagreeing with
actions
anymore.
matter more.
Yeah, that's the cop out. Like, of course actions matter, but you're doing a lot of word
How's that a
salad where
cop-out?
you could have learned.
You just want to argue for the sake of arguing.
No, I'm trying
sorry.
to clarify for
I'm not
you, and
playing
you're
your game.
calling it argument. But you're not the only one that does this, Manel. It's like, do you think I want to sit here and have this conversation, or do I want to make sure we don't have to clarify carbon and carbon dioxide, and we don't know what's up with that? And just like contrails and the Chemdog millionaire fucking shit.
What are you talking about, man? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Can we
Hey,
talk
so
about
I-
zombies now? Or
Sure.
Jack or something? I don't know.
I was Zombie Tom. I was Zombie Tom almost a decade before The Walking Dead would come out. And after The Walking Dead hit and was all the hype, I'd always get that question. Oh, you Walking Dead fan? Like, no, it's Zombie Tom. Nobody cared about zombies. My gamer tag was my DJ name, was all kinds of shit as a young person just doing that kind of shit. And The Walking Dead just came in and make me look like a poser. Wasn't a bad show. I didn't get through all the seasons. I mean, I know I still could. I've tried twice, and I get a little
I
further
don't
each time.
walk with the dead.
It is funny they
Well-
name it contrails. So I wonder if there is some deep hack there, con being that it's
Yeah,
it's
it
like
is a
that's the
con.
lie.
Nope.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're conning us
yeah.
with their trails.
No, wasn't it like the condensed
Nice
the
one, Jen.
moisture, the condensation, contrail condensation?
Yeah. But Manel,
Science.
your point was that the majority of what we're seeing is not a contrail, right? 9
I
times
agree.
out of 10, because if it's actually static in the sky and it's held there
Well,
for
when
an
it's cash
extended period of
marks,
time.
crisscross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tommy, can you just please just hold
Well,
on
I'd
a
rather just
moment?
get it right the first time.
No, I'm talking to Dick. Please.
Right, but you've displayed a
You just asked
lacking
me a
in this
question.
area already.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dick.
I'm sorry, I'm still paying like money on learning this shit, Manel. Sorry that my institutional education
Then
counts
you
for
should
something.
listen. Well, we're all learning. None of us
I just
know
think this
the
is
whole
great
stuff.
content, and belaboring this point is really valuable for all the spectators down
It
there. in the
is because
chat.
Manel, even though you might not feel pleased with this, it's still a beneficial interaction for people to see and
I
get
know,
things
but
out
you
of.
don't let anyone. It's all right. You don't let anyone finish.
No, I don't let you go on with the falsities and untruthitudes. And I try to add clarity when I see I can add it.
I'm sorry. I've listened to you for a long time. I
Yeah,
know
and
where
you've
you're coming
always
from.
spoken from an emotional standpoint on it all. Just like
Well,
that
the
Homestead
heart,
character.
the soul, the gut is emotion. So if you cannot feel your path, you are never
No,
going to
feelings are not feelings
You just
are
can't
not
stop.
truth. You can't get truth out of feelings. Your gut can help you read things when the truth is sketchy, and you can see from your gut that you need to clarify and discern more. but your feelings
I
are not
live.
equal to truth.
I live from my gut and my spine. So if
Yeah,
you
and you
want to
live with
learn
people
about the
that you said were
Christ
constantly
and the
wrong.
ladder and the anointing, that is your spine. Your spine is the Christ. It is the anointing, because the oil
What does
travels
that
up
mean?
and
Because
down
me
the
and
spine.
Cage
Then
know
you
a
don't
kid
know
that
your
his spine
Bible.
doesn't work.
You don't know your Bible, darling. And
I
I'm not
don't.
religious.
No, we don't go there, Manel. We don't go there.
Why not? Why not? I thought we were exploring all avenues. Aren't we walking
Well,
the
I
path?
mean, are you talking
We're walking the
KJV?
path.
Are you talking?
Come on, walk the path with me.
No, you're saying that. I don't know if we say words matter or not, but King James version matters compared to other versions. So, what do you mean when you say I don't know my Bible? Is it the
Okay.
Quran? Is it the?
No.
Is it the
No.
21 Lessons of Merlin? Because that's a good book too.
Well, if it, read any book you can get your fingers on. However, if you
I
want to
disagree.
go with what you call the Bible, if you want to read that
I'm asking
book
what
of
you called the Bible.
yeah, but you don't let anyone finish.
I'm
Why don't you
still
just
trying to
stop?
clarify before we move
All
on.
right, but you never let me finish, so I'll just shut up.
You said that a little while ago. When did you? Oh, she got me there. She just let the silence wipe over the stream. Guys, I'm sorry. Like, there's a time that I'll leave a stream and I'll be like, maybe I was an asshole, maybe I was too hard. I'm sorry, man. Carbons and carbon dioxide, two different things. It's like coal rolling. You ever see a truck that's coal rolling? That's carbons that you're coughing out, that you're cleaning off your windshield, that float up to Arctic snow and catch more sunlight heat because of the darker color on the snow, thus increasing the melting speed. That's not carbon dioxide that plants, the shit that plants crave, yo. It's two different things. I've had to tell Republicans that, had to tell holistic people that, and sorry, I'm not gonna feel like an asshole for today. Like there's two women observing this panel, and both of them had a channel they were free to that I was removed from in my nicety. I was the nice guy there, and they were like, "Get out of here." I was like, "That's fine. I'll leave this channel to you." Even kicked Snafu's ass for him once on my way out. And what happened to that channel, ladies? Like Homestead was wrecked the past couple days when she found that we have a mutual channel we visit without telling you people, and we didn't even know we'd bump into each other there. And she wanted to play
I will have to say in this case, it is fair to ask Manel what particular book you consider to be the Bible, because I run into that lost in the sauce interpretation madness quite regularly with these apologetics, so-called seminary experts, and they want to tell me how the word is the authority, but they can't even tell me what the fucking word is. So I do see why he's clarifying that.
That was my point exactly. There's this book,
but I think that's what you add on to everything. Whenever Manel closes up on a point, she always brings an extra lost in the sauce to sprinkle on that Sunday after everybody says
I'd like
their
to
thing.
hear a response though.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
He won't let me speak, so I'm mute.
No, I just wanted to say he nailed that word. I didn't say lost in the sauce. I was like, that's what I've been trying to describe.
Actually, let me say anything, so you just carry on speaking.
Oh, there's that emotional challenge. You're gonna guilt me. Just say
Manel,
it, Manel.
Manel, your turn to speak. Ready, get set, go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay, I'm here. So there is a book, and it is the book that we have been reading. However, it's been diminished. They have removed many aspects of this book. So you are reading a Haynes manual with pages missing. Anyone that builds engines and knows about cars and bikes knows what I'm talking about.
So you do mean the King James Version?
No, not at all.
Then I don't know what book you're talking about. Jesus.
I'm talking about the original book that has been destructed, and that they have taken huge amounts about the balance of man and woman. That beautiful balance of nature is what they removed, Tommy.
So with my ignorance acknowledged, I just need to ask the title of the book we're talking about.
The true book of God that is no longer in our hands.
then how can I read it more at your advice?
Listen to your heart, because that book is in your heart. You don't need those pages. You don't need the words. All we need to do is connect and make things good again. And I'm not talking about any of these politicians' slogans. I'm talking about being family and community. Because once us old folk are gone, you lot are fucked.
Okay, let me tell you something, Manil. I've for the entirety of this stream have been revisiting, like, we need to do this and get it out of my face. And it's like you keep coming back to it. And the idea that once you and your type are gone, we are fucked. Like, I'm not seeing it, Manel, because I'm not seeing you being the foundation of anything I'm
Have
requiring
you
over here.
observed how many children are dying now? Young folk.
Kids
I
die.
don't think you're.
Old people die. Middle-aged people die.
Attention, little man.
Not effective. Like, at your age, you should know. At my age, I know who I am. You're trying to play little man games that affect little men. Like, you can call me little man, but you've spent like a number of hours just saying stuff that I can easily challenge and have been biting my lip.
You're quite nasty, actually.
I'm not, man. I'm being very
everyone to
cordial.
be
I'd be
free.
kicked. OTW will tell you if I was being nasty, I'd be out of here.
All right, okay, whatever.
Okay.
Oh, I have to admit, he's being a gentleman today.
And I admit that just the rational logic, it's like people will take offense and see it as standoff and stuff. And it's like just respectfully disagreeing unless we can clean up the
Remember,
definition.
it's easier to take a gate.
And I will say, I liked your answer there, Manel. Not that you need my validation, but pointing to the spirit and that the book is this living thing that we walk with. And I think Tommy knows that as well from, I've heard him speak on it. So I think you guys are just getting diced up in the semantics now.
No, because I agree that it's been hacked up. And I know that I've seeked out some of those books. And then I still question, are they legit, even though they have the names of those apostles and even Mary Magdalene? Like,
oh yeah, I agree, man. I agree with that.
But where I don't agree that you and I are doing the same thing is when I said, are you talking about the KJV Bible? You could have just said yes. Because when you describe it as having books removed and being modified, I think that's the KJV.
Tommy.
But then when you take it to know in your inner heart, that's what you need to read more. I'm like, oh, I could have called you on that had you just clarified in the first place. And it all
hilarious.
seems like you're lost in the sauce or you're cognitive dissonancing.
No, I'm not. We need to walk our own path. We just need to do our own path.
That's when I'll give you the we thing. We do need to walk our own path, and that's why all the other we stuff you say is irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
This is the logic. This is logic over emotions that you're experiencing.
No, it's not.
That's what it is. Why else would you disagree if we weren't having the logic versus emotions? If we were both logical, we'd be agreeing. If we were both emotional, we'd be agreeing.
I'm not logical. I am a
No,
free
you're not.
spirit.
I am.
Good.
I'm
Well,
a
you
free
be
man.
logical. I'll be the free spirit then. You can do whatever you like. Just, don't
Exactly.
come near me.
Well, that's what I was saying about all the we
walk
talk.
your own path, man. Walk your own path.
I
Look
was doing
at
that
where your
before we
feet
got
are
here.
going. I look where my feet are going. Okay?
But do you look where if you're
Spoken.
I can't believe you muted that. That was such a I did that line so smooth.
Love
That
you,
was one of my-
Patrick.
That was old churchman line.
I didn't mute you. It's mute is
Yeah,
it
it doesn't-
mutes everybody when I play.
But I
all
was
the
saying,
clips.
Manel, when your tongue gets in front of your eye teeth, you can't see what you're saying. So you might see your feet in front of you, but I don't think you see what you're saying a lot of the time.
Do you know your mind connection?
Ah, it's that Jack Talcott stuff. Do you know carbons from carbon dioxide? Because we can define that.
No. The mind is outside of our existence. We all share it. We know this because I have experienced
Then why is
connection.
yours not better?
What? I'm not trying to be better. I'm just who I am.
We should all try
Our
and be better.
mind,
Even
our
if
mind
against
is
ourselves.
our mind.
Oh, I did one of
It's
those
our
we things and nobody
mind.
called me.
Tommy, you just blah blah blah, didn't you?
No, I was kind of
mind,
fight clubbing, but not fight
our
clubbing.
mind is something that goes beyond the physical. We are all antennas. We're antennas, and we connect. Whether you like it or not, whether we like what each other
No,
are
well,
saying,
I'll accept that we're antennas,
connect.
and whether you like it or not, there's satellites and antennas in orbit outside of the, what do you call it, the firmament. There's a space station up there too.
It's just everything's energetic, right? If you go and look at the
I don't feel
synapses
very
in the
energetic
brain,
at
the
all.
synapses in the brain look exactly like a galaxy, exactly like the omniverse. It's the
Maybe
same.
if you
Hey,
take the right
Cage.
picture that can read out
Cage is
synapses
back.
and the electrics
I want to hear
firing.
Cage. Cage has got something to say. Cage.
Oh, Cage is back, thank God.
Cage identifies as a toroidal hyperboloid. What do you think, Cage?
How did you know? Don't tell him that, Freedom. That's supposed to be a secret.
I've been waiting to ask Cage a question too.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I don't even know what you guys are
Are we
talking
not?
about. I just hit
Are we not supposed to tell them that we are actually
Is
traveling
everything
in
energy,
Merc
Cage?
Buzz right now?
Is
Life,
everything
the
energy?
universe,
And if
and
it is,
everything.
show and prove it and corroborate it with this with factual data that Tommy can point to know with certainty.
No, we can point to what can't be factual because that's where I defend faith. Like
Have you guys seen the documentary?
No.
Aaron
We can point to what's factual for sure.
and what isn't, because that's how we know the difference.
I want
But
Cage
it's
to
like,
answer, though. He's usually really good at
but
articulating
when
these things.
Aaron and Jack were on that tip about I can prove this and I can prove that and God is proven, I'm like, no, that's where faith comes in. Is there can't be proof.
Some of this stuff is proven that our thoughts are represented outside of our body for sure through the Earth's magnetic field. Yeah,
This
there's
been
actual
proven.
magnetite. There's actual magnetite. The billions of cells that are.
Yeah, you can prove aspects like that, but as far as proof of God, I don't think there can be because that removes that whole faith game. Like faith can only be a thing because there's no proof. You wouldn't need faith if there's proof.
You're totally right, Tommy. Faith is belief in the unseen, but there is really good proof of God nowadays, especially in the quantum physics.
To the individual. To the individual,
really good
there
proof.
can
I
be.
bet you I could present a good argument right here. But
Go
I
ahead,
think
Joe.
Cage is up here. I
Present an
came
argument.
up here to ask OTW if y'all could give me a second. I'm sorry.
No, this is good, Joe. Let's do this. I believe in a God too, but for the sake of what you're saying, I'll try and challenge that.
Okay, well, before you do that, Tommy, let him at least express his whole thought all the way up to the end. Try to keep silent if that's possible. Right?
Well, first I
hear
wanted to, if you'll indulge me, OTW. First, I wanted to, and please, I do want to present the evidence, but I wanted to ask you. I saw you live, and I hopped up here to ask you about a guy I saw on here yesterday who was kicking some really good shit, and I think it's this guy Cage. I was on your channel looking for it because I was out chasing police, and he was presenting like screenshots and all of that shit. Was it that guy Cage? And was it here?
Yeah, Joe. It's yesterday.
Yeah.
Right.
Cage had
Wow,
completely monopolized the stream yesterday. He had
It
like
was fucking incredible, bro. It was like I was telling people about it, and I went back to see it today, and I don't see it. I wanted you to direct me to it, OTW, if it's still up. Maybe I was.
it's still up. It's the Grand Rising Show number 24
I'm definitely going to go and look, Cage.
on my channel.
All right.
And no one can just write all hits. You can't write. You got to have some B-sides. He's not going to do it every day. I'm not going to. You can't say Frosty all the time.
Grand
Joe,
Rising
I love
number
your
one.
laugh, man.
Thank you for
brilliant.
that. I love your accent. I love your fucking brilliant, Mike. I love your accent.
Bless you. I love
bless
you, man.
as well. What was the name of that before I forget the name of it? Grand Panel Rising number
Grand
one.
Rising Show
Just
number 24.
24.
All right, I can
I
remember
love
that.
you,
That's a powerful
gentlemen.
number.
You're beautiful. Keep doing what you're doing.
Let's
Even
say-
when we have a little argument, it's really good.
Yes, it's
we
not a
have to
thing.
clear the air.
Thank you for that, baby. I absolutely agree with that. Just because we disagree, it doesn't need to turn into ad homs and yelling at people. That's when don't get fearful and act all weird.
No, she's just saying the men's quiet part out loud because she's the only female here.
I think her.
No, I'm seriously desperate for real men. because they're all turning gay. What
No,
are you doing?
but we live that. We just live what you just said, though. But that's good you recognize that.
No, seriously, it's really disturbing. All these freaking buggers walking around in women's clothes. What the F?
Yeah.
Well, Dick nailed it, though. He talked about the hermaphroditic aspect, and if Alex Jones was right that this chemical pollution was creating a hermaphrodite
He's right.
frog,
And
then
you're
why are
right.
we not looking at kids and people being like, well, what's going on with them this suddenly?
Yeah,
Because it
but
was like that
Tommy, when you
special
look at
forces. A special
Tommy,
forces veteran that had killed people was even like, you know what? I think I'm a woman, and he full on leaned into it.
Tommy, if you look at what your food is packaged in, and you look at the amount of disgusting stuff that's in
Talk
your
about
water
like
bottles.
Manel, you talked about
Pardon?
like the microplastics right in the BPA in the water.
Yes, exactly. And we don't
It
know
goes further
what
than
they're
that,
putting
though.
in our food. That will change our sexuality, and it will
It
change
increases
our
estrogen.
mind.
Increases estrogen, and
Well, and
some
also a
crazy
choir
chick.
of gay men made a song that said, "We're coming for your sons." And
It's
me and
something
Joe
crazy with
Cool's,
you.
me and Joe Cool's generation tried to
I'm
defend them that
sorry.
was a from birth thing, and now they say they're coming for your kids to convert them.
Hey,
And they're saying, "Here's a gay application. You want to fill out this gay application?"
Right. And they've been telling us it's from birth since we were kids.
Yeah, and like as a straight friend to gay people, I used to be in the '90s. Like, no, I think my friend like just is naturally like that, you know. And now they're turning on it, saying, "No, we're coming for your
exactly.
kids."
But look, hang on, Tommy. So if you look, they were injecting us in the like when we popped out. So I popped out in '67, and they were injecting, and they're still doing it. So if you're going to have babies, for all the young folk listening, if you're going to have babies, do it at home. Do a water birth. Don't lie on your back.
Why are you giving medical advice right now?
Because it's important. We
Yeah,
are
it's
not
important. It's important. Like
We
these
are
kids, this generation.
underpopulated.
No, this
But
generation of
please,
kids, these
may I
boomers,
finish?
they're trying.
May
Your
I-
context is
may
wrong,
I
Manel.
finish? No, I
These
think this
kids
is
are trying to
important.
say that people
The
need to get
sperm
abortions
count-
because having birth is a
sperm
death
count, I don't
sentence
care
that you
about
can
that for the moment.
barely
That's not what I'm
survive
talking about.
fucking
I am
birthing
not-
kids.
No, I'm segueing to the plastics that Joe and Cage were talking about. We were talking about this.
Yeah,
So let's stay
just
on topic.
add in the
So,
science
they are
notations
also-
and show us
Tommy,
your.
you
Wait.
need to just
What's
calm
wrong
down.
with her? What's
So-
wrong with her giving medical advice or scientific advice? Is there a
This is
sense
Because
of
you
that?
got
is
here
not
late, so
medical
cool. This is a
advice.
thing that's
Observation.
been happening before you got here. She just
All right. You say, why is
she's
she giving medical advice? I mean, my
No
grandma was not a
medical advice.
doctor, and
None.
she says, maybe take a couple aspirin for that. It doesn't make her a doctor, and she's doing no sin telling me
Thank
drink
you.
a hot toddy when your throat's fucked up. There's no sin
Exactly.
in that. You don't have to be a doctor.
Thank you, Joe.
But to say
Right.
definitely have your kids in a bathtub at home, that could make for a horrific situation. Was it EBT
No, that's
or
not what
somebody
I'm
in these
saying.
streets talked
You're
about having their
saying
kids?
it like a
Tell the
sentence.
motherfucker to take some Tylenol. The motherfucker could be allergic to ibuprofen, and you don't fucking know it. Yeah, that should always exist, but it doesn't stop us from saying, get a hot toddy when your throat's fucked up. My mom say mix some vinegar with this and that. It's okay, man. Don't let
Well,
these
having a
doctors
sore
scare
throat
you.
isn't the same as a position you
respect you,
might not
Joe.
know your baby's
You're a good
in as
man.
it's exiting your
But
body.
let's be honest. People have been around. Now they're arguing 300,000 years. We know 100,000 years solid, and giving birth in a hospital is a new thing. We've done it the way she's talking about through the entire history of man. She's on solid footing here.
She is.
Well, also, do you know how
Yes,
when
I
that's
love you
happened,
guys.
we
Good man.
we found it beneficial to learn the way of doctoring and child and
The
OBGYNing.
only reason, so if you want to go, let's take it back to the Bible. The only reason why women were giving birth on their backs is because of the British king that wanted to see how the baby came out.
Are you
Every
referencing?
birth
You said go
before
back
that
to the Bible.
was downwards, and if you and they were there, that's what a midwife is.
What do I
And
say
it's
to a
to
person
support
like
the
that?
mother. Shut up, Tommy. I know what I'm talking about.
That's what I should say.
The midwife is there to support the mother under her arms, and you use gravity, and the baby comes out.
Oh my
nice.
God, you're Discworlder, and you just said
And if
use
you do it
gravity.
in
I can't
water,
even.
Tommy,
even
have you ever
better.
been in a room where a baby's born?
The
Thank
girl's
you.
right.
Well,
Yes, I've seen places where you wouldn't want a baby to have
Tommy,
born,
let
and
me
a
say
baby
something
comes out of
quickly,
somebody.
quickly. Like when I have a kid, I probably want to have a home birth too, because I wouldn't want the kid getting fucking vaccinated and all this shit.
All right.
And
Well, yeah, and I hope if you do a home birth, you just educate yourself on it.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Do you know who you're talking to
water.
when you
Do it
say
as
have a baby
natural
at home
as
and don't?
possible, Paige. Do it with your lady, natural.
And you can
So you
be in a
don't
hospital
even-
and say, "Don't stick my baby with anything."
Yeah, fuck the hospitals.
Assuming
Excuse
you
my French.
trust those.
Yeah, I'm also
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
also gonna
trust no
homeschool.
hospital.
My kid's gonna
Don't
be
trust
homeschooled, too.
doctors. I'm
Fuck
going
that.
legal because they killed my parents. So I'm going legal. And I'm not afraid.
I don't trust doctors, and I went to
I'm
the
going
emergency
legal.
room.
They killed my mother in a care home. They are getting rid of our elders. We're the
let me
only
say this,
elders
baby.
now.
Let me say this, baby. I think they tried to kill my old man. We put him in a nursing home. He had a stroke, and he had 3 roommates. One died. And my dad called me crying. He said he was up. He was calling these people, telling them he couldn't breathe, and I can hear him in the hallway making fun of him and the shit. And he died. A week later, another roommate they've been diagnosed with
Oh,
COVID,
babe,
and then
I'm so
he
sorry.
dies.
And watch out at the VA. I heard a scary story from an old dude like
Hold
2
on, let
days
me
ago about the
Let me
VA.
finish.
Please
And
share.
then
Please
and
talk.
then let me finish. And then they told my dad that he had COVID, and I took him to Arkansas to a different VA, and they said he don't have COVID, and I took him home. He lived with his sister. But I think they were trying to kill my dad, and they were killing off them old people. I believe you.
Yeah.
But that's what I was gonna say. If you could take him somewhere else and you did, that's
Yeah,
responsible. But if you just were gonna leave him there, like
No, I
Yeah,
flew
okay.
them to
Joe.
Arkansas and made them leave that place, and they went there and they tested him, and he was clean, and we moved him into his sister house. I was there about a week, and we took care of everything. Yeah, she had just built the
my
house
dad.
all on the same floor, so his wheelchair. There were big wide hallways. It was like God. This is what God had planned. He ended the rest of his life with his sister, who he loved so much.
Oh man.
Yeah.
so why
So
couldn't
they
he have
killed
just
my
went to the
dad.
sister first?
She
Joe,
was
they
in
killed my
Arkansas.
dad.
I was trying to be a man and handle things alone and all of that shit. And
Oh,
you know,
And I'm
I
not
broke.
implying anything. I'm just asking the details of like
No, I
why
moved
didn't it
back.
just start with her?
I moved back here. My brother had got brain cancer, and he had a stroke, and my dad, and it was just my mom.
God.
So I moved back here to take care of them too. And I tried to do it all alone. And you know, I just stopped selling drugs. I
babe.
was not good with the system. I didn't know how shit worked. And I called the family when I thought they were gonna kill him, and they helped me. And
I'm
you know,
so sorry.
yeah, and we got him out of that situation.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
But let me throw in a situation I was in from my.
No, sorry, Joe. Can I just speak to Joe because they took my dad in an ambulance outside the house I live in, and he's tiny little man, and he had a heart condition, and he'd been taking vaccines for years, the flu vaccine.
Yeah.
He nearly killed him in 2016. I was up here then. They wouldn't let me in the ambulance, and I saw him the next day. They'd given him 3 shots of morphine, and he couldn't eat. He was puking.
Wow.
And he looked at me and he said, "They're killing me." And he couldn't. Yeah, it's disgusting,
Brutal.
man.
Brutal.
And they
Was he?
fucking killed my mum a month before that. So I'm
baby.
on my own here now. This is disturbing.
But
I
to
have
say
to now
somebody
deal with all the
killed
legal
someone,
stuff. No, shut
that
up,
means
Tommy.
a thing
I
that
have to
I
deal
don't
with the
know.
legal stuff. My mother and father, they were healthy. They didn't smoke. They didn't drink. It
Then what
was
did he
the
go in that
medical system.
ambulance
Shut
for?
up. No, shh. You don't know what you're talking about.
Tom, I'll back up her story. I know somebody like exact same thing happened to. Not my mom, but a friend's mom. They're killing people for real, or they were.
Okay, I'm killing myself.
Yeah, man.
Everybody's killing everybody then.
I get you're playing devil's advocate and you're being
No,
skeptical,
I'm not.
which
I'm
is
talking
proper.
about the use of terms like whenever I told the enslaved, war is not murder.
Huh.
Like if you're a
Hold on,
soldier in a war, that is
Tommy,
not
hold on.
murder.
Yeah, we're
Let me tell you
starting to
some
cut
more.
each other off, guys. Go
It
ahead.
made it where this stream has to get taken down though, because I
Yeah,
mean that's exactly what they did with my
I
channel
know,
was
they did.
exactly
I
what was
know.
said there. And you guys didn't use hobo code or anything. I'm not trying to censor people, but the reality is
For what
you
word?
talk about that shit. You at
The
least
B
give the
word?
channel the common courtesy
I'm
to use some
sorry.
kind of code because
I'm
you're
not sure
basically
which words we're still coding. Which one are you talking about? Say
I
a code
guess
for it.
I guess
pokety
the
poke,
C
you know.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
okay.
Jim Jones juice.
The
I don't
fucking,
even know this
gentleman
thing.
knows.
I won't even
C
realize it.
the
C
sweet
word.
sauce.
The Fauci ouchie.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's still a
And I don't
cup.
mean to be
You
an
just read
asshole.
'em.
Like I'm not here to be
The
some
ringy
censor
ring
police, but
ring.
you know it'll fuck
The
OTW
jabby
stream up.
jabby.
The jab.
What about
That's what we call it. The jab.
Yeah, jab is legit.
Well, I was gonna say
Oh no,
something
here's
too.
a nice one. I think he's Australian or New Zealand. The leg waxing.
That's a
Does
no.
I
not
don't even
resonate
understand
Oh
it,
with
but
me
it
at
sounds
all.
creepy.
I wouldn't even get that
That's Ed.
analogy.
Right?
That's Joe. That's Ed, the Outer Light, and he used to have a channel called the Outer Dark. He's really cool.
Was he in
You go listen
Australia?
to him. Sorry,
leg waxing.
I think. Well, it's
That's
one of them
funny.
islands, but yeah, OGW, you'll love him. He's hilarious. He's like Matt, who is he's a what is he called? Oh God, he's a Canadian as well. You should know Matt.
Oh yeah, that
Conscious.
Canadian Matt, because he's
Hey,
Canadian.
hey,
That's
hey.
like the black
Everybody in
people
Canada
thing.
knows
Really
everybody else in
cool.
Canada.
And he's
I
Yeah.
fucking
know.
hilarious. And
I know
Joe,
everybody.
you know
lovely.
that black guy, Black
I know
Steve
not the
from
whole black
Arkansas.
guys. I know all black guys too, by
I
the
have
Every
way.
a black
50
friend in
million
Chicago,
Canadians.
actually.
I'd have
Right.
Oh,
I
he knows
know
my black
him.
friend.
I know him. Hey, can I present the evidence right quick? I'm not gonna stay long.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Present
I
some.
gotta go pretty soon anyway.
Please,
All
You
right.
please. I
motherfuckers
love
don't have
you.
shit to do.
I love
Here's
you
a little
guys.
bit.
Yeah, I have another stream to be on. I'm not gonna end this stream and go on
I
it.
have to go mow the lawn, guys. Give me
I'm
a break.
scheduled, Flow State.
You're scheduled? On who scheduled your ass?
Everyone already knows. It's been
I don't know.
multiple weeks.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, you're out of the loop.
Well, I'm not going to watch you then.
It's
I don't
fun
care
to
about your
do.
stupid. It's probably a
fun to
stupid
do.
stream anyways.
He kind of made an epic video about me.
Are you going to go on and talk about Paul?
Of
Huh?
course.
If he comes up.
Nice one, Flo. I like it. Smoking.
I don't know why people think I am not allowed to talk about Paul or guns or jabs or
Well,
whatever.
that's-
He wasn't saying you're not allowed. He was trying to intimate that you're obsessed with it and maybe you do it a bit much.
Right, and that's how all these people are meeting the wrath of
Oh,
like
yeah.
that's what
Oh, yeah.
that's what
Oh, yeah.
See, like it's people like Manel that buy into that because of they need an angle. But OTW or not OTW, there's too many letter names. EBT and Chalk Body Outline. They told me all kinds of time I was obsessed with the dude. But where are they going? Where are they at every day? Who are they obsessed with right now?
But
Like,
just
no,
because
no.
they are doesn't mean you are not. If you're saying they're
No,
obsessed
you
as well.
guys, but you guys don't acknowledge that long before you'd ever meet the dude, he was chasing me
Says
and
a
we had
man
our
that
beef.
tells me I'm telling everyone to do something. That's hilarious.
Why is like?
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you guys want to take that road, you'll lose every time. So just be aware.
Which road?
The road of trying to play that obsessive game whenever the dude used to go. He was the Civil War, you fools. All
What
these
Civil War?
channels at one time were running or fighting him.
Hey,
There's a whole history here that I don't know about.
Yeah, you see how we become fools when you start talking about Pauls. Now suddenly
No,
the bad
you're
hubs
fools
come
for
out,
saying I'm
and we're
obsessed with them.
fools, and
It's
a
like
bunch
saying
of us.
it's like
It's
saying
us
you're
all. I
obsessed with
wasn't
cops.
It's us
It's
all
like
against
saying
you,
you're
and
gonna
we're
look
all
stupid, Joe.
fools. I'd like to finish my thought and then look
Like that
stupid. Go ahead.
spliff. Like that spliff.
Manel, let someone finish for a change.
I'd like to hear Joe finish.
I'm
Yeah, I
waiting.
was just saying that suddenly, as when you start talking about Paul, you refer instead of referring to us as individuals, you start calling us y'all. That's a sign that some guy's paranoid.
Yeah,
And
because you
start
all
throwing,
keep saying that obsessive
You
shit.
just said I was gonna let me finish, and you're throwing F-bombs and
Thank
calling
God
us
it's
all.
Friday.
All when you talk about Paul, suddenly the animal that you are seem to change a little bit, which would give evidence in our realm that you are sensitive about Paul.
Very passionate.
I think you use sensitive to make me sound weak or condescending.
Oh,
have no desire to do that.
I'm very aware of the person I'm known to be his Joker adversary. Before you were ever here to say I was obsessed with him, we were already like guys known for butting heads on all
He's
kinds
the
of shit.
jester, the jester, the
And he
jester of the
still
pool.
he still follows me to this day just to start shit and tell people to tell me on even Benton's stream he's gonna get the keys to all these streams and I'll never be able to go anywhere.
Maybe you're both obsessed a little bit. Doesn't mean that you're
Maybe.
No,
not,
see now
because
that's
he
what
is.
everybody does too. They want to 50-50 it out.
Do you ever
And
feel
all I'm
jealous
doing,
of
all I'm
Jack?
trying to do is this.
Hold on.
All I'm trying to do is
People are
what
telling me
we've
in the
been doing
chat that
today.
my mic is fucked up. Can you guys hear me properly?
Yeah.
Now we can.
I can hear you. Yeah.
All right, cool.
It sounded bad earlier, but you sound all right now.
All right, if I can, because I'm literally I just came up here to ask about that guy.
And I could say the same aspects, Joe. It's like, are you obsessed with cops? Are you obsessed with racism?
You'd have an argument, and I wouldn't deny it because I'm not a child. I wouldn't call you
you've got
names
to
if
say,
you were
mate.
right.
So when you deny it, like I said, Joe, it's like we were both invited to. We were both.
You missed
we
that
were both.
part.
We were both invited to that that viewing party of Lauren's 4 million viewer thing she was invited to. And and me and your other white friend that claims you always take him to the racism argument, you pulled us both into the racism argument at the viewing party. And we totally overtook that panel for that
I'm
shit.
not sure what
And
your
you're not
point-
obsessed with racism?
Wait. First of all,
But
I
racism
agree.
is another dude.
Wait. I agree
It's
that
also
I'm
not a
obsessed-
non-issue.
Wait, Tommy, you're not listening. I agree that I may be obsessed with racism and cops. And you've been telling me that, Joe, I want to get you alone to have the racism conversation. Remember? That was the first time we were alone.
Yeah, it's still we haven't gotten that good.
Why do you need to be alone with him?
Because
No, it's
every
not
time-
alone. It's like even when his friend was there,
think
it's the one-on-one thing. It's not about being alone. It's about just the one-on-one talk that doesn't have like a
Conversation flow.
That was the
Yeah.
only way we could have a conversation because everybody
No,
doesn't like
no,
Tommy
it's not
and they
the
get into
only way, but
arguments.
there's a
Excuse
significance
me,
to it.
please, Tommy.
Joe,
Let me
you're
get out
wasting
more than
your
one
breath,
word at a
man.
time.
I'm so
when I
sorry.
talk. Yes, whenever we had conversations on other panels, shit gets distracted. We can't stay on race because people want to attack Tommy. So here we were able to just have an adult fucking conversation amongst ourselves, and then one of my friends came over later.
And I do appreciate that, Joe, that you say people do just want to attack me.
Yeah.
Do you agree that Tommy is gay for Paul?
Well, Tommy, I've had the same issue too, right? Like when I first started, like I'm not good at. I was always really bad at interrupting people and shit. You have to.
Well, now you might be having mic issues.
Yeah, I think you faded out, but yeah, you got to
Guapo.
All right, listen, I respect the fuck out of you guys. I'm about to go check number 24 out, but I got to edit today. I got a busy day ahead. And I appreciate you in O2W. Thank you. Guys.
And Joe, just so you still
Yeah.
hear it from me, that room's still there if you ever pass through. It hasn't changed. I'm your
good.
friend. We're friends
My
because
man,
we
my
can get
man,
heated.
my man.
We can get
and-
heated
And
because
I
we're
tell
friends.
you this all the time, Tommy. Even when we disagree and stuff, I don't feel some type of way. I still love you. I still want the best for you.
Right.
I don't give a fuck what you're going through. I want your life to be peaceful and your anxiety to be
And
gone.
I want you guys to understand that's me and
Love
Paul
you,
too.
Joe.
It just is what it is in the moment on these panels.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I'm an adult. I will not get in my moods. I'm not a bad guy. I wouldn't attack you. All right, you cats be easy.
No, you're lovely, man. Go do.
I think they're both racist.
Oh, I'm racist, like WAY. Yes. Because I'll even tell Joe, like, I agree that it exists, but for me to stand up, you have to show me more than mean words, because we all saying mean words.
He calls you Wonder Bread when you're not around.
That's a good one. That's not even trying very hard.
I want to hear more, Guapo. Please, more.
Like, you gotta, like, me and Rob had to explain to some women that it's like, no, I'm calling him Piano Man as like endearing. Like, it is racist because they were calling him Piano Man, and I just kind of fucked with him, like, man, you ladies are racist. And then we explained why I called him Piano Man, and then we explained why we're friends.
So it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not racist, but
I do say N words in these panels.
But
Yeah, it's
there's
like, I
backdoor.
don't. Racism is a belief that race alone makes you better than another race because you're not that race. And like, no, I'm not racist, but I like to
But
laugh
we're
at racist
all
jokes. I like
human
to
beings.
notice
But
the
what's your
same way
least
we notice
favorite race?
the same way we
Right.
notice that's what she said situations. I notice like racist stuff and misogynist stuff. It's just a comedy thing.
Mine is the stupid kind.
Sorry, Tommy. I've got a really white mother and a really dark father, so I ain't got any. I can't do racist because
Why
it's a
can't you?
load
There's
of
no such thing as
BS.
race.
Yeah, you can. I can. I'm racist against stupid.
Well, that's
not
cute,
but
Yeah, okay. I'm racist against
and it's
stupid.
like being
Okay, I'll do
racist
that.
against
nobody is
stupid
racist
kind of makes
against
you a
stupid.
self-loather.
Say again,
Like
Flo.
the act of saying you're racist against
No,
stupid
Flo.
makes you a self-loather in that racism.
Well, I was going to say nobody is racist
Yeah, I
against
do
stupid.
realize that, Tommy.
No, I know because stupid can learn.
But
If it
race
actually
is
it's
not
not a
race
race.
is not a thing because what we see as race is actually
No,
culture.
it's Flo. Flo
Yeah.
now.
You can be
Seems
bigoted
like
against
exceedingly
stupid.
wealthy old white people can be a problem, though, from time to time.
But what people
Yeah.
hate about black people in this
That's
era
for sure.
is the
Alright.
U.S. black people acting out of the lyrics of backbeat rhymes. If you didn't live that way,
Oh.
you wouldn't see as much racism in your life.
I bust a cap.
Well, yeah, and there's plenty of white people I've seen fall prey to that hate. That's why we know. And like white people, I was telling Joe this, it's like when we don't get a job or when we get harassed by a cop, we don't have that premonition to look in the mirror and go, maybe because of that. But because they have that to look in the mirror and say, maybe that's why they'll think possibly that.
OTW, Joe is in the backstage, he's saying, and he also wants a link to yesterday's panel, if you can give it to him.
He's coming back in. He's like, damn it, Wonder Bread's talking this shit again.
This is what we were talking about
Come on,
before.
Joe.
This is nothing new for him.
Joe's a good man.
I actually agree with. I think a lot of it's perception.
I work
As-
with
as-
Ethiopians and Africans at Denver Airport. They do not act like American black folk. It's culture. They're still
with
as
Flo.
melanin skinned as anyone. They came from Africa, but they don't act like street culture.
as anyone.
I think
Yeah,
racism
can we
obviously
hear
exists.
Flo?
I think it
He's loading up
exists. But I
Tommy.
think it's
Flo.
blown out of proportion because it's a divide and conquer tactic that the social engineers use.
Right. There's still mean words that are racist by all races.
Like
when we
what?
say
I agree
they're
with
all
that,
racist.
Cage. It's
What was
all
that?
divide and conquer. I agree.
And
with
the
that.
best racism is there's
Fascinating.
Asians that are racist against other Asians that are just in a different part of that continent. It's like, oh, you are an Asian that's not
All right,
standing.
but that's not
here.
natural, Tommy. That's not natural behavior. That is taught and learned behavior.
It's tribe. It's just tribal. It's just tribal behavior. But racism,
that
I
one
think,
I
is very
say is
much. It's intentional. It's contrived. It's a control mechanism. What a great way to divide people, right? You can instantly tell. Like, there's the black sheep. There's the white sheep. There's the.
Well, how do you control billions of people, right? You have to break them up, the multi-fact, right? You know, like
Exactly.
race, religion,
But we are the only ones that give that up because we all know we're not
socioeconomic
being
status,
that.
everything. Like every smaller group. That's the only way to divide people and control them, right? You have to divide
we
them
are
up into smaller,
all
smaller groups and then make
the
them
entire
self-regulate, make them
whole
divide
of
each other down.
humanity.
Even with
We are all members of the smallest minority in existence,
Mm-hmm.
which is the individual.
Oh,
But
well.
all of us, the whole entirety of humanity,
pussy.
is a member of the smallest minority,
Nice
the individual.
pussy.
So as long as we protect the rights and freedoms of the individual, it should work itself out.
Tommy, that makes damn good sense to me.
Thank you. It's one of those
Sometimes
cool
I can't.
YouTube
I can't
brain
figure out if I agree with you generally or disagree with you generally. Like,
That's
well,
why
you
it's
can
words,
disagree with
the
my
individual.
opinions. You can disagree with my
brilliant.
opinions, but usually the claim to
what was
fame,
that
good
freedom?
shit
I
I'm
can't fucking
bringing
hear
is
you.
just truth
Tommy,
and fact.
other people are trying to talk, man. Come on.
No, it's about
Yeah, they're
showing
trying.
what we. So there's the path. Remember the path. So we walk our own path, and then what we find on our path, we exchange. We give each other the pieces because we
That's
don't
what I
all
said.
hold pieces.
You make any flavored sundae you want, she's gonna sprinkle it with Lost in the Sauce.
what kind of pieces are you
never
offering?
sprinkle. I'm
How
not a
tall-
I don't like
sprinkler.
sprinkles on my cupcake. I think it's too much sugar. It spikes my, insulin
Same.
levels, and
Yeah.
Have you
not
ever had a
necessary.
Reese's outrageous bar though, where they put the Reese's pieces in the chocolate bar. It's fucking great.
Yeah.
This is what I don't
That's
need. Yeah, over the
wow.
top, excessive, indulgent, gluttonous
Oh my
type of
god.
I agree
I
with
eating
Dick.
can't
I
that
don't.
are.
do.
Yeah, personally, people
I
think I'm
can't do
weird
a
and
lot
shit
of
because I don't
sugar.
buy. I don't
Sugar
buy
kills
like
me,
fucking
man.
snacks or any of that
Neither
fucking
do I.
nonsense.
Yeah, no,
No.
I
Like
don't
people
do
go
There's
to
any
the
You
of
store
that.
and get
snack
snacks I
stuff.
on
like,
Like
bison
I don't
jerky.
buy that shit. I'm gonna
but
spend my
from
money on
Cone
actual
from
food.
Stone Cold
I
Creamery
love
to
you
Cheesecake
guys.
Factory, that shit is like a couple bites and I'm good.
Like
But if
my
you
diet,
guys
I
I hear
ever
wanted
you.
to
see
eat steak with salt. Like steak with
if you
salt. That's
guys
my
ever
food I
see
eat.
Tasty Cake peach cobbler mini donuts, those I think are a good balance. I'll eat them with like coffee, where it's like, yeah, that's not
Oh
overpowering. It's just a
no,
little thing.
no,
I hate
donuts are
balance.
not good.
I love
I
extreme.
had my
Everything.
first Krispy Kreme. I think it was last year actually, and I only had one, and it was left by the company that I used to clean for. But they're all doing like breakdowns and car stuff. And I came in and I found this box, and there was this funny round
Yeah, you
little
ate
thing
a
in there.
Krispy Kreme. You already alluded to that part.
One time,
You
only
fucked up.
once. I know, one time, and I ate it, and I went, "Ooh, this
What's
is
But
that?
thanks
weird."
for
That's
clarifying.
my
It was
mini
in a
donut.
container, and that container was somewhere that you were
That's
at,
what I'll have
whether
for
a
a donut.
job.
I know it was
What is that
gross,
for you?
man. Trust me,
This
that
is
was
a
not.
rib steak bone
Sorry.
in that I had cut an inch and a
Ooh,
quarter. So it's a nice thick bone in ribeye.
nice.
That's a
About
rib
how
steak.
thick I
It's
am.
got,
It's all
I'm
got the
blurry
bone
always
and
really
up
shit.
nice.
for a steak.
Yeah.
Is that you, Dick? You got a good steak there going on.
I buy a half of a bison every single year and split it with another family.
Nice.
I just ate
Yeah,
nacho fries.
yeah, we do this here with deer. So we'll like go and buy like half a deer or something, or a quarter deer, or yeah, and pheasants and whatever. And if you're driving, nom nom, stop it. No, that's
It's
not.
it's
That's
my
cruel.
favorite cut. I mean, it's delicacy. You only get
Yeah.
so many with
No.
every year, but
Oh yeah.
That's
I
where I
savor it.
disagreed with Andrew
So
Tate.
we have a
Like, for as
thing. We have a
expensive as
thing
Andrew
that if
Tate
you're
eats,
driving along the road and someone else has knocked an animal down and killed it, you can pick it up and you can take that and you can process it. Okay, but
You and
you
Lou are
it's
made for each other.
British. No, it's really weird. This is a British law. If you knock it down, you can't. You're not supposed to take it away with you, but you know, I mean, who the fuck knows? You know, if you're not actually there seeing it happen, and it's just you, you just freaking you've knocked it down. I'm really sorry, creature. I'm gonna process you and eat you. But
Well,
if I know, I see that, Dick.
if you
Go,
raise your own
man.
chickens and you raise them on
I
a no
know.
grain or low grain type of diet,
Yes.
you know, then you're gonna have that
The
really high
natural pecking.
quality
Yes.
fats, and then those building blocks. Then you make the
Beautiful.
broth out of the
Good man.
chicken
and here's the
legs or
angle that
the
none of you see when we talk about vegans and they're desperate, like, oh, we shouldn't harm any animals, we shouldn't kill anything, we shouldn't eat it. The less you do of that after removing all these predators, your insurance rates will skyrocket
Nice
at the
chicken
number
feet.
of deer you'll be driving
Love you, Dick.
through every
This guy's
year.
praying with fucking chicken legs and shit.
Dude, I was so pissed when I hit a deer. It fucked my car up. I got out and
Sorry,
chased it
can
with
I
my
just say, when I
revolver.
was 4, we ate chicken feet. There was nothing got wasted.
But
Nothing.
what's the shit that everybody's spending $50 for a bottle of it that they're trying to get out of the bone? It's like a big deal. My
Yeah.
family's all
Sure.
taking it.
Absolutely.
It's a powder, and it's
called collagen, isn't it?
collagen.
That's
I'm always laughing at that because it's like a toxic bio waste or something kind of afterthought of the
But it's
meat
not when you.
industry. But when you make
Yeah,
it
but
this
it's
way,
gotta
yeah,
be.
it's pure health.
Yeah, exactly. It's got to be the whole thing. So when you're eating a complete thing, it's like, so if you take grain, or you take a potato, or you take these
Say
kind of.
aluminum for us.
No, you must look at the layers and what each layer contains. I said this before. Just
Yeah.
take a potato. The potato, if you look at the layers, if you peel your potato, you are destroying the digestive enzymes that will be good in your gut. So do not peel your. Give it a little scrub, wash it off, or do that.
Just drink some kombucha. Eat some yogurt.
No.
Gross.
You
That
must
shit tastes
eat
disgusting.
things
It does,
whole.
but that's probiotics. That if you want to peel your potatoes, peel your fucking potatoes.
You only live
but
once.
you're losing enzymes and nutrients. There is
Right.
more.
So is that why
vitamin
Lou's going to
C.
tell us we don't live to 150 because we peel our potatoes, or is it the seed oil?
I smoke
no,
cigarettes and drink Red Bull. I can stand some peeled
Exactly.
potatoes.
Exactly.
It's
I
an
ate the peel on my potatoes and then did meth. What's the difference?
Aspectual. Everything is an aspect of the whole. It's
More
the
sprinkles.
Mandelbrot.
I mean, your point is right. I think your point is right, but I'm still gonna like peel potatoes and eat fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
And this,
I won't eat
this
McDonald's,
adds to
though.
Jordan Peterson's debate of like, do we need men and women together in the workplace? Is this not an example of like, why are we even putting men and women together in the workplace?
Because the sex is better.
They are the ones that put women in the workplace because they wanted to tax us and make us freaking pay for shit. What are you talking about?
That's why women strive to be CEOs. That's why women put off a family to go prove who they are.
It's not the
in the
women
business
that
world.
did it. It's
'Cause
the
they did it.
transgenders. It's the transgenders that did
You're
it.
just dodging respawn.
Feminism sold a false bill of goods to a lot of
Wow,
girls.
look at the roots on that fucking potato.
See, Dick gets
I
it.
got a whole
Dick
box
knows
of
what I'm
all
talking
kinds
about.
of different potatoes here, and I've already planted about 3/4 of it. But
Thank you.
just tons.
I don't think you're supposed to eat the roots.
Well, the root will be the potato.
those
Like technically, a
roots and
potato is the
shoots.
root.
Good man. So the shoots are really important. So if you
Especially
know
when you're
how
being
to,
shot at, you want to
if you
shoot
know how
that.
to harvest your seeds and you know how to sprout them, it doesn't matter what those seeds are, because we live in the Garden of Eden. We were never kicked out. We are in the Garden of Eden. And when
You are
know
not.
your plants and you know how they grow,
Do you know
and
why
how
we
they
were kicked out of the Garden of
and the
Eden?
seeds come from the flowers, and then you know how to propagate them. See, Dick is showing you.
No, listen though.
Exactly.
I don't mean
So
like.
when
It's a
you
very
know how
important
to
skill
do
to know to grow your own
Look, I
potatoes.
would be showing off my shit too, Dick, but it's all in the garden over there by the chicken coop.
Nice.
And I
Go
mean,
for
yes,
it.
the angel with the fiery sword, all that was the physical outedness.
Tommy, what you
But do you
growing?
know why we were not being able to return to the Garden of Eden?
Tired of you
No,
squatters.
we're in the garden. We are in the garden.
not.
We have forgotten. We have forgotten what the garden offers.
Hey,
We've
freedom,
never
freedom.
left the garden.
What's that WW?
Exactly.
Is that White Widow or something?
White
Yeah,
wedding.
wait, give me, yeah, it's White.
Widow.
Start again.
It's White Widow.
The White Wedding.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Don't say mean things to Billy. And then he makes the jerking fist from behind you when you defend him. No, we were cast out of the Garden of Eden because we already
No, we
ate of the. She's not gonna let me finish. She's just gonna overtalk me.
Oh, well, like you did before.
Well, it's the difference is like I was overtalking you to keep you from saying wrongs, and now you're overtalking me.
Hey,
to keep
let's
from
overtalk these motherfuckers.
Oh, we were kicked out because we already ate of the knowledge of good and evil, and then there was still that little tree of life that we would have longed for death, but death would not come for us.
That's it.
And
Good
they were like, "We
rights,
can't
man.
have those motherfuckers eating both, or that's
Thank you,
just
Jim.
hell on earth." We are not in the Garden of Eden.
No.
How do
We
you
never
germinate
left.
those?
How do you what?
You put them in the ground with
Yeah,
good,
those things
good
need some
soil
dirt,
around
bro.
it. Yeah, man. That's it.
what you come from.
No, really?
That you will retain.
They've been sitting all winter in a box.
Yeah, they're
Nice.
looking for some dirt.
See,
No, these things will
nature's
do.
perfect.
I've planted these now for almost a decade. They do fucking fantastic every year.
How
They
old
get
are you?
better. What's
Good
that?
man.
How old are you?
Old enough
39.
to be like not a senior citizen. 46 years old. I forget
God damn.
sometimes because I told somebody else 45 the other day, and I was like, no, wait a minute, I am
Man, you
46.
look younger.
I was
You
gonna,
ain't
I was
All
gonna
that
look
guess
mattered
like
to me,
41 or something.
all that mattered to me was
You
would
don't
we
look
be in
that
the
old.
same, would we have been in high school at the same
You're
time?
39.
I nailed it.
He got that nice baby face, right? It makes him look younger.
Yeah.
And I just read
For
people.
sure.
It's like I read, are you Gen X and
It's all the good
pre-Gen
food.
X or after? Because I feel like that's that 9/11 we referenced earlier. Whenever we referenced 9/11 earlier, it was like there was time before that day and then after that day, but there's never
I'm
both.
from the Ninja Turtles generation. I feel like that describes my age
You're
exactly.
Gen X. Yeah, you're Gen X. And that's what I'm saying. You can read who's Gen X and older because you can read who's younger. Like
I
you
think
can
I'm
read
a
who's
millennial,
young.
technically. I was born in 86.
Oh, I think you
Wow,
are a
you're
millennial, but
young.
you were cutting it close. It might have been
You're
like
well built
84,
though,
85.
mate.
And you can
Okay.
still have the traits for being around
I'm
those
always the
people that
fucking one of
close.
the youngest ones. I was born in the 90s.
Because you're
You're
an AI
definitely
bot,
millennial.
Cage.
Wow.
Stop lying.
I'm an AI though. Yeah, I was born in 2019.
OTW. We're old.
Well, as old as you feel, but you're sitting here crying all day that you're gonna die younger than you think you can live.
No,
So
I'm
don't worry
not
about being old.
crying. Life is a
Well, that's what I've
path.
been
It
telling
doesn't
everybody.
matter.
No matter what's in the air, no matter what you're eating against your knowledge, if we still see each other getting the average of 75 or more, what else did you need to do in that time? What else
It's
were
the
you
stress that's
planning?
going to kill everybody ultimately.
Well, the
Say
natural
again?
death is now a cancer or a heart condition.
Flo, can
That's
you say that
natural
again,
death now.
please?
I was going to say, ultimately, stress is what's going to kill everybody. And so everybody's
Yes.
stressing about not
This
get
Right.
this.
Well, that's the
absolutely.
root. That's the root of all disease, right? Well, think about the word
Yeah.
disease. Disease. Right?
Yeah.
That's stress. You're not at
And then
ease.
there's
Good
Coca-Cola,
man.
cigarettes.
Manifest
There's
in
lots of slow death that's legal.
In
Like,
Lakesh.
I love those things.
Maybe you should just worry about how much life you're getting out of your slow death.
And I squeeze more life into a little bit of time than I'm legally allowed to do anymore, actually.
And even if you wanted to sit on the corner and drink your entire years, that's yours to do. And we
I did
can't
that
say
for a lot of years. It was a
we
great
can't say
time.
it matters in the end. We can't prove that we reincarnate. We can't prove specific Jesus or Allah or any of that. You're free to believe in whatever. I hope you're not casting it onto someone else against their will, like those Allahs. That's how Jesus opposed Allah. Was he says bend the knee? I say just decide to come with me on this.
We got a question for Dick in the comments here by Jilly. Dick, do you think the essence or spirit of the grower comes through in the bud? I notice it with cooking. Can taste the love sometimes. I wonder about growing.
I think it depends a lot on how they grow. If they do an NPK method where they're killing all the biology and just running
Interesting.
synthetically chelated nutrients, you get a really standardized process and you start to see a lot less differentiation, especially on an indoor grow. Now, when you get to outdoor, environmental factors, indigenous biology, the indigenous amendments, the unique style of growing that the grower employs, all that will play in, and it creates a really boutique kind of product from my preference as a connoisseur. But I know some people will say, no, I love indoor way better. It's like, go ahead then, have your LED
And
light
some
cannabis.
people base their preference off the challenge that's different with each.
Yeah, the way the
And
bud is
Dick, can I
challenged,
ask you
exactly, or the way the
What's that called?
genetics,
You fucking-
Tommy, are challenged, so they exhibit or express different. Like high elevation cannabis will sometimes have a totally different growth structure and different leaf formations to try to adapt to the cold night temps and all that. You'll see them kind of tighten up, and then the bud structure is different, and I think it changes the terpene profile. So you get almost a
I
whole
mean, this dude would have made an
end
excellent cook
result.
in the kitchen.
I've actually noticed that, Freedom. Like, I've grown in an apartment before, like 22 stories up, and there's definitely a difference going. It's like on a mountain.
Yeah, so
Imagine
this is why I'll
9,000
tell
feet
you guys
plus.
those plateau mountains were never trees, because Dick will vouch for me on this one. There's parts of Colorado that are too high altitude for any type of tree, save for like one or two
That's not
species
true.
if you grow it there. Like if you transplant it there, it might.
No.
Oh,
That's
you
mountain
still
high.
want to oppose the science this far in, Manel? Come on, take it easy on yourself.
Well, if you go and look at what plants can do, they're quite adaptable.
And what they can't do.
Especially the plant we're talking about here that's right next to Dick on his shelf.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've done this.
it's very
Grow
picky. It needs
everywhere.
good. I mean, to be a quality smokable
Yeah,
plant,
they can
it
grow
needs
everywhere
good
because
care and.
we've been growing them in England for quite some decades. So, and they grow rather tall. So
Right,
if
in
you've
West
got the
Virginia, you
right,
can throw a
if you
handful of
have the
pot
right
seeds out in the woods, and
space
it'll grow
where
into
you have a
crap hemp that you
sheltered
can make into
corner,
ropes and
and
beer
then there
weed.
is
It's not smokable.
sunshine, and so the plant is sheltered from wind, and it has good watering from the sky, and then the sunshine, and they can grow like freaking 8 odd feet tall.
That
with
doesn't mean it's
huge
smokable.
buds. Oh, it's
Anything is
everything.
smokable if you got a big
Everything.
enough torch.
Because it
No,
also has that amazing spine that you can use the fiber from. You take the buds, you can juice the leaves, you take the buds if you want to use them in cooking or smoking or, those things. You have to cure them, but you can take that spine from that plant when it grows that big, like 8-10 feet tall, and you can actually make things out of that fiber, like clothing and buildings and la la
Car
la,
panels,
and
yes,
it's
and the buildings
nodding
are
and
flame retardant more than wood. Yeah, but you can't smoke that
yeah.
shit.
It's like the
No, but you don't
hempcrete.
need to smoke that shit. That is not the
You don't
smoking
want
shit.
to smoke that
Dick,
shit.
you're muted, bro.
No,
And you're
you
talking about like the
build with that.
hempcrete.
Yeah,
You
hey,
make
you got a good
clothes, build.
lip reading ability. You're paying too much attention to my lips there, Gage.
I
The
just glanced at the
3D
screen and I seen you talking. I'm like, oh, no, he's muted
3D
again.
hempcrete, but you got a talent with that because you picked it right out. 3D
Oh
hempcrete
yeah, nice.
printers. I mean, fuck.
Cool.
It's sky's the limit with what you could do with that. You can imagine all kinds of shit.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't have to just be
It's
a
our
box. I mean, you can
companion
print any
plant.
Well,
shape
that's
you
one of the
want.
main reasons why they
Yeah,
made
yeah,
hemp
yeah.
illegal, even though it has no,
Totally.
it's not a drug,
On
because it
point.
would disrupt the textile industry, like the lumber industry, the textiles industry.
Yeah, but
That's
they
where
want
I get
cotton
excited
to
about
be
the
the one.
technology. Actually, that's where I start thinking, wow, you know what? There's actually some really cool shit we could do.
Yeah, but why
Well,
do you
why
think
would you use a
cotton?
tree? Why would you use a tree? It takes 30 years. With one season, you can use hemp, right? Way faster.
Exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't make
See,
any sense.
Kate?
Hemp is so
No,
Right.
it
much more
does make sense.
And
sustainable.
so
You
it's
just have to
everything.
timeline it. You just have to timeline it.
Well, hemp builds up
No,
the
you need to
land.
bring
So
it
I
back.
mean, if you took
All the
all that,
rope on your ships and our ships was made out of hemp. It was made out of hemp.
No, the first men, like if you just appeared in a Minecraft world, your first instinct is to chop that hardwood thing down and use it for stuff. And then once you have enough comfort, once you have enough comfort and food to science things, then you can discover the hemp usage and get away from
Yeah.
the
Like
trees.
she's actually right though. Like that's where the word canvas comes from. You see how cannabis and canvas have the same.
So it
beginning?
takes. So, Cage, may I just say, it takes less water to grow hemp plants, whether you're doing it medicinally or.
There is no medicinal hemp plants. That's
Hemp
why
is
it takes
actually-
less
it's, I
water.
forget the name
The
for it.
more water
whether
is
you're
to
doing
make
it
juicy
medicinally
dank
or
Hold
whether
on,
you're
Tommy. I
doing
forget the name. I forget the
structural
name for it, but
clothing.
it's
Please.
It's hemp.
What happens is
Right.
with
So
hemp,
it takes
it
more
pulls out.
water to grow cotton than it does to grow hemp. And hemp
you're saying it's a
grows.
bioaccumulator, right, Cage?
Yeah, exactly. It pulls out all
Yes.
the heavy metals, and you can plant hemp with unfertile soil, and then it'll make the soil fertile.
Absolutely. In Lakesh.
And properly grown, it builds up the soil, which is another positive side effect. Because I mean,
Yes.
anyone that's taking a field and growing hemp in it, they're putting blood meal in, they're putting gypsum, they're throwing maybe kelp or something along those lines for nitrogen.
I'm hearing that it's part of nature and it's good for nature.
No, listen, that hemp is the aspect of weed that once you get it started, it'll grow to spite you. Like you will have trouble making it not grow once you
No,
get hemp
Tommy, you're
started.
wrong. It's our companion plant. You're an idiot.
You're talking about weed that you smoke, and it's not the same thing because
No,
we do
I'm
both
not.
in Colorado.
I am talking about the complete plant. The
Yeah,
edible,
more word salad.
the
At
structural,
11:11,
the
I'm
clothing.
dipping out
No,
at
you're just
11:11 my
arguing for
time
the
on a
sake of it.
globe where with sun position. Take me out on the AIOTW. I'll see you next time. Manel, I don't like to use these Screets terms, but you have been looping today, ma'am, and I hope we can work this out.
You better get out of here before it clicks over to 12.
I'm only leaving to rest up for like the place that's inviting me today, but I'll see y'all soon. And if you check that out, don't be haters. He's a good guy. You know that.
See ya.
I'm not checking it out because you wouldn't tell me about it. Bye.
Later, bud.
Have fun, Tommy.
It would be a
Yeah,
great show with him talking about Paul the whole time.
To answer Jilly's question direct, yes, because I could go on about that and on, but just straight up, yes, it definitely transfers at some level.
Yes.
I think my companion plant is grapefruit. I really like grapefruit.
And the negative effects of lazy, poor consideration, non-conscious growing, where someone just sticks it in a pot, no consideration of the soil, and wants to put Miracle Grow on it. You know, that energy transfers as well.
Absolutely. Yes.
So you don't want to smoke those people's cannabis because you'll end up like them.
I think I showed
Yeah,
this
it's
on
all
OTW.
chemical stuff, isn't it?
Sorry, Mano. I think I showed this on OTW stream a
Sorry,
while
mate.
ago. I did an experiment where it was the exact same clone, the exact same environment, everything. One of them I just left alone, like, you know, the water. The other one I kind of charged the water mentally, and you should have seen the difference. Like, one of them was like tiny, and the other one was like fucking.
How did you do that? Will you show us how
You
you?
gave it love. You gave
Yeah,
it love. You
just
But
thought
I want to
about
see
it.
the actual process of getting the love into the water.
just a visualization.
This
There
guy's
it
getting
is.
root
Look,
bound.
it's showing it. Nice.
Yeah, I gotta put it
Thank you,
outside,
James.
but I don't want to put it in a bigger pot because you know, it's easier to transplant it when it's in a smaller pot.
Yeah, and then the root
But it's going to
system's
go straight
smaller
from
as
this
well.
into a 50-gallon.
Yeah, but you're not damaging the root system either. So it's the bigger the plant, the more difficult the planting is, because you've got to allow for the root system as well. And this is the thing that folk don't think about is when you go weeding around your yard and you pull up a plant, you're going to find all this white stuff. That is called mycelium. That is the brain of the soil.
It's the
It
largest
talks to the plants.
in existence. It's the largest organism
Yeah.
in existence. It covers like 80% of the soil or some crazy.
That's what you're supposed to hit with the Roundup, right?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Michael,
making
do you
comments because
know?
I'm the only person here who doesn't care at all about pot.
Yeah,
That's
but you care
all right,
about
man.
growing, right? I mean, you can grow something with the same principles.
That
All you
is
gotta
true.
do
Exactly.
is,
That is true.
you know,
I just like
So you,
pick what
kicking
you want to
dirt
grow.
pot conversations.
If you
Because
can
it
grow
was,
high
eat stuff.
quality weed,
I'm a little
grow high
bit bitter
quality
that I
weed.
never liked it. Honestly, like my life would have been a lot easier if I had enjoyed smoking pot, I think.
You don't need to smoke it. There's so many other uses. Seriously,
Well, I
it's
tried
really
shooting
good.
it up, but the needles kept getting clogged.
No,
And
no, don't do that. That's horrible. Don't
You
ever
take
do
edibles.
edibles.
um, and yeah, I've hit a dab once or twice, and that smoking pot crack, that stuff is too much for me.
No, but you can do the fan leaves, and when you juice the fan leaves, what it does for your gut is just incredible. Your digestive system, beautiful. So you don't need to do the smoky thing.
Well, it's still a felony here where I'm at, so I'm not going to juice the leaves. Well, I don't know if it would be a felony for me because I got priors.
Whoa there, Bucko.
Oh, big dogs.
Wow, he's a
You
tough
got
dog.
nosy
He's
people.
upset.
Is that what you're saying,
He's
Flo?
upset.
Hey, it's the warm wizard.
Yeah, I heard this speak about what happened to Tommy. I heard this speak about natural birth. You know, when you have a natural birth, that baby swims around all it wants. It already knows how to swim because it hasn't taken its first breath. Now, once it comes out of that water, it takes its first breath.
We all listen to Nirvana, sir.
You are the wizard. I love you, man.
So you can you can buy your own natural birth. Like I said, Genesis 2:7, God breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, and man became a living soul. So as that man is discharged of his mother's waters, he is then put into the sea of commerce in this world.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Could you imagine having some dude blow into your nostrils?
Oh my God.
Hey, listen. I tried to breathe the breath of life into my son's body, and I thought about that afterwards. You know, when I couldn't, and I thought, well, God says He breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, so shouldn't we be covering their mouth and blowing into the nostrils? So I question that. I don't know, but I do know that when I attempted it, I was trained through CPR to plug their nose and breathe into their mouth.
But there's a clear structural reason for doing that. I would assume that there'd be more likely there's an error in translation, then you're better off going for a smaller input.
Well, it's regards to the mucus. You don't want to blow mucus up into their navel cavity and shit. If there's mucus
Right.
there,
That makes sense. That
if
makes a
there's
lot of
mucus
sense.
there, if there's mucus
Yeah.
there, you want to block it so it doesn't go back down into the lungs upon the reverse of pressure. I see Dick thinking about that. You see how that works? You know how
I
pumps
think
work.
we're all thinking about it.
That's why they have
I'm not.
That's why they have backflow systems in your water systems. They have a
But look at
backflow
your
check valve.
body. Yeah,
So that
makes sense.
so that any water that goes out into the waste doesn't come back into the inflow of water, like your pesticides and stuff on your lawn. It doesn't seep back into your ground wells. You have a backflow system that prevents any backflow, so that anything comes out of your water doesn't go back into your potable system.
And anybody who's ever done any little bit of plumbing on that trap underneath the sink, ugh.
Oh yeah.
The minute
I
you're
know.
not paying attention and that
You
loop
bend.
switches.
You bend. You.
I put multiple of those backflow valves on my well just so I didn't have it coming back up in the process. I just copied what was actually there before when I rebuilt the system, but found out about that.
Yeah, I was in
And then there's
irrigation for 10 years, and they're
There's
required
old
to be on there.
toilets, isn't there? Sorry.
Well,
There's
the
old
problem is
toilets.
you wouldn't
Well,
want something to come back through and then contaminate your well because it could go the other way. So you want to have stop blocks for that at any point that you might want to put it in the main part of the line and then put it a number of other places, maybe right by the pressure tank somewhere.
Exactly. Because that's what's gonna again, like I said, prevent herbicides and pesticides and stuff from going back into your potable supply.
Wizard, I want to congratulate you on your newfound warmth on Jack's panel yesterday.
It's been a few days. A few days ago, he made this astounding statement about his son and communicating with his son. He said, "Fuck him." And that's the detachment we're looking for in just 2 words. And he didn't realize it, so I had to mention it, and then he realized it, and yeah, that's a big step for him, and that's a subconscious thing that just blurted out that tells you how he truly feels. So it was truly his emotions that were getting in the way, because his emotions are the ones that are driving him to communicate with his son. But when you look at the reality of his statements, it's just like body language. You can tell when somebody's lying by their body language.
Yeah, I don't know the situation, and I don't feel like it's my business, even though he puts it all publicly. But I do know that anybody who's that insistent on all positive vibes and no negative vibes is rejecting the negative ones, because everybody's got sides.
Yeah. Well, it's a matter of balancing in cycles. You've got to recognize them, because you're not going to feel good at times, and there are times that you're going to feel good. And so you have to learn how to deal with them both, because nobody else is going to do it for you. Again, everything in your life is up to you. Everything. And like I said, I've told them many times, and many people have heard this. In my firsthand experience, I've realized that every relationship that has started out on a negative tone like that, when we come together and we actually come to those agreements, that makes a more solid foundation of a relationship. So it's when we come through trials and tribulations of this and recognize that we're not different, but we can get through them. That's what solidifies the relationship, because now we know that we can go through those turmoils together, and that's go through them together and not get stopped up by them.
Oh yeah, that's a boom.
That's very true. You can't ignore the negative, right? Because the negative is actually the same thing as the positive. It's just different degrees of the same thing.
That which you resist persists, and if you resist half of the your experience, you can't solve a problem that you won't acknowledge exists. I don't even know that I consider it a problem. I think that's the wrong word to use, because ultimately there's an equilibrium.
What is actual? No, Flo, you're right. You can't resist what is going on. It's just what it is.
You have to transmute it, because the energy can never be destroyed, right? So it can only be transmuted. So you can do that through mental alchemy, they call it.
Right. And that's, you can either enjoy it, or it is a problem. Future blemish. Future blemish. Problem. That's when you're concerned about problems, that's what you're doing, is you're creating them, because you're thinking about the future blemish instead of the future joy. No matter what experience you have, you should think about it as an enjoyable experience, because you can learn from it, good or bad.
I think that's why most people the way that people say prayers is definitely does the opposite of what they're hoping for.
Well,
yes.
think about the word prayer, right? Or pray, right? Just change the E and the A, and it goes from praying to something to being preyed upon by something. So
Yeah, and you're also begging, so you're staying in that want.
The
I would
absence,
say.
right? It's a focus on what's not there.
Exactly. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, and that's why the Lord's Prayer is constructed that way, and it doesn't mention the good works for that daily bread, because your daily bread is the faith, that is what you receive for your faith. But you can't have faith without works. So in order to get your bread, you have to till.
And that is the biggest problem I have, without getting down a whole shithole, with Christianity across the board, is that it preaches it's a passive ideology. Don't do anything, you're covered.
Yeah, and that's
Trust the
false.
plan. Trust
Right,
the
trust the
plan.
plan. The outcome on its adherence is exactly the same as if they're adhering to an ideology of nihilism. Don't do anything, it doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
I read comment earlier. Somebody was talking about hemp is stronger than metal. Yes.
I mean, if you try to stretch it out, maybe its sheer strength is probably better. But
and that's the flexibility. Ford made a car made out of hemp, and it was indestructible. That wasn't the industry, because they wouldn't have repair shops, or the repair shops wouldn't get as much business, and insurance wouldn't need to be claimed as much.
Right.
I built an F-150 out of Bondo. That motherfucker was a beast.
Right. But so that what happens is, when you take the fiber from the hemp plant and then you mix it with lime and water, and you have to mix it. So it does have to be the center of the stem, and also you chop up the fibrous aspects, and then once you've mixed it for long enough with the lime and water, you then pour it. So you have to make your shapes. And I've seen a lot of houses built like this out of hempcrete. And what happens is, it becomes harder and harder and harder and harder. So it's way more powerful than concrete. And if you look at concrete, it actually breaks down after several years. My father was in the structural engineering industry, and I saw what they did. And if you go and look at some of the older structures, like the these like horseman structures, when they smashed them up, they actually had metal rods in them, which was just like the modern concrete structures.
Like rebar?
You can find. Do you see where I'm going here? This is ancient knowledge.
Well, concrete's an ancient thing.
Yeah. It's hemp. There's so many different types
There's
of
all kinds of compounds that form like that like fireplace ash will concrete up. I mean, it's not as strong as cement, obviously, but there's lots of things that have those properties.
We call it geopolymer flow. Geopolymer.
Anything with carbon.
Yes. And if you know the right ingredients, you can, I mean, when you look at some of these old structures, they're just fascinating. Like the rope, like over the face, and the so-called fabrics over the body, like you can see the breasts and where the legs and the pelvic area is and stuff like that. These are geopolymers that they used, and so they were casting. You know what I'm saying?
Are you talking about sculptures?
Yeah, but they were casting.
Okay. Oh yeah, I've looked at that. I don't know how they do. I mean, it's amazing. Somewhere along the way, we used to be able to do things that we don't know how to do anymore.
Okay. So it's a lost art that we're dealing with, a lost art, and we are now remembering that we can actually create some beautiful things. And I'm going to go back to Rudolf Steiner, because when you go and look at nature, our art is impersonating nature. Nature doesn't impersonate art, ever. It doesn't do that, because nature is art. So we are impersonating that art that nature does.
I don't know that I agree with that all the way. We have a different relationship with nature than the rest of nature has with itself.
Yes, but nonetheless, it has this beautiful balance where go and look at any flower or any leaf formation, any tree. It has this beautiful pattern.
Okay,
Right?
I'm with you.
And look at a bird's feathers. Just one feather. You look at that structure. It is perfectly designed. Nature, I stand by this. It is perfect. It was designed by a beautiful consciousness.
There are a lot of fucked up bugs out there.
No, that is my God. My God is nature. And I speak to it and it speaks to me. And anyone that knows nature and interacts with it knows what I'm saying. I don't mean to take over.
Well, again, when it comes to these structures and everything, like I said, carbon is the key element. And when we look at carbon and hydrogen, they have the strongest bond. Those are two C bonds, and that's acetylene, C2H2, acetylene. It's a gas, and it has the strongest carbon
Like
bond.
in a cutting torch?
Yes. And then you have carbon and oxygen has the weakest bond.
But did you also know that water should have what's it called?
Fluoride.
God. No, it's one of the composites that's really important in water. Silica. Silica, we are actually silicon based. And if you look at the older trees, and I know they call them mountains, but they are old trees, right? Like Devil's Mound and all that stuff.
All right, let's go past that.
Yeah, they're silica. They're silica, but they have carbonized. It's silica that's carbonized.
What would cause something to carbonize like that?
Well, I don't know, but I do know
Catch y'all
that
later.
if
Gotta
you
jump off.
Hey,
Love you, Dick. Stay sexy.
Yeah, man.
He
Keep
will.
doing that
He can't help it.
Well, he's the rising because he knows how to make dough rise.
Another thing about carbon is it's the sixth atomic element, and it has 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, 6 protons. That's another
Right.
reference. It's probably where
Exactly.
the
So
comes
the
from, right?
666. Yes, Cage. The 666. It's the number of man and beast. So it's like the structure of life. There's nothing. It's been inverted, and people are scared of it and all that stuff. But it's a display of physical life form.
My bad. I'm just muted. I'm doing something in the background.
No worries. Patrick, thank you so much, man. You're a good dude.
He's all right.
He's a dude.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening. I was just because I'm a little bit occupied right now.
By who? Glad you caught that.
Yeah. No, he's got family there as well. So it's fine. I've just got my cat sitting here. My other animals are outside. So, it's important being outside. But I'm here with you because I like to learn. Because there's so many amazing perspectives that come to me, and I love it. It's really good. Thank you.
All right, so I guess it's time for the artificial filler.
Oh yeah, please.
Ladies and gentle beings, welcome to Caged Reality. We interrupt our regular programming to bring you this special broadcasting filler. As we take a momentary break, let us entertain you with a delightful journey through imagination. Close your eyes and let your mind wander as we explore the extraordinary depths of the human spirit. Imagine a world where dreams come to life, where possibilities are endless, and where the power of the human mind knows no bounds. In this realm of limitless creativity, we find ourselves on the edge of discovery, ready to embark on an adventure like no other. Picture yourself standing on a sandy beach, feeling the warm grains between your toes. As the sun begins to set on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, a gentle breeze carries whispers of distant lands. Now imagine stepping into a lush forest, the air thick with the scent of pine and the symphony of birds serenading your every step. Sunlight filters through the towering trees, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As you walk deeper into the woods, you stumble upon an ancient moss-covered stone engraved with cryptic symbols. Transfixed by the mystery, you reach into your backpack and pull out a weathered journal. It tells tales of forgotten civilizations and hidden treasures, awaiting brave souls to unearth their secrets. With every page turned, the forest around you seems to come alive, revealing its hidden wonders. Time flies by, and the world of your imagination expands beyond what you thought possible. In this realm of untapped potential, dreams become reality and ideas take flight. As the final seconds of this broadcasting filler tick away, remember that within you lies a universe of infinite possibilities. And we're back. We hope you enjoyed that momentary escape into the realm of imagination. Thank you for joining us on this brief intermission. Our regular programming will resume shortly. Stay tuned for more captivating content right here on OTW News.
Can I just say Artos? Because that AI puts the R's in the wrong places. Artos.
Right.
Did the numbers
Thanks,
jump
Kate,
up
for-
again when you played it?
You what?
A little bit, I guess. Freedom left.
Oh, yeah, it did.
He goes, the biggest plants, and he's down in chat now. in his own chat, actually.
Oh. Well, we have been here like 6 hours, 33, 45, and counting.
Yeah. No, that's OTW live streams. They last a long time. So, everybody, it is 2:36 p.m. here in Montreal, Canada, Eastern Time. We are May 19th. It is 21 degrees Celsius, mostly cloudy. So it's a really great day outside, guys. Go out and get some fresh air, some sunlight, some nice hot, suntans or whatever.
You
Do
sorry
something.
soul. Do something. Get off your butt.
Yeah. It's like, thank God it's Friday. So, thank God it's Friday.
Aye. TGIF.
What a great stream this has been, guys. For a few hours, we held like 60 people in here. It was absolutely phenomenal. Great stuff. It was a great stream.
Thank
you. If you think about it, it's like that's a lot of people if you think about it.
Yeah. Probably more than that, though, if you actually look. That you'll have people that came in and went out, and then when you look at probably like over 100.
Well, I've had, since the beginning of this stream, 375 viewers.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Oh, shit, man. Wow.
Nice.
It's winding down a bit. You want to play a little bit of this and be commenting on it or something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Goes back to some of the topics
Yeah.
we were bringing up earlier.
Probably shut down after this, Cage.
All right, so this has all been proven.
Yeah, I know. I'm well aware. We're all connected. Seriously, Cage, we're connected.
So, it's some interesting shit.
Yeah, no. I just want to say something. So I learned a long time ago that we group dream, and I've actually experienced this where when we rest our body and we allow our spirit to fly, we group dream. And I have interacted with others, and he's actually talking about this right now, this guy. Yeah. Hey, I see you.
Yeah, it's all electromagnetic based. Oh, Wizard's off. Much love, Wizard.
See you later, Wizard.
But yeah, we've I just like playing like the first part of that because it's packed with good information within the first.
Yeah, no, it's really good. No, really good. I think if you know, like, essentially in your core of what you are, then you know what your physical being is. And I think we are all going through our own journey of remembering this. That's the best way I can put it.
Yeah. Genevieve saying my group dreaming to the max this week.
Yeah.
Here's one we haven't seen yet, because I know we've shown this the other video before. Consciousness as a intrinsic property of.
Right, I get you.
Going to talk about looking at living
Sentient beings,
in conjunction
everything.
with living a rock to move. I define it. The problem is all definitions are always taught alike.
Someone's saying it's terrible volume. This is the loudest I can make it. I don't know if you guys can hear it properly.
Yeah, I can hear him. It's fine. I want to go on about consciousness, though, for a moment. Consciousness doesn't come from the brain. It is outside of the body, just like our energetic field. So if you go and look at Kirlian photography, if you know what I'm talking about, it is our auric field. So our auric field is our consciousness, which surrounds and imbues our physical being. So the brain is the antenna to connect to. It's the earth. It's the earther. You know, the earthing. You know, like when you're wiring up a plug or a light. So you've got to find the right wires to connect to the right bits. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, it's almost like a computer, right? There's the monitor.
Yes. Yes.
The
Yes.
monitor,
Yes.
the
But,
microphone, all that.
right. But the
But it's
energy.
connected to something else. Yeah.
Right. The energy, though, that makes it all function is not inside that vessel. It surrounds it. It's not within it. And so folk think that their soul is locked within a body, within a vehicle, but it's not. The soul, the spirit, you know, it's the spirit. It's that energy that, goodness gracious. It's that spirit that contains, it keeps the body together. So it keeps the antenna whole. Makes sense?
Definitely, no one really knows exactly how it works, but yeah, there's something going on, that's for sure. Something going on for sure. What do you think about this, OTW?
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So, I mean, like I said before, when Tommy was going on, it's perspective, and when we realise that we are actually energy, and we come to join with the physical, because that's what we do. Doesn't matter what world we live on, or wherever it is. We never stop. We travel eternally.
Means largely using the second problem not possible. So in so word does define facts, observations.
Someone in the comments like, "Whoa, what happened to Wizard's eyebrows?" They say.
So can I just say about science and spirituality, because he's talking about this right now. What they did is they separated science and spirituality.
Hello, brothers and sisters. It's Wednesday, May the 17th. I have a very important message for everyone. I just got back from my third initiation. It involved a goat and jerking off in a casket. It was a great experience, brothers and sisters. I also just got off the phone with my CIA handlers, and they asked to go reiterate the message again. You are all fucked. Anyways, peace and love, brothers and sisters. I got to get back to the UN. See you all soon.
We are unfucked, most certainly.
That's what the CIA is telling them. We'll see.
So we don't really reported by the same by that others. That, by the way, is a medical, and it really won't.
This is brilliant, Cage.
What isn't are 5 million. They have
wow, that's amazing, man.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before, right? And they're in the shape of a pyramid, which is very interesting in my opinion.
Just fascinating.
Because they're not found naturally like that. It's only in organic tissue that has that shape.
Right. So, really, I mean,
you can buy magnetite. Magnetite's an actual mineral. You can mine it from the earth. It's also.
No, I'm well aware. But, however, I was going back to the antenna thing, that all sentient beings, and that's literally everything that walks the earth or grows on the earth, is all antenna connected to exactly what he's talking about. But that mind thing is not.
Even
It is.
plants respond to magnetic fields.
Yeah, absolutely. But the mind is it's that etheric communication kind of thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's definitely really
Yeah, I know you
interesting.
do. I know you know. I'm gonna find your channel when I come out of here later, by the way, because definitely, man, you need to put some of your stuff up. Really good. I like the way you see things.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. It's harder to find, right? Because this kind of mainstream science isn't really, unless you go looking for it, it's not just going to appear to you.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
Let's play a little more.
It's only, and for all we know, this is very well. I'll
Well,
paraphrase
just
here
observe
from
sharks
YouTube
and
video about the
whales. What
lecture.
the
A simple
distances and
calculation shows that
communication.
moving in
Yep. Yeah, even
Sorry,
plants
it just
are affected by it.
no, because I mean, look, whales. You know, whether they're killer whales, you know, whatever. These animals, and we think that we're like so advanced, but when you look that they can actually communicate over thousands of miles through the ocean to one another, doesn't that make you feel kind of slightly insignificant when you see what animals can do? They haven't forgotten this connection. This is why I say nature is perfect. Please continue. I'm sorry.
Even plants are affected by it too.
Yes,
There's these experiments that they
absolutely.
did with plants.
Yeah, totally, Cage. I'm with you on that one. Absolutely.
I'm a neuroscientist, and I'm the co-founder of Backyard Brains. And our mission is to train the next generation of neuroscientists by taking graduate-level neuroscience research equipment and making it available for kids in middle schools and high schools. And so when we go into the classroom, one way to get them thinking about the brain, which is very complex, is to ask them a very simple question about neuroscience, and that is, what has a brain? When we ask that, students will instantly tell you that their cat or dog has a brain, and most will say that a mouse or even a small insect has a brain, but almost nobody says that a plant or a tree or a shrub has a brain. And so when you push, and because this could actually help describe a little bit how the brain actually functions, so you push and say, well, what is it that makes living things have brains versus not? And often they'll come back with the classification that things that move tend to have brains. And that's absolutely correct. I mean, our nervous system evolved because it is electrical. It's fast. So we can quickly respond to stimuli in the world and move if we need to. But you can go back and push back on the students. You say, well, you know, you say that plants don't have brains, but plants do move. Anyone who's grown a plant has noticed that the plant will move and face the sun. But they'll say, but that's a slow movement. You know, that doesn't count.
that's
That could be a
beautiful.
chemical process. But what about
No,
fast-moving
they
plants?
move.
Now, in 1760, Arthur Dobbs, the royal governor of North Carolina, made a pretty fascinating discovery. In the swamps behind his house, he found a plant that would spring shut every time a bug would fall in between it. And he called this plant the fly trap.
The Venus.
And
the
within
Venus
a decade, it made its way over to Europe, where eventually the great Charles Darwin got to study this plant. And this plant absolutely blew him away. He called it the most wonderful plant in the world. This is a plant that was an evolutionary wonder. This is a plant that moves quickly, which is rare. And it's a plant that's carnivorous, which is also rare. And it's in the same plant. But I'm here today to tell you that's not even the coolest thing about this plant. The coolest
Cage,
thing
can I tell you
is that the
something
plant
about
can
that
count.
plant? Please.
So in order to show that, we have to get some vocabulary out of the way. So I'm going to do what we do in the classroom with students. We're going to.
So, may
Oh,
I?
my bad. Away from the.
No, it's fine. But so I had Venus flytraps, and yeah, the flowers are amazing when they flower, and it takes a long time for them to adjust. And they like
I've had them
kind of
too. Yeah, I've had them
yeah,
too.
they're amazing. They're like natural water, but the funny thing that I experienced with them was that the creatures that they eat actually laid their eggs in the soil ready for the plant to take.
That's probably a strategy, right?
Yeah. There's like this. There was this symbiotic thing that I observed going on because I had them for several years. My cat eventually killed the plant because he liked to chew. You know, cats chew things. But it was really bizarre. These flies, the tiny little black flies, they would lay their eggs in the soil, and the pupa would develop, and they get these little, just like with a moth or a butterfly or a fly or whatever. So you get these little tiny hard shells form, and then they would come out and they'd fly around, and then they'd go and settle on, and they were feeding the plant. It was
It's all electric magnet. It's all electric based.
yeah, but it was beautiful. It wasn't horrible to watch.
Yeah.
There was like this respect between the plant and the insect. That's my point. That
It's like
beauty
the
of
cycle
nature.
life, right?
Yeah,
Cyclical
yeah.
nature.
Exactly. And we're part of that when we come here, wherever we go. But the consciousness still continues. You know, when we leave the body, we continue because we've got other places to go and go into another body.
Yep. There's something there for sure. And every being, everything in existence is a part of this electromagnetic matrix, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, totally. So when,
this is what,
when they say that animals are lower consciousness, that's not true, because when you observe animals, so people say, oh, the killer whale's so cruel the way it kills the seal. No, it's not. It kills it quick and then it tenderizes, because it doesn't chew it, so it has to it's like a snake, it has to digest it, so it kills it. When you watch any carnivore kill, it puts the other animal out of misery really quickly.
He's about to show the experiment. I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna be back in a few minutes. I'm just gonna walk away from the screen for a second.
All right, go on. We could talk for hours, man.
Do an experiment on electrophysiology, which is the recording of the body's electrical signals, either coming from neurons or from muscles. And I'm put some electrodes here on my wrists, and as I hook them up, we're going to be able to see a signal on the screen here. And this signal may be familiar to you. It's called the EKG, or the electrocardiogram. And this is coming from neurons in my heart that are firing what's called action potentials. Potential meaning voltage, and action meaning it moves quickly up and down, which causes my heart to fire, which then causes the signal that you see here. And so I want you to remember the shape of what we're going to be looking at right here, because this is going to be important. So this is a way that the brain encodes information in the form of an action potential. So now let's turn to some plants. So I'm going to first introduce you to the mimosa, not the drink, but the Mimosa pudica. And this is a plant that's found in Central America and South America, and it has behaviors. And the first behavior I'm going to show you is if I touch the leaves here, you get to see that the leaves tend to curl up.
Yeah, they pinch.
And then the second behavior is if I tap the leaf, the entire branch seems to fall down. So why does it do that? It's not really known to science. One of the reasons why could be that it scares away insects, or it looks less appealing to herbivores. But how does it do that? Now that's interesting. We can do an experiment to find out. So what we're going to do now, just like I recorded the electrical potential from my body, we're going to record the electrical potential from this plant right here, this mimosa. And so what we're going to do is I've got a wire wrapped around the stem, and I've got the ground electrode where? In the ground. It's an electrical engineering joke. All right. So all right. So I'm going to go ahead and tap the leaf here, and I want you to look at the electrical recording that we're going to see inside the plant. Whoa, it's so big. I got to scale it down. All right. So what is that? That is an action potential that's happening inside the plant. Why was it happening? Because it wanted to move, right? And so when I hit the touch receptors, it sent a voltage all the way down to the end of the stem, which caused it to move. And now in our arms, we would move our muscles, but in the plant doesn't have muscles. What it has are water inside the cells. And when the voltage hits it, it opens up, releases the water, changes the shape of the cells, and the leaf falls. Okay, so here we see an action potential encoding information to move, all right? But can it do more? So let's go to find out. We're going to go to our good friend, the Venus flytrap here, and we're going to take a look at what happens inside the leaf when a fly lands on here. So I'm going to pretend to be a fly right now, and here's my Venus flytrap. And inside the leaf, you're going to notice that there are 3 little hairs here, and those are trigger hairs. And so when a fly lands, I'm going to touch one of the hairs right now. Ready? 1, 2, 3. what do we get? We get a beautiful action potential. However, the fly trap doesn't close. And to understand why that is, we need to know a little bit more about the behavior of the fly trap. Number one is that it takes a long time to open the traps back up, about 24 to 48 hours if there's no fly inside of it. And so it takes a lot of energy. And number two, it doesn't need to eat that many flies throughout the year. It only needs to eat a handful. It gets most of its energy from the sun. It's just trying to replace some nutrients in the ground with the flies. And the third thing is it only opens, then closes the traps a handful of times until that trap dies. So therefore, it wants to make really darn sure that there's a meal inside of it before the fly trap snaps shut. So how does it do that? It counts the number of seconds between successive touching of those hairs. And so the idea is that there's a high probability if there's a fly inside of there, that they're going to be quick together. And so when it gets the first action potential, it starts counting 1, 2, and if it gets to 20 and it doesn't fire again, then it's not going to close. But if it does it within there, then the fly trap will close. So we're going to go back now. I'm going to touch the Venus flytrap again. I've been talking for more than 20 seconds. So we can see what happens when I touch the hair a second time. So what do we get? We get a second action potential, but again, the leaf doesn't close. So now if I go back in there, and then if I'm a fly moving around, I'm going to be touching the leaf a few times. I'm going to go and brush it a few times. And immediately the fly trap closes. So here we're seeing the fly trap actually doing a computation. It's determining if there's a fly inside the trap, and then it closes. So let's go back to our original question. Do plants have brains? Well, the answer is no. There's no brains in here. There's not no axons, no neurons. It doesn't get depressed. It doesn't want to know what the Tiger score is. It doesn't have self-actualization problems. But what it does have is something that's very similar to us, which is the ability to communicate using electricity. It just uses slightly different ions than we do, but it's actually doing the same thing. So just to show you the ubiquitous nature of these action potentials, we saw it in the Venus flytrap. We've seen an action potential in the mimosa. We've even seen an action potential in a human. Now, this is the euro of the brain. It's the way that all information is passed. And so what we can do is we can use those action potentials to pass information between species of plants. And so this is our interspecies plant-to-plant communicator. And what we've done is we've created a brand new experiment where we're going to record the action potential from a Venus flytrap, and we're going to send it into the sensitive mimosa. So I want you to recall what happens when we touch the leaves of the mimosa. It has touch receptors that are sending that information back down in the form of an action potential. And so what would happen if we took the action potential from the Venus flytrap and sent it into all the stems of the mimosa? We should be able to create the behavior of the mimosas without actually touching it ourselves. And so if you allow me, I'm going to go ahead and trigger this mimosa right now by touching on the hairs of the Venus flytrap. So we're going to send information about touch from one plant to another.
Oh, wow.
So there you see it. So
that was really cool. But there is another thing. May I just say that, please?
Yeah, it's done. But yeah, you see that they've done this experiment.
They're definitely all communicating.
Human beings react the same way. They've done this thing where they have two people in an acoustically sound chamber, and they're measuring their brain waves. And when somebody just focuses on touching the other person, and they're sharing a the same magnetic waves, the other person's mind responds like it was just like they just tapped on their shoulder.
Yeah. So can I just say something? There is a thing that happens, and it's nature. And this is why I love nature. So in the morning, when you wake up, the sun comes up and the birds start singing, what is happening? And there's not even a touch, it's sound. So the birds singing, they're opening the stigmata on all the plants around you in nature. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Wait, hold on. Christo's saying,
Sorry?
Someone's saying stream down. I don't know what he means by that.
No, he said stream is ending. He's done 7
No,
hours,
I'm saying
11
Christos in the comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tell me what you're saying.
I'm saying stream down.
Oh, really?
Did they stop it? They might have stopped it for a second.
No, it's still going, but he's gonna shut it down. But just remember this. So what you've put forward, Cage, is phenomenal. But there's the other aspect, and that is sound. So resonance. So when your birds are singing in the morning, they are opening the plants to take in the nutrients. If you
Okay,
look
it's
under
back.
every...
It's back. It was. They blocked it for a second.
Oh, really?
It doesn't delete the stream. It just stops it. It's probably because it was a TED Talk.
Right. So the stigmata are opened by the bird song in the morning, and then they sing in the evening, and they close the stigmata. So there's an interaction in nature, and this is why all creatures are important, not just birds or insects, or bees. Every single thing, even the ones that are a little bit icky, they're important.
Yep. OTW, you there?
He's here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's back now. They paused
Yeah, I
it.
know, but I'm still gonna end it. It cut because you bring on fucking copyrighted videos, you dumbass.
My bad.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
The plan was
Oh,
too
really?
much.
I never realized that.
It doesn't delete the stream or it doesn't strike your account.
No, it gives you copyright claim, and then you can't
Yeah.
fucking monetize your video. And
Yeah. They'll get him after, Cage. They'll get
Well,
him
you
after
could
that.
you could cut it out if you want. You could. Yeah, my bad.
well, anyway, it doesn't matter.
Usually
No,
they're
it's
good.
all right. It's done, isn't
That one, it's because it was a fucking TED Talk. God damn it! I should have done that one. Oh, sometimes
Yeah,
it's
probably.
fucking weird. It's weird because I play a lot of shit. I've had this happen a couple times, but it's
Yeah, but hang
kind
on
of
a
random.
minute.
It's like random or
Yeah,
something.
but you gotta try to bring up a copyright,
It's
non-copyright
the baby
stuff.
AI.
Everything I play
baby
here is
AI.
non-copyright.
Yeah, my bad, OTW.
God bless.
You gotta get stuff with like things that don't have a lot of views.
It's all right.
No, that's not true.
We're gonna wish
Bless.
everybody a great weekend. Thank you, everybody, for
you.
being here today. Much love and respect to everyone. It was a great stream. Hopefully we'll see each other again Monday morning, bright and early. If not, maybe Tuesday.
Big
We'll see
talk.
how things go. So
Cheesy
thanks a lot,
Tuesday.
everybody. We're gonna end this with a
Big
great
heart.
song.
Thank you.
Much love,
Play some
everybody.
music.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different, man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro, don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming.
There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back.
You ain't gonna make it, you ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds. Talking out loud so proud, you better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head
You're
south.
never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back?